Kroll winning the day's only game by 17 points. Mark Doran has the highlights.
Melbourne humiliated the Tigers and crushed their finals hopes in the last round last year. Richmond desperate for revenge. The Callaway kids showed the way. Andrews tackle giving Duncan a goal.
Callaway, I think it was, has got it.
Viney found himself on the bench as Richmond tried to grab hold of the game, but no one could get a hand on Schwartz.
Long and hard, kicked beautifully, and that's a goal.
Ben Holland provided an alternative for Richardson up forward, but there's nothing like the real thing.
Beautiful hand pass on the blue, kick a goal, so that he does.
The Tigers struggling up the other end with no match for the match-winning Jeff Farmer. 4 on the board by half-time, Melbourne 18 points up.
I think he's got it, he has, he's drilled it.
The fighting spirit of the Tigers kept them within reach. Campbell bombing it forward.
Kick it and does.
But Melbourne appeared to have too many marking targets inside 50. Jeff Geeshan trying not to panic, trailing by 20 points at the last break. Working into a howling wind, Richmond got within 10 points when Mark Chaffee snapped into an open goal man.
And he has snapped truly.
Every inch of ground made in midfield was hard fought. Melbourne's extra persistence and Farmer's 6th goal making the difference. Mark Doran, 7 Nightly News.
Knights on centre wing. Draws McDonald to him. Bombs it high. Looks for Holland. Richardson in from the side. Beautiful hand pass on the blue. Kick a goal, so that he does. Lightning hand pass.
Great play by the Tigers. They're nothing better than Matthew Knight, seeing him getting the ball out in the outer wing there. Just really gives time. That's what the good players do with class.
But good to see from Richmond's point of view, Richardson getting into the play. The difference back to 5 points here at the G. We've got a classic game. What a start to the football season. 3 great games so far. Kick away comes from Funky up the half court. Burke, great to see him back. Missed the whole season last year. Can the Tigers cap it off through Daffy? They can! Magic stuff. I think you mentioned, Terry, Daffy had an unusual role in the first quarter, but he is a goal kicker.
Certainly is, yeah. Ozzy was asking the question earlier about his place there, but he's come on down. So David Burke injured his shoulder way back in round 1897. Didn't play it all last year. On the ground for 5 seconds and sets up the Daffy goal. Richmond back in front now by 1 point. Melbourne under pressure. They need to answer now. It's 16 minutes into the second quarter. 20 minutes plus time on. Schwartz goes long. Gergie's caught behind. And Callaway, Andrew Callaway, this is. Very good job they're playing in front. Out to Turner. A tough one for him to take. Give this one to Duncan Callaway. Burke looking to body Lamb and wins out here. Does well on the boundary line. Burke turns the game back inboard. Keep the ball alive on the boundary line. You don't have to push it out of bounds. Keep it going. Richardson swings it around. Tingay dropping back into the hole. Takes a mark. McDonald sweeping across the back by Woden. Here with Knights. Takes it. Needs to come inside. Can't heel kick on his left.
He's on centre wing. Shane Woden. Inboard to Nicholson. Got a terrible bounce. It's a hospital kick. Stand by, boys. It'll come down any second. Phoebe. Couldn't pick it up. Like a piece of soap in the shower. A little nudge out. Gergic over Andrew Callaway has been paid the mark though, just the same.
He's got enormous talent. He could play anywhere on the ground, young Gergic, and I think he's a very, very talented natural player. He'll make a full forward.
So David Neitz gets his first goal. Round 22 last year against Richmond. He kicked 5. And the pair of Ottens in there. Number 37 for Melbourne is young Luke Otten, playing his first game up against his brother Brad. Melbourne win out. Rigoni with the free kick. A long kick from the centre. Schwartz gives the contest. Rovers at ground level. Well done by Bowden. Beats Johnson on that occasion. Back to Turner. Across the body. Knights in front and up and away he goes. Looking to set up with the left foot. Chips it in. Finds Chaffee. He wheels around. On his left. Richardson going back with eyes only for the football. Does well. Confronted there. Perhaps too high. No, says umpire Kennedy. And he's going to bounce it.
Was that a free kick though, Wills? Like he's...
Well, Matthew thought it was, didn't he? The thing that was going through Hayden Kennedy's mind there was that Richardson was going to ground. Here's Burke, aggressive, takes the ball. Tingay just clears the area with a quick kick. Rogers forced onto his non-preferred right foot, drags it around beautifully to the top of the square. This is pressure on the Melbourne defence. Tingay's coming back. Broderick with hands. Campbell, the little chip kick over the top of the pack. And he's got it. Smart footy, Tigers.
Smart play there. As you saw, Broderick didn't panic again. Released the ball to Campbell. It's in the front of the square. And Campbell didn't panic again.
It's to half-time here at the MCG. Crackerjack game of footy. It's been kick for kick and goal for goal. Knights off the left to half forward. Richardson over the back looking for a rover. McDonald and Rogers out of bounds.
I've got a real problem with Matthew Richardson knocking the ball on. When you're geared to go to the front, like most team rules is, hit the front of the pack. Don't knock it over. Keep it in front where your Richmond players are set. Like there was no one there when he hit it behind and went straight to the boundary line, Pete.
Throw in, 35 out from Richmond's goal. Blurton already won this quarter, intended for Chaffey. But Melbourne's defence has been equal to the occasion. Rigoni. Neats in front of Gasper. Good pressuring off the ground to Knights. Gasper again. Short towards right half forward. Chisholm chips it in front of Andrew Callaway to take the mark. Might have been intended for Broderick. Anyway, chipped in well to take it. Was that in the back? Melbourne supporters looking for it. Woden's hand pass. Effective to Longmuir. Farmer, they love him. Play on, says the umpire. Farmer from 50. Goes at goal. And has, what's he done with it? This is close. I think he's got it. He has. He's drilled it.
Stands today. Mr. Don Ottens watches as his two sons go at it at the centre bounce. Boys from the town of Clare in South Australia. That is Luke, 22 years of age, and his younger brother Brad. And they've probably done this in the backyard 100 times. And here they go again. Brad wins out on this occasion, but Leoncelli again, best in the centre bounce for Melbourne. Gets on out, here's Farmer. Works, Callaway keeps his feet. Then steps around Turner. Has a look at it. No, look at this. This is class. And I've seen this from Jeff Farmer before, and I reckon that gives him as big a buzz as kicking a goal at times.
Certainly not selfish play.
No.
But the great thing was out of the centre square there quickly by Leoncelli to get the ball on quickly, and Farmer was in the front position. That's what you need to be. Quick kick.
Well, now you'll get the distance after his last shot, won't we?
Oh, you get it easy.
35 out, directly in front. Melbourne supporters like it. Neats likes it. It's a goal right on the half-time siren.
Just with Richmond here, I'm a bit surprised now they don't move one of their bigger fellas from the goal square. Particularly now with the breeze blowing, it's going to be a lot harder for the big fellas to take them out.
Riney wins it, kicks it on out wide. Blurton in the best position, takes it. Shouldn't waste any time. Held up well by Cal.
It's 2 good marks now he's taken over Cal.
So
Last
good.
couple of minutes.
Getting a bit of the footy. They still can't score goals though.
Now there's no one in the goal square for Richmond.
Powell. Quick kick was smothered. Lamb farms it out. Bowden. Chaffey. Snaps. And he has snapped truly. Great goal.
Now, the feeling of the group is still very strong. And while we've got that, hopefully that can overcome a couple of those deficiencies that we have in those skill areas that you've noticed.
Provided 2 strong avenues for goal for the Tigers, while the Swans sorely missed the services of Tony Lockett.
They came from everywhere in the first quarter, but it was Richmond with more clout. Holland marked twice for goals, and Campbell slotted another.
Run into the open goal and bangs it through.
Paul Kelly was trying hard for Sydney, one of just 2 goals for the opening term.
Kelly stands and delivers.
O'Connor then limped off, but it inspired his teammates. Nix running into an open goal for full points.
This is a great kick by Nix, he's got it.
Daffy took the wind out of Schwass's sails with a solid blow, but not Carey, who dominated the aerial duels.
1, 2, 3, yes!
When Goods bobbed up for 2 more, Sydney led by 12 points at half-time.
Goods kicks it, delivers.
It was goal for goal in the third. Broderick got Richmond moving early on, only to see Barry bob up with a quick reply.
Sensational from Barry.
He also dragged in a beauty moments later, but it was this goal to Richmond that had everybody confused. He did kick the footy.
Who's left standing?
Paul Kelly didn't know and asked the umpires. The goal, though, stood. 2 more to Richardson, and the final turn kept the Tigers in front. Broderick kicking the sealer late in time on.
Goal and bangs it through.
McKee and McKernan. McKernan couldn't quite. Broderick, well done by Powell, who's pretty fresh. A bounce, then goes out wide. Got a lead here. Front spot Ottens, worked underneath it. Daffy and Bell. Bell running it over the line deliberately, but gee, you couldn't ping him. Boundary throw in. Daffy is tired. He's a sharpshooter though, he might be able to get his hands on it. They need something good to happen here. Ottens, Campbell, it's a real struggle, and the Kangaroos are holding it up. It's a lot of experience back there, and some strong bodies. Edge of the seat stuff now, particularly if you're a Tiger fan, because I reckon you would have been counting the 4 points almost at stages in this match. If they can't win tonight, there'll be serious doubts about their ability against quality opposition. Simpson, Bell, Knight's terrific to work to the front. Couldn't get rid of it, they've been onto him quickly, and that's wonderful play by North. The Kangas attacked the captain of the Tigers quickly there, after Knights had done a good job to hold the ball.
It's been tremendous all night, Matty Knights. Really was gang tackled when he got his hands on the ball here. They were all around him.
Outside 50, Richmond in attack. Broderick, Martin, still Mickey. Slung as he kicks, forced down the line. McKernan pushes forward. They're just doing the little things, the Kangas, at the moment. McKee goes to ground. Hamble, it's out of play.
Precious seconds being soaked up too, aren't there? 3.5 minutes left, and Richmond need 2 goals to win the match. Of course, they must keep the Kangaroos goalless. Burke's hand pass, Campbell's hand pass. Moore through the middle of the ground. He ran his required distance. He puts the Kangaroos' defence under pressure, but there was no pressure, was there? Stevens kicks it out wide. Good mark taken by Blakey. Runs away, still running hard, John Blakey. The kick towards full foot. Absolutely clean ball. Kellaway, Durkay, chance here for Powell. He was the only one who bent down and wanted to gather the football with his hands, and then got the kick away to Burke. He's got to hold it up. There's no one really to kick to. Now he goes down the line and finds Richardson. Not a lot of run in Nick Daffy's legs. Chaffee trying to get back to give him something to kick to. Where are the Crummers? They've gone forward in this mode a couple of times. Good mark to Holland, not paid. Grant to Martin. Martin's kick slews off the side of his boot. Important possession now. The Tigers must get this. Callaway does. Powell spins out of trouble. He must put this on the chest of a teammate. The kicker towards full forward. No mark again. The crumbs gathered by the North Melbourne Kangaroo defenders. Martin stands up grandly and gets it away to Grant. He in turn goes to Pickett, and the Kangaroos seem to have the answers.
Comes in short to Blakey. All of those players that have touched it late have been terrific. Grant's played some sort of a match. A bounce. Then a little one to Clayton. Half volley, Chaffee onto him.
Well done.
Grant again, running hard. Richardson with him now. He's got more inside if he can get it to him. Well played, Grant. Huge effort from the back pocket to half forward.
Very, very good play from Shannon Grant. He initially had to kick short because he didn't have a long option on. When the pass didn't come off cleanly, he followed it up, kicked it off the ground, and then ensured the ball was taken over the boundary line.
Well, they look like winners, the Kangas. We're late into it now. Grant, it'll be a ball out.
No, too late. When he's got one arm free, he's still there's an obligation on him to attempt to kick, Bruce, and he didn't. So very tired Shannon Grant just gave it up.
Must goal from this attack, the Tigers, and they won't. McCartney in his 100th match takes a big mark, and the Kangaroos are looking very good here. McCartney with cramp.
The old cramp. Doesn't this come up always at crucial stages?
Got to believe a bloke in his 100th. Gee, Richmond are going to be savage on themselves, I reckon, tonight.
Kick long to the boundary.
Does. McKernan a target. McKee did a good job. Powell's had a good last quarter. Fresher legs than some of his teammates. To Daffy. Daffy in the direction of Knights and also Campbell. Campbell's quick kick.
is out on the full, and I reckon that is the ball game.
And Nick Daffy did grab his hamstring again, Bruce, after that kick, so maybe he has done it, as Dipper said.
Kangaroos keeping possession of the ball. Short kick back has been taken by Anthony Stevens. He's soaking up time. He's at left half back. Now decides to get good distance with the kick. Lands the ball at half forward. Nearly the mark there to McKernan. Hacked off the ground and then forced away from that by Martin Pike.
That all probably should be commented on. That certainly did look like a kick likely to cause injury, and that's what they're told to pay. It's not just kicking in a manner in danger, it's kicking in a manner likely to cause injury, and that was.
So McKee still working hard, but Bell there to gather. Left foot kick by Peter Bell. Lands the ball close to half forward. Terrific effort by Scott. He was 1 against 3. Gasper to Campbell. Last surge forward for the Tigers. Less than a minute left. Up high. Is that a mark? No, not paid to Matthew Richardson. And it spills over for a throw-in. Just seconds remaining in the game. So the Tigers have given it their all. A couple of missed chances earlier in the game, particularly by Blurton. I know it's easy to single one person out, but he ran into an open goal on 2 occasions and missed both of them. And they're going to lose this game by less than 2 goals.
But really, they had the match set up, didn't they? Long after that, Robbo, they were in the driver's seat for much of this second half, and they haven't been able to finish them off. This is a good win for the Kangaroos. A really big effort. Undermanned, but they've come back to win. Gasper. That's it. The Kangaroos are on the board. 11 to 8-2 at half-time, but the Kangaroos kicking 3-5 to 1-1 in the final term, winning 15-10 to 13-12.
Kangaroos got away to a flyer against Richmond at the MCG.
Bell for the first goal of the game.
Powell hit the post literally.
Into the post.
And Archer hit the roof.
Have a look at this.
Both teams were backing themselves. Blakey goaling for the Roos.
What a good passage of play by the Kangaroos.
Knights for the Tigers.
Matthew Knights. Lovely long kick by Knights.
The shootout continued in term 2.
Left foot snap by Daffy.
Richmond gradually getting on top. Richo booting his second.
And he has. He's kicked his second goal.
Dragicevic helping them to a 15-point lead at the long break.
Close, they like it. It's a good kick from the kid.
The Kangaroos hit back hard at both ends of the ground in the third quarter.
Look out. Oh, well done, Chappie.
They wrestle back the lead, only to see the Tigers bite back. Wayne Campbell landing a long bomb.
Wayne Campbell beautifully guided through.
The Roos got the first of the final term and should have had another.
I'm sorry, that's a goal.
Welsh got his third.
Kellaway, Welsh got it. Goal.
And Durkay put them 10 points up.
For Gary Durkay going for goal number 3. Bouncing ball is a goal.
The Roos notching their first win of season 99. Des Dowling, 7 Nightly News.
Questions at the start of the game was where was Sav going to play?
Yes, well, Sav started at centre-half forward and started to get a bit of it early and then went down to the full-forward line and kicked the first couple of goals for the Pies, and I thought it was going to be Big Sav's day, and but as they want, I suppose, at Collingwood now, they like to throw Sav around and they end up putting him in the ruck for quite a while.
Yeah, but early on it was Monkey on the ball, as you can see, they're getting it out, and that's when they probably look their best, Collingwood, it has to be said, when Monkey can get first hand on the ball. And this bloke that we're about to see, Big Sav Rocker, down in the goal square, leading out and getting his hands on it. He had just a bit too much pace. He had 2 opponents early.
Yes, he did. He was on Scotty Turner early, and Scotty Turner struggled to keep up with Big Sav, and they made the move quite early, actually, on Turner. They took Turner off and put Aaron James on him, and Aaron James played very well.
So the Pies away well, as they have been all year, but then Richmond hit back, probably through a lack of discipline, but also some good play there from Holland. But he kicked this, then he got a free kick, and the Tugs were allowed back in it, weren't they?
Yeah, it was probably a stage of the game that I thought that Collingwood were a bit of a chance of getting back in it, and then they gave away a couple of free kicks. I think that they would be very disappointed with this. I think we see Anthony Rocker here giving away a bit of a crude head-high free kick, and they gave away a 50-metre penalty. Also, they kicked 3 goals that were very important goals to the Richmond club.
Yeah, 7.
Yes, I mean, Nick Daffy, we all know what a class act he is. He had 21 kicks 7 handballs today. He's a very good player. He kicked 2 vital goals. We're talking about Paul Hudson, his ability to kick goals before. I think that Nick Daffy is the other very good player who can do that. And he is just a class act and very rarely misses those opportunities for goal.
Yeah, the Tigers, they can run it well, can't they, when they're allowed to, and I suppose Collingwood did allow them to. Here's Daffy again.
Yes, I mean, I think that's really something that the Collingwood were hoping that a Paul Williams could probably fill that role that Nick Daffy did so well today.
Probably the difference between the two sides, John, would be Richmond's perhaps last 5 or 10 players. They're able to do a few things that the Collingwood boys can't do. Tivendale here for one. He's just come off the bench and kicked that. Yeah,
I mean, he's come on, as you said, straight off the bench, straight into the action. He's kicked the goal. He ended up kicking a couple for the day and was certainly showed something. But you're right. I think probably Richmond's depth over their whole 22 players was probably maybe a bit greater in Collingwood, and I think that showed in the end. I think you look at Steve McKee here. I mean, he's a fantastic player. He's played well the last couple of weeks. You see him here looking for every possible option that he can get. He uses the football so well. Collingwood probably didn't do much of a job here of zoning up their defence. You can see they kicked to Evans and they still go there's one more kick here as well before they have a shot for goal. I think Aaron James runs off Big Sav, who was full forward at that stage. Aaron was playing on him, ran him down the ground and kicked the goal, and I think that sort of stuff really hurt the Pies.
They have led Hawthorn, they've led Carlton and they've led West Coast in every game, and people don't realise even that in itself is a minor victory in some areas. And we were very aware that they have performed very well against quality opposition over the last 3 weeks, and what we had to do was try and match their intensity at the start of the game, because that's been enormous from Collingwood. And look, any side that takes their foot off the pedal against him will just get knocked over, and I just think that if they keep persevering, there's a win very nearby for them. And I think people just need to get off their back a little bit, because I think they're giving everything, and I think that they've been a hell of a lot more competitive than what people are giving them credit for.
In quarter, the Tigers ran away, Ben Holland kicking 4 goals in Richmond's second win this season.
The physical pressure of both sides was on show early, Sav Rocker's strength giving the Pies an early advantage.
And a chance to level the scores.
Ben Holland kept the Tigers in touch, helped by Collingwood's lack of discipline. 2 late free kicks, leaving the Tigers 13 points up at quarter time.
And there it is.
The Tigers ran free in the second term.
Again to Daffy, he kicked the last one. Can he do it there?
Their 8 goals for the quarter, again leaving the Magpies staring down the barrel.
Bounce over the top. Holland can't quite get there, or has he? He's squeezed it into the net.
Collingwood's persistence gave them the start they needed after half-time, but the Tigers had all the answers, both in the air and on the ground.
Back to Rogers. He kicked the last one for him. Can he get this one? He can.
Tony Shaw wondered what to do, even the luck going the Tigers' way. Collingwood down and out as Tivendale kicked truly.
Over to Tivendale, he's a left footer. He likes these. He did one earlier.
The pressure mounting with Collingwood's 10th consecutive defeat.
Tigers were colliding.
Lights went in very hard. Up goes his
Anthony Rocca charges in.
Than what Evans was. Head-high contact was there.
Then Richardson on Holland.
Mark Richardson had the opportunity to stop it, but just followed through with the momentum in his body.
Now do not adjust your sets. We are not seeing double here. Daffy, goal number 1.
55 metres, set sail for goal. He's put it through.
And a carbon copy for goal number 2.
Target again to Daffy. He kicked the last one. Can he do it there? He's got it. It's kicked.
And this was a great steal by Blurton
Runs on it.
for the Tigers. Wheels lovely.
Daffy had 5 centre square clearances. Now that's as
awesome.
you know,
That
that's
is
an
awesome.
enormous effort to get 5 in the 1 quarter. His fitness, Ben, really improved over the last couple of years.
Yeah, Daffy's fantastic. He's gone from a forward pocket, half forward player that was struggling to run out the games and getting tagged and being angry with his opponent to an on-baller who now runs out a full game and breaks the shackles of the tagger.
Well, here he is. Here, look at this. The determination, the run, the grit, the grunt. He's gone from the centre square to the boundary line, and his tackling was just first rate. And we'll see here, how about that for a tackle? Just rides Williams into the ground. He's super quick, Matty Rogers, and they moved him into the midfield on Williams in the second half. He was able to kick a couple of goals.
Bucks obviously is a few more weeks away. Mel Michael, I think, is pretty close. He's got a bit of a problem with his back, but he should be okay this week. Whether they bring him straight in or play him in the twos, I'm not really sure, but he's probably the sort of player you can really bring in and play a half off the bench even.
Gav Savrocca early was very good. He kicked 2 goals in the first quarter, and I thought that he was moving and attacking the footy pretty good. Actually had Scotty Turner moved off him early days, and then was moved up in the ball for a little while with him.
70 metres out. Every Collingwood player is in the back 50 for the Pies. Look at the congestion there, and yet he was still able to find Ottens. Well, I guess he thought, I can't put it into space, I'll put it up high, because this lad's about 6'5".
To King, onto Orchard from 50. The kick gets Patterson from an important player. Third and the best and fairest last year behind Buckley and Francisco. Patterson kicks for goal. He's got it. The Tigers starting to work it back their way. Chaffee, they've got it inboard. Daffy takes it back again the second time. Left foot's towards the square. Richardson in front. Down he goes. Standing opposite, bounced over the top. Holland can't quite get there, or has he? He's squeezed it into the net. Schwabel looking to get it up. Does so to Brown. He across the body. Into centre half forward. It's all Tigers. Rocker does well. Attacks the ball. A little bit of hesitation. Freeborn gives it off again, and here's Watson, a goal kicker. He needs it. He's got it for the Pies. Great start, third quarter. Holland must try and get over the back. No, tries to take it. Richardson right there with him. Taps it on out. Patterson from Collingwood. Chaffee and Daffy, which one wants it? Gives it off to Campbell. Across to the top of the square. Richardson!
To get it down to Patterson, he hooked it out. Oh, they're going to take it away again, Richmond. This class player, Knights. Clever little give onto Tippendale towards half forward. Great kick. Blurton. Oh, look at this. We've got the loose man going here. Matthew Rogers bumps inside 50. Pins and goal. That was brilliant play by the Tigers.
Collingwood. King, the quick kick out the centre half forward. Burke fists the spoil, but only as far as Brown to Lane. Forward handball. Patterson must nail this. He has. They pull one back, the Pies. This is a good exchange. They're setting it up. Dragicevic from a long way out kicks to the top of the square. Holland couldn't take it. Rovers are needed. Evans back to Rogers. He kicked the last one for him. Can he get this one? He can. The last 2 Tigers goals belong to that man.
It's flicked over the back. Davis is there with McDonald. Oh, he gave it off to Davis. That's a clever hand pass to Williams. Williams races in the goal. They need one. They've got it. Good play, the Magpies.
Holland again. Can he keep it inside? He can to Bowden. His kick's a good one. Top of the square. Ottens underneath. Richardson up. He's got it.
And the one with it now is Rogers.
His left foot kick towards half forwards finds Richardson. He's starting to find space in the forward line. Over to Tippendale. He's a left footer. He likes these. He did one earlier. He's done another one in the last. That is classy footy, boys.
Tigers steaming in the end. 7-goal third quarter, setting it up over Collingwood, who managed just 2 in the last. 22-14, 146.
Ball taken by Chaffee. Terrific handball to Bowden. Bowden steadies and then kicks towards centre half forward. Splitting the pack. A great mark taken by Ottens. He's about 48, maybe 45 metres from goal. And a certain chance for the first goal of the match.
And it really wasn't a case of a big leap. All he did was assume front position and use the height advantage.
Well, it was a good kick too, wasn't it, by Joel Bowden? Obviously,
good strong mark against 2 opponents as well, Robbo.
Well, I think that's going to be the problem. It was highlighted in our preview. The height of this young man with Ben Holland and Matthew Richardson up on the forward line for the Tigers. Not much of an angle. Distance about 45. Lovely kick. Beautiful goal to Brad Ottens.
The opening goal. So the Bulldogs had a couple of chances forward, and the Tigers have taken the lead. Chaffee's into one, fell into Blurton's hands. Tonight's first touch will be so important. Neat kick, always a neat kick to Holland.
Blurton very good, just holding the ball momentarily until he could release Matthew Knights.
He's almost a designated kicker, isn't he? Knights around the ground. If they can get it to him, they know something will happen.
Well, your disposal's that good. I mean, you want to get the ball into the hands of the players that can use it to the best advantage. And on that occasion, that was just in the perfect spot for Ben Holland to run onto it.
Kicked 13 goals in 4 matches so far. At the same time last year he kicked 12, so he's been a fast starter. Had some injury problems last year. This a big kick for his confidence tonight. It looks pretty good. It looks very good. That's the start the Tigers wanted. And significantly, it's Ottens and Holland, those 2 men that were in the goal square a moment ago. Throw in Richardson.
For the Western Bulldogs, they lead by 2 points. We're close to quarter time, and Wayne Campbell will bring it back into play.
2-4-2-2. Campbell in tight to James. There's a few ex-Collingwoods out there tonight. James from the back pocket gets it right to centre wing, so it's a good long kick. At the back, Evans, handball away, Rogers, back turn, had to get it away in a hurry. McKee did very well, tapping it down to Burt. Burt turns around, refuses to give it up in a hurry, and then kicks to Richardson. Good play. Richardson about 80 metres from goal. We talked about the fact that he brings it into the 50 a whole lot. Plays up the ground for key forward. Then bangs to fall forward. Low, strong kick. Campbell working the front. Holland kicks the goal off the ground. Tigers back in front.
We see him there, he steps it. There's Matthew Richardson in the background pleading for the ball. Really, all he had to do was chip it there.
He was ambitious, wasn't he? Bowden cuts across. Handball over the top to Holland. Back inboard. Back to Richardson. To Powell. Puts him under the hammer a bit. Goes back. Bowden can nearly kick it. No, he doesn't. Goes to the front of the square. An important ball here. Croft held his ground extremely well. Terrific tackle coming in. Back to Ottens. Ottens has handball to space. Daffy's good enough. Left foot. He's good enough. He's kicked it. Terrific goal. First touch. Big player this kid, Ottens. But Daffy was the sharpshooter to finish it off. And the Tigers have had a good little patch late, haven't they?
They certainly have. And if you're not getting many touches, this is the way to make the most of it. Ottens held onto it beautifully. He looked where the majority of his teammates were, and that's only a half chance turned into a goal by a piece of fantastic skill from Nick Daffy.
Well, he's played enough football now, James Cook, and indicating to the umpire that not sure of where the mark is. I don't think that'll make any difference. He probably has to take a bit of a punt maybe and run around. Siren sounds. Last kick of the quarter.
You can't do that.
That surprises me. I mean, the umpire, the siren sounds, the umpire signals the end of the quarter, and a league footballer elects to play on after that mark was awarded. And I mean, they should know that once that quarter ends, they cannot play on. They just have to take the set shot.
Wallace with his trusty band of coaching staff. Liberatore. Oh, doesn't he go in after it? You'd reckon it was a meal and it was his last. Oh, gee whiz, isn't he a tiger at the footy?
Well, Bruce mentioned the 2 Brownlow medalists before, Wind and Liberatore, and they've both been very, very good for the Bulldogs tonight.
Scotty Wind, he's a great captain. I think he rates us up there with any of the captains in the competition. Probably doesn't get the plaudits that he certainly earns. He stands tall for the Western Bulldogs. The bounce once again at the centre. It probably didn't advantage him, but he got past and eventually gathered by Bowden across his right shoulder, and the marker's taken it half forward, not quite up to half forward by Campbell. His opponent looks as though it may be Garlick. Garlick, the man on the mark, providing the lead was Holland. Now a kick down the ground.
Yeah, free kick paid forward of the ball. Darren McCauley signalling that somebody was held.
Until it was actually awarded to him before he realised it was his.
Well, already Ben Holland has kicked 2. And this looks like a very, very bad miss. No, he's kicked it.
Well, it looked like it.
Gasper, handball to the space, Richardson to run on. Gee, did well there, Richardson, then had to push it forward in a hurry. Powell, they're swooping down in numbers, both teams. Croft held up. Ellis's handball over the top. Dimatina, still with Dimatina, handball inboard, okay. Marnie's handball wide is good. West, back to Garlick. It's a bit like rugby the way they've played the last moment or two. Garlick's high ball, gee, big fly taken by Johnson. Goes to Grant. Grant 80 metres from goal. Just checks the kick. Not clever. Well done. And kicks it out in the space of Bowden. Beautifully done by Knights. Bowden, handball inboard to Campbell's a poor handball. Campbell was going to give it off. Croft held him up. Handball gets it to Chappie, back to Campbell. Campbell just struggles it forward. Richo's got it. Play on.
Play on.
Quick handle's okay. Powell's kick around the body. Evans in the box seat. He's got it. It's paid. It went 8.9 metres, but he's going to pay it. Frantic stuff, wasn't it? What about Knights at half back?
It was meters.
So Evans to put them in front, and he has against the flow. So maybe the Doggies can get back in front at half-time. It's been a very entertaining first half. 5-11, 6-6. Campbell starting to get a bit of it. Bowden. Dent came in hard. Quick kick away by Curley. Back into the centre. Bouncing ball. Ottens in trouble. Got it back to Gasper, who's really been stretched in this quarter by Grant. Out wide to Sampson. They've got some opportunities. He had Daffy very short. Then kicks to fall forward. Holland the target. Well done though by Croft. Handball over the top. Chappie surely a free kick. Blurton kicks the goal. Well done. Great courage by the Tigers. Was it Powell?
I think it was Powell.
Powell, the handball was just terrific.
Yeah.
Robert Powell. He knew the crunch was going to come, and he stood his ground really well.
It's a split-second decision, isn't it? You just have to commit yourself. And
6-11, 7-6. West, still with West. Been terrific. To Curley. He's a good kick, Curley. He's given it the lot. It's not going to be a goal, but it might be now because Hutto's put it through, and they're in front. What about that?
Did Jason? I really thought Chris Grant was pushed, but we're a little bit in front of the contest, so it's difficult for us to give a definite view.
kick away, gathered here by Chaffee. Then able to squeeze a kick out with his preferred left. Richardson gets rid of his opponent. Back goes Dimatina. There was a free kick. The advantage was paid. Scotty Wine to take the mark. He's forward of centre half back. Now the Bulldogs, well, it breaks down in the finish. Maybe a little overuse and a little too short. Holland goes in towards full forward, and the Tigers have got a chance, but it really should have been the Bulldogs, maybe up around their 50-metre line. A kick coming out from Marnie.
Yeah, he was actually looking at the leading Liberatore, but Matthew Croft had run upfield trying to give an option. His opponent, Ben Holland, had followed, and there's nothing surer that when you turn the ball over, running it out of the back line, you get punished on the rebound. And Matthew Richardson, unguarded, 25 to 30 metres out directly in front.
Yet to kick a goal in this match. Not much of an angle. Steady, right over the ball, straight kick for a goal.
Bring it in. A lot of questions being asked of Richmond now. Let's see if they can respond. Are they going to be stuck middle of the road, or are they a really good footy team? The kick outside 50, it bounced off Gale. Bowden, who's always neat. Richardson's in the box seat. He's got to have a big second half. He must have a big game here for them to win. Kicks to fall forward. Holland, Croft, belted it away. Garlick, good tackle. Play on call. Hip and shoulder was high. Then Campbell looks for a free kick. Daffy, left foot. Blurton's got it. It's going to go back. He's in the pocket. And he should have a shot for goal.
He's going to be put on a fairly severe angle, one would think.
He improves it now and brings it back. It's a good kick. They needed it. It's a goal. At centre wing, playing on. He's been pushed forward after being disappointing in the back line tonight. Belted away. Gale's little handball, not particularly convincing. Towards Burke, nothing convincing from a Tiger point of view at the moment. And the Bulldogs have really rattled them, haven't they? Richmond side hasn't a great leadership tonight. They haven't known where to look to get it. Burke, not good. Evans comes back. Daffy, 60 metres out. Measures a kick towards full forward. Good one. It's a goal from nowhere.
Tivendale, a bit of an up and under. It's going to work though. Out in front there of Dragosevic. Now Bowden, left foot kick by Joel Bowden. Out there in front of Richardson. He's tackled beautifully by Croft from behind. Gets the hand pass away. May have been meant there for Matthew Dent. Not able to hit that player on the chest from behind. Not giving the free kick away. 42 points the margin. Scotty Wine still working hard. Dimatina on Blurton. Umpire will bounce about 35 metres from the Richmond goal.
Blurton with a couple of goals. handy, but not enough. But he certainly hasn't been the worst tonight. Tap by Campbell to Blurton. Blurton, clever kick. That's a really clever kick. That's a beauty. Improvisation at its best. 3 goals, 1 in the second, 1 in the third, and 1 in the last. Good kick.
He just threw it down at the last minute. He realised which side of the ball he had to kick it on to screw it back for the goals, and he knows that's a very good effort.
They've been very close for 3 weeks, not having much luck. Simon Garlick to go for the last kick of the game. He's kicked the goal. He becomes another goal kicker in that long list of Western Bulldogs players, and really has been a big night for the Bullies. And you can see relief on the faces of the Western Bulldogs players after beating Adelaide in the first game. 3 tight encounters resulted in losses. They've come out on top tonight. Brad Johnson, good spirit there with Nick Daffy. Western Bulldogs 21-17 defeated Richmond 12 goals 9.
The Bombers took control with a 7-goal second quarter. Tiger pair Brett Evans and Duncan Kellaway were reported. Here's Jamie Aldridge.
There's no love lost between Richmond and Essendon. The Tigers putting on the pressure in the opening minutes, with Joel Bowden making the Bombers pay. Brad Otten's also lethal around the goals.
He's going to try and hook it in.
However, it didn't take long for the Bombers to find their feet and for Dustin Fletcher to make his mark. Although Ben Hollands converted this grab for the Tigers, the Bombers gained the upper hand when Moorcroft was again left on his own. Matthew Lloyd also clicking into gear, Paul Barnard giving Essendon a 22-point lead.
Pivots beautifully.
Richmond wasn't dead yet, however, and Nick Daffy special pegging the margin back.
Oh, will this be it? Yes!
Matthew Richardson reduced the gap even further early in the third. The Tiger defenders, though, had their hands full with Matthew Lloyd. Goal number 3 for Richardson, bringing Richmond to within 7 points at the last break. When Dean Rioli found space, it seemed Essendon would pinch the momentum. Joe Masiti, meanwhile, put a 19-point buffer between the sides. Somehow, Richmond managed to claw their way back before a controversial report and free kick against Duncan Kellaway resulted in a goal to Gary Moorcroft. Barry Young sealing the result, Essendon cruising to a comfortable win.
And Alyssa McKee did well, but Moorcroft latches onto it, smothered off the boot, desperation. Bowden did well, gets in a quick hand pass. Tibbendale, he did well also. A sweeping hand pass. Bowden again, too slow to get rid of it. Young goes, he has a bit of a fumble. Here's Joe Masiti from 40 metres back, and he kicks a goal.
That kick, he started the game with a couple of shocking kicks, one of which cost a goal, but that was telling. 82 plays 63. A little break again for Essendon.
And Pete, he's worked himself into the game here. He's had 12 kicks and 6 handballs.
He has, after a slow start.
Oh, well, he gave one away to Richmond, so he was minus.
He's batting -1, Couchy. Look at this umpire, Brian Sheen, trying to get some room. There's about 11 dozen players around the ball.
11 dozen.
Gale, good as a kick to half forward. Simons missed it. Hoggins with an S. Hand pass, in effect. No, what? It was Bowden, read it beautifully. Sampson, ridden into the ground. The umpire says play on. Masiti, Wellman, across Hoggin with no S. A juggle. Heffernan needs to be quick. Bowden's got him. Oh, just got rid of it in time. Tigers trying to come back from this deficit, but Essendon have answered every challenge after half-time. Masiti again. Hoggin. Wallace tried for the boundary line, hasn't got the carry. Ottens. Dragosevic. Oh, Dustin stood his ground well. Fletcher
today, Dustin Fletcher.
In the last line of defence. Took a screamer in the first turn. Over the head of the player for whom it was intended, Justin Blumfield. Best clubman last year at Essendon. It's a throw-in.
Well, Couchy, 3 or 4 times Richmond could have kicked the ball 70 metres, and they want a handball all the time.
Well, we saw in the second quarter, as soon as they got it down quickly, it gave them an opportunity to kick goals. And he's going sideways. Dale Waitman was very critical of that during the week in the paper.
Did it then. Blumfield to Lucas, who had a pretty quiet day. Centre wing, and the Tigers thump it over the line.
But just that tackle by Simons on Bowden, fantastic, just stops the game. But swings the momentum back, starts again Essendon's way.
So the throw-in, it's a vital bit of play coming up here. It's given off by Campbell to Rogers, onto Chaffey. Chaffey, a floating kick to the half-forward line, and Lucas has ducked back to take the mark. Lucas wide. It's all Essendon out here. Racing after it here is Solomon. He's got support from Fraser. He can give up a hand pass if he wants to, but he elects to kick it to a one-on-one contest. McKee at the back. Oh, Alessio was there. Moorcroft also. And McKee shuffles it through for a behind of the...
Still plenty of time for the Tigers. 11 minutes remaining. They need 3 goals without Essendon scoring one. James. Long. Gasper in front. Couldn't take it. Campbell. Lucas. His favourite left foot. Oh, that wasn't the required distance. Daffy's tackle arguably a bit high. But the decision from the umpire is a ball up. Let's take a look at that again. There.
I thought the tackle was a bit high.
Yeah. Not so. A bounce. The umpire had the sun in his eyes, and I mean that realistically. The sun getting pretty low in the western sky now. Gale looks for Hollins. Masiti chopped it off. Hollins applies a tackle. Youngster number 43 there, his first game, kicked a goal. Buick, game number 201, having a stint on the bench. Was very busy early, especially in the first quarter across half back. So a bounce, a little bit of a lung in proceedings here. Gale trying to get the free kick, doesn't. Knights. Barry Young tried to spoil, can't. Now that will come back, I think. There's a whirl. Bowden trying to get away. Umpire says you've got to go back behind the mark. Goes in short. Hollins, has he got it? Yes, he has. Takes the mark in front of Chris Heffernan.
He showed a bit of promise today too, Peter. He looks very sharp and nipping around the 4 lines, giving the ball off beautifully on occasions.
Looking for it.
He looks about 14.
He does. It's like a smaller version of the Callaways. He's kicked it pretty well.
He's kicked the goal.
Oh, hit the post. I think it is one behind. No, it's a goal. He's got his second. Richmond still in this match.
And for his first game, he's done an unbelievable job. He's given the...
Well, Richmond's still alive. That was a great kick by young Ben Hollins. 14 points to margin, and they go forward again. Rogers, but again the... Oh,
free kick.
Yeah. All in the back, says the umpire. It's a Richmond kick. And a pressure kick coming up, a very big pressure kick. Clay Sampson. Oh, yes, he copped it over the neck and across the head. And this is not easy. It might only be 15, 20 metres, but a 45-degree angle, maybe worse than 45. And these aren't easy. The ball has to be placed onto his boot. Just dead centre. Oh, he's running out for a check side.
Oh,
why would you do that? What's happened to the straight drop punt?
Well, he's taken his body around on an angle there, making it more difficult for him, especially a right footer. He just sort of went back, lined up straight away, and missed the ball completely. Check side, he had enough room there. The goals have been changed, so you've got an open view of the goals there. You just take your chance on it.
You only go that check side or boomerang kick if you're on the boundary line, not when you're out at a 45-degree angle. I mean, that's a vital time of the game. There's a good mark taken by Eastor. He's done some nice things, but I think Clay Sampson will...
As a Richmond player, you'd be very disappointed in that. You know, you've worked hard to get back in a winning position there, and you give the ball up and kick a point. Makes it very difficult to come back from that.
Well, Eastor's kicked it out wide, and he has found Mark Fraser, son of champion Essendon centre forward Ken Fraser. There's almost a mark to Alessio, not taken. McKee is in there after, and the umpire will bounce it.
How many check side shots at goal did you have?
One in my career, and it was from a boundary. You only kick them when you're on the boundary line, Pete.
And even there, I'm a bit worried about check sides because it's a difficult angle. You're trying to put the ball on the point of the footy. your boot on the point of the foot. It makes it very hard to kick a ball like that.
You're better off even kicking on your left foot. So ball up. Fraser, Knights in game number 200. At this stage, it doesn't look like a celebration for Matty Knights in his milestone game, as it was for Darren Buick last week. Simon's the fire from behind. Opportunity for Rioli. Chaffee confronted by Lucas. Richardson, didn't take it. Wallace mops up, slips at a crucial moment, holding the footy.
Holding the footy.
Yes.
He's done a great job, Matthew
Richardson. Now he can kick this.
Went to the second contest again. First contest, he contested for the mark there and worked back. Well, it's pretty high over the shoulder, but he got the free kick. But it was a good effort by him. Second effort.
Don't think you could argue with that. Richardson for number 4. 3-1 so far. Right on 50. Now, that is a goal.
Forward, more often than not, we either picked out Essendon or kicked a wobbly kick to the disadvantaged side of our players. So it hurt us, yeah.
What were the turnovers? You know the turnovers you had in the first quarter?
Not exactly sure, mate. No, not at this stage. I haven't had a chance to look at it.
So can you get stuck into your players for skill errors, or do you have to just be patient and wait for them to improve?
Oh, well, I mean, it's something that we continually work on. So, I mean, I thought our drop marks, over the ground, drop marks in front of packs where we had 2 hands on ball and dropped the ball. I mean, that's another skill error that cost us at both ends of the ground. You either mark it and you turn around and shoot for a goal, or at the other end you mark it and you save the ball, but it falls to the front and they crumb it and kick a goal. So, and I thought at ground level too, our cleanness of hand in picking up the ball and distributing it, the short in-close handballs. But look, they're all things that happen when your side gets beaten on the day and you don't play well. So, we can make a huge issue of it, but we've probably known we've had some deficiencies in that area for some time, but it gets highlighted when you get beaten.
Situation. Tigers deep in attack. Holland and Manton. He's giving away a bit here, Manton, so he's got to be careful not to give that free kick away. Down towards Knights. Bradley belts it to the line. Now, this is interesting. Well, was he trying to get a point, John?
Well, I reckon he was, Bruce. I think he was trying to punch it through from behind, and the umpire's instruction...
So, John, is it the intention or the result that counts here?
It's the intention that has to be penalised. The umpire has to be satisfied that Craig Bradley's sole intention was to knock the ball out of bounds.
Well, he would have gone sideways if that was the case, not back towards the goal.
There's the angle for Knights.
I reckon you hit the nail right on the head, Bruce. I think Braddles was trying to hit it through from behind, and he's paid an unfair price.
Knights in short. Good kick to Bowden, wasn't it?
That was very clever, the way the Richmond forward line opened up that space about 30-35 metres out directly.
And I reckon that might come up, that incident, with Bradley going to the line. He looked as if he was going for the behinds, and now the Tigers surely should goal. Right behind Bowden, straight through.
Of them there, this incident, and they're screaming maybe for a penalty, but Callaway having to go back and kick over the man on the mark. Little hesitant, now he decides to bomb away to within scoring distance for the Tigers. Punched away, Knights gives it away. He's not too good on the right, but this bloke's pretty good on the right. Nick Duffy posts the Tigers second.
That's just a fantastic piece of play from Matthew Knights. He was on his wrong foot. He knows how.
He's away to a flyer, isn't he? And Daffy too getting involved. 14-1, so the Tigers off to a good start. We highlighted at the start of the match that they've been very good in the first quarters this season.
Gee, I tell you what, they really wanted to get Scott Camporelli there. 3 of them.
It's a couple of times they've got into him, and I think
he's a targeted
with a sore hand, they've really put it on him.
Kick to Silvani. He's always a good kick, Camporelli. Turner worked him under pretty well, actually. Turner back in, one of 5 changes for the Tigers tonight, and a couple of blokes playing their first games at this level for the season. Tivendale at best. Quickly kick to space. Dragosevic and also Franchina, he had to take it cleanly. Now he's under the gun. Richardson did well to run him down. Hume went to ground. This is danger. Sampson from 35 metres out kicks a goal.
Well, isn't it great to see all the Tigers players running to 50?
It looked as if it was in the rhythm of play, didn't it? Whitnell forced underneath it. He might be a bit stiff. Anyway, there's footy to be played. Bowden gets it from Burke. Bowden neatly to Richardson. Right. Gee, that's good, isn't it? But he couldn't quite mark it and then went to ground, and Cooter held his ground. Knights applied an effective tackle. Tigers have got some numbers here. Bowden, again a neat kick for the second time in about a minute. Holding his ground well. Kellaway, then he handball to space. Richardson has got back quickly. Right, too slow. Free kick to Richardson. High tackle, was it?
Yeah, paid for high, Bruce. Now, Richo actually dived on the ball, and so in a sense he contributed or caused to the high contact. So that is an incorrect free kick. If Richo dives on the ball like that, leading with his head, then he's fair game.
Yeah, you're probably right, John, but I just think fortune favours the brave.
Contributes to the high contact. He doesn't get the free kick, and he did in that case.
Let's see if he can finish off with a goal. He had a great match last week in a losing side against the Bombers. He's 45 metres out. It's coming back nicely. He likes it.
Not good enough, was it? Bowden, left foot kick, goes towards the half-forward line. Good mark by Dean Rice. An honest servant, Dean Rice, since crossing from St Kilda. Good mark, Lappin. Probably judged it a little better than Tivendale. Tivendale up high early, but Lappin marking. Kicks into the middle. Good vision. Finds Hickmott off the bench. Left foot kick by that player. Goes very wide. Allen running onto it. Can't break away from Ottens though. Trying to do just that. Handball to McKay. Not quite the right option. McKay in front. Ottens spills to Sampson. Very skillfully done. Mark Dragicevic now for the Tigers. Inside their forward 50. Look at that oval ball. It's deceived everyone except Matthew Richardson. He's pinged a goal and he's got it. You take the front posse, Jason, and the damn oval ball of bounce over you, blasted head.
Yeah, you can't do much more than play in front of your man. That's what Koutafidis did. He held front spot. The ball took an innocuous bounce and went right over the back. And it was an interesting option from Richardson. You'd normally say there, well, he'd back himself to run in because no one's going to catch him with his athleticism.
5-2 they lead. It's a handy break early. Allen, well done. Brown, almost to Nelson. Camporelli decides to go long. He had Hickmott released, but decided to go in the Silvani direction. Burke belts away. Silvani, he's going to kick his second. He's got it. Terrific finish to the corner. Mott, controversial, the way the decision was given in the end.
Allen dominant.
Ratton good. To Nelson, to Silvani. Couldn't quite hold it. Tivendale. Still with Tivendale. Still with Tivendale. Takes a bounce. Runs across the face of the goal. Left foot kick is a beauty. Well played to Ben Hollands. Hollands quickly onto Rogers. Now he's got a panic here. He can take off. Platt leads for him. He decides to come into centre half forward to Knights. Knights couldn't quite take it. Bradley held him up pretty well. McKay, the Blues are going all right, but McKay's kicks a poor one. Tawney's got it. Rebound footy at both ends. Tawney's kicks a poor one. A bouncing ball. Well done though. Kellaway's only kicked 3 goals in his career. He's now kicked 4. How about that? Goal kicking defender streaming through. So the Tigers, it's dried up a bit for them up forward, maybe because Richardson's kicked so poorly. He's had a lot of shots, and had he converted, they might have been a couple more in front. Centre wing, big fly came from Hamill. Quick kick away came from the Blues. That was Christou's on the ground. Little give by Platt to Gasper. Sweeping handball to Ben Hollands. Hollands wide.
Terrific pass.
It's a good one to Richardson, who's at 50. He's getting plenty of it, isn't he, Richardson? This is his 8th kick coming up.
This might be perfect for him because from here he has to kick through the ball to get the distance. So maybe he'll go back, relax and just let fly.
It's a better run up. Certainly a better kick. Gee, you're a good judge. Have a look at that one.
5 minutes left in the second quarter. Ottens gives the hand pass away to Gasper. Tigers from their half-back line.
Touches it on the ground once and then kicks to centre wing. Knights and Bradley. Knights had the best of it early. Bradley's been able to hold him up. Kellaway back to Burke. Still with Burke. Okay to Andrew Kellaway on the left foot. Gets it to about 50. Nobody really attacking the footy. McKay's had a terrific first half. Holland's held him up pretty well. Handball coming up from Ben Holland to Campbell to full forward. Richo, you'd back him. He's too good. Bit too big and too strong for Manton.
Yeah, it's a good kick from Wayne Campbell. Richo he was at the back of his opponent, but he called for the long kick to come in quickly to give him the one-out opportunity. He knew where his opponent was. Once the ball came in, he got on the right side of him, just used his superior strength. And Richo's, well, that's a good settler for the Tigers because they have lost focus in the last 5 minutes.
Campbell getting it to Richardson. He's kicked 4, Richo, in the first half. between centre wing and half forward. He centres the ball. Holland.
Good grab.
That's the first time he's really had a real crack, hasn't he? Haven't seen much of him tonight. He had one in the pocket. We thought he might have got paid, and he didn't. As far as the goals are concerned, we looked from behind. Kick and the goal here will give him a huge boost in the second half, and also the Tigers, because the Blues have been on top since halfway through the opening term. Holland deliberate, looks good. It's a perfect kick.
His left knee, they're just bandaged up at the moment, and we'll keep you up to date with that.
Ratton cuts it off to Beaumont. Beaumont, Camporelli, he's skillful enough to kick a goal from here. He's drilled it. That's good footy.
He's the key player. Have their greatest advantage. Brendan Gale, a big punch back towards the half-forward line. Knight's tackled, got the ball away. Callaway, that's Duncan, kicks the ball forward. Matthew Richardson decides to punch it further forward. Broderick couldn't gather. Bowden can from 50 metres. Joel Bowden goes long. Offline, is that a mark? Not the over the line, out of bounds, is it?
No, the boundary umpire doesn't want that.
Play on, a goal. A goal, if that's allowed to be play on, it is, it's a goal. Well, that's an absolute mess between the goal umpire, the boundary umpire and the field umpire. You wonder whether it was out of bounds. There's still a discussion going on between the boundary umpire and the central umpire, but having nothing of it was Brian Sheehan. It is a goal to the Tigers, kicked by Ben Holland.
Well, you would have to say that that's nearly out of bounds, but regardless of that fact, it was a fantastic piece of play. It was a great mark, and then played on quickly and hooked it in for a team-lifting goal for the Tigers.
What a sensational camera angle that was on the line.
Looked like he might have just raked it in from a couple of inches out too, Bruce.
Just 3 kicks to Ben Holland, 2 goals.
Terrific match, isn't it? Goal for goal now. Holland becoming an important player. So they've got the Twin Peaks. Richardson and Holland. Ratton's been good. Camporelli's been a star. Strolls through half forward. Silvani held on to maybe. Hickmont's been a beauty. Gets it back again. Has he done it again? Lappin, he has again.
He's the crummer they've been looking for, Matthew Lappin.
They certainly look to be on top. There's no question about that. First goal will be vital. It's either a 3-goal or a 5-goal game. A huge difference, whoever can get it. So the Blues, with White kicking it off the ground and getting it forward. Broderick, Kellaway, out wide to Dragosevic. He's had a quiet match. He's been on interchange for a bit. To Holland, to Campbell. Campbell's neat kicks a good one. To Richardson. Well, he's half done the job, hasn't he, Jason? He probably needs to kick 3 goals in the last quarter.
He must kick this. He just has to confidently kick this goal to give the Tigers hope.
Going for his 5th. It's coming back. He's got it. Well, that is just what this match and the Tigers needed. Richardson has got 5. Our next goal, you just feel if Carlton get it, it'll break Richmond. If Richmond get it, we've got a real game, haven't we? At the moment, the Blues with a handy break. Well, maybe they're going to get it here because Rogers, from an uncharacteristic mistake from Bradley and maybe some indecision from 2 Carlton players.
Well, I think
it was a beautiful kick.
Camporelli and Beaumont both looked at each other and said, you take it. And by the time they realised neither was going to get it, it had gone straight through to Rogers.
Well, if Sampson's kick was important a couple of minutes ago, this one's doubly important. This is a must goal, and kick this and the Tigers would give themselves a chance. He's got it. They're still in it. So Kellaway wide.
Player on his own out here. It's Tivendale. He can run down the ground. He could have had a bounce, but he elects to kick and kicks very, very well. David Burke, Broderick running beautifully. Broderick kicks to the front of the square. Bit of a mongrel punt kick. It's been marked though. Plapp has got it. He's been quiet, Plapp. Coming up for just his 7th kick, his 4th mark. But more importantly, if he kicks accurately, the margin will be just 7 points.
A great opportunity to make up for an error when he gave away a free kick for pushing Koutafidis in the back only a couple of minutes ago. It wasn't a particularly good kick coming in, but he found himself in front position, stood his ground, took a strong mark, needs to finish with a goal, and this game is really hotting up if he converts here.
Just his first match for season 1999. He received 1 Brownlow medal vote in the match between these 2 clubs last year. And gee whiz, he can certainly cover himself in glory here. Straight through the centre.
The sure hands, sure judgment. Can he follow it with a sure kick?
That's the angle from the other end. He likes it a lot. A whole lot.
For the Blues, they lead by 13 points. Allen again getting first hand to it, but Tivendale back to Daffy. We've got 6.5 minutes left. The kick out wide. Confronted there, McKay, good tap on. Sets it up for Camporelli. Little kick all right to Nelson. His tackle on Rogers was a beauty to set it up before. The kick by Nelson to the goal square. Ottens goes for the safety of the line. What was that? Not deliberate. Throw it in, boundary umpire. The whole of the 50,000 fans and the fans watching on the telly looked at the umpire, but nothing happening, folks. Boundary throw in, left forward pocket for the Blues. Up high was young Ottens. Fraser Brown, he's had a quiet night, but I tell you what, he's kicked the goal of the night. Fraser Brown has resurrected his night. It's been fairly quiet, just 14 possessions. He's worked very hard. He's been bashed from pillar to post, but he's kicked the goal of the night deep into the last quarter.
That is very close to an impossible kick from that pocket to kick it around the corner on your left foot, which is going to cause the ball to go in an arc from left to right, which takes away virtually any angle of goal that you do have. That's a 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000 chance. And why wouldn't you?
Advantage by the bounce. He looks to run away. White nearly ran him down. Broderick to Knights. Knights back to Richardson. In front of the big fellow. Gets the handball away. Down the line. Holland's dispossessed. Gathered by Campbell. Campbell forward of the centre. Little left foot kicks a beauty. Finds Blurton. Just a little bit of space there for Ashley Blurton away from McKay. Blurton in towards half forward. No. The umpire had blown time on. He must come back and kick over the man on the mark. You can see Ashley Blurton here, 40 metres from goal. Tight angle. Shot for goal by Blurton is good. He's kicked the goal. 1 minute left. The Tigers, 98 to 112. Nasty knock in the face that he received from his teammate Aaron Hamill. Ratton still working very hard, industriously, in and under. Lappin leaves it behind. Back goes Campbell for the Tigers. Campbell's kick out wide. Mark will be taken down here in front of us by Dragicevic. His kick goes towards full forward. Punched away by McKay. At the fall of the ball was Ratton. McKay runs away. Stands his ground and kicks towards half forward. Getting back, not able to take the mark, Gaspar. Hamill, left foot kick towards Silvani. Gets rid of Turner. Wasn't that classical stuff? And Silvani kicks his fourth. And the victory for the Blues.
Goals of this match, but in the end it was Carlton by 20 points, 18-10 to 14-14.
Proctor too far out himself, and how Bowden got so much room from White, who gave away the free kick in the first place. Well, Lee Matthews will be asking that question. Bowden well within his range. They'll raise the roof if he kicks this.
Jared, we've seen a couple of players at the moment under pressure not make such good decisions, so this will be an important factor in the game.
During the second quarter, Richmond led by 50 points, and then the Lions came back at them. Kellaway pulled off his kick, and it bounces out on a throw-in.
It was a great... should have attempted to mark it. It was either going to be a mark or out of bounds on the full, but he allowed it to bounce. Clark got his hands on the ball. Broderick to Proctor. Again, just tumbles the ball inside 50, squeezed up on the boundary line, kept alive by Huskis. He's got the numbers with Hart. He's been a good player. Goes very short and finds Black. Started on the interchange bench, kicked a fantastic goal with just a second to go at three-quarter time. Again, to lift the spirit of the Lions. There's Gale. Too big and too tall that time for Johnson.
8 marks to Benny Gale.
10 possessions and 8 marks. 5 hit-outs. Gale to centre half forward. He's looking for Richardson. He's on a long lead. Then tries to tap the ball on. Does well to Broderick. Feigns the hand pass. Wants to get back onto the left boot. They're caught. Great tackle by Lambert. A turnover. Eustace. This could hurt the Tigers. Scott comes through the centre square and spears it down towards Lepage. Wanted to take it on the half volley. Bundled out of the way. Rogers pounced on it. Ran hard. Made the numbers. Kicks the ball wide. It's a loose ball. McRae's the chaser against Callaway. Didn't have the strength. Andrew Callaway stands and delivers and goes wide and finds Hollands. The Tigers keep on coming. Ottens.
Well, at one end of the ground, you had the kick going towards Justin Lepage. It only had to be a decent kick over 40 metres, and probably Brisbane are shooting at goal. But
so Brad Ottens, just in his second season of AFL football, he's kicked 9 goals for the season. Looks like he's taken the next step. Usually a very reliable kick, but the pressure is on. He's right on 50. Magnificent goal.
Richard champion, long to the goal square, but Gale gets back to take his 9th mark.
Well, they just haven't played it smart in the forward 50 in this term, the Brisbane Lions. In fact, probably since about the 25-minute mark of the last quarter, the third quarter. They've got plenty of possession out of the middle. In fact, they've been well on top in the middle in the last couple of quarters, and yet they haven't been making the best of it.
Turner's kick, and a good mark taken by Clark. In between wing and half forward. On his own in midfield is Stevie Lawrence. He goes thump, goes past Lepage. Johnson! The mark paid.
Just a nuggety little fellow.
When he booted a couple of goals, and look, they fell like a pack of cards.
Teammate that infringed against Gale.
Chris Johnson for his 4th. The Lions are still alive.
His better days, kicks the ball wide. He's looking for Richardson, who's been very good. He's got 4. Does a wide circle, goes back to Knight, who's been under a lot of pressure from Hart since a damaging first quarter when he had 11 possessions. Gale pumps it wide. Eustace. It's a big contest against Campbell. Taken away by Lappin. Rockets the ball 25 metres. Here comes Lappin. Make that Ackermanis. Runs to 50. Caught in 2 minds. On the burst. Goes short. Boyd's got it. Great play. Bowden came in. I think the umpire liked the self-chair. Just preempted. He had the mark. He was punched away. He didn't take it.
He didn't pay the mark.
But the whistle is gone.
What a game.
Brad Boyd from 50 metres out. The vice-captain of the Lions has missed.
Tigers in front. Kennedy's kick and good mark for Ashcroft at full stretch.
Matthew Clark pushing down into the forward line. He's the big beanpole. He's the one to go to.
Kick by Marcus Ashcroft to the 50. Lepage. Mark. 6 marks to Justin Lepage. But he's kicked 3 goals, 5. Started at fullback, went to the forward line, where he's been their leading goal kicker in the last 2 years. But that was before Lee Matthews arrived. The great Lee turned him into a fullback for the first 7 rounds. But he's been on the forward line today. But a bit rusty with his kicking for goal with 3 goals, 5. Could he manage this? He's unloaded a big one. Clark! Couldn't quite complete the mark.
Free kick, I think.
Yeah, 3, no score. So 10 points the difference and 10 minutes left.
Benny Gale gives it across to Proctor to Daffy. Trying to find some run in this last quarter. He might put this close to the boundary line. He's looking for Richardson. Eustace may keep the ball alive. He does. Quick hands back to White. They've got the loose player in Scott. This could open up. Back to Kennedy. He's got the runner wide. He's looking for Malloy. He's also got Hart. They need a crumb. The Lions. Ottens does well. Malloy magnificent. Back to Champion, to Hart. Here come the Lions. Inside 50. Black. He's got Rogers to beat. Slaps it over the line. A 10-point ball game. 116 plays 106.
It's like holding back the tide at the moment for the Richmond defenders.
But still, Brisbane has not been in front since that opening goal of that first quarter, when Matthew Clark kicked the goal starting at full forward, gets his hands on the ball. The Tigers, they keep hanging on. The Lions got within 2 points in the third quarter. He backtracks, concedes ground, gives it across to Scott. Here comes Lepage in front. Can't take it on the second grab. Callaway driven into the ground. No free kick for the Lions. Lawrence under pressure, smothered off the boot. Campbell slaps the ball out, comes back to McRae. Could have caught one high. They pile on top. Slapped out by Black. Campbell again had it. This time a free kick. Maybe a lucky free kick. It was tough in the clinches. Campbell goes wide. He's looking for young Hollins.
Got Daffy running clean up the middle.
And Daffy's running on the edge of the centre square. It's a bad kick. Boyd's got to get there. Can't keep his foot. Lost his footing. Goes wide. Comes back to Bitterscombe. First game for the Tigers. It's a high ball. Otten sits underneath it and he's got it.
Young Brad Ottens kicks to the 50. Richardson! Richardson's kick 4. He got 3 in the second quarter. He thought of giving it off, but his best ploy is to go back and drill it. In the second quarter, he kicked one from about 55 metres. And this is a bit closer. Still day in Melbourne. It's nearly dark. Actually, that'll suit the Lions. They've played all their games at night. Richardson, a big breath. A goal here would give them a bit of breathing space. This for number 5. Teed off pretty well. Offline, off hands, and through for a minor score.
It was very good on the result of that kick. Midstream they stopped, and well, as like everybody else here, they were most interested in the result.
Plenty of time, just a tick under 8 minutes left in this final quarter. The Tigers by 11 points, short to Malloy. So the Tigers have held it up in the back line. No fast break at the moment. Boyd nearly pulled off a great save on the half-forward flank a few moments ago. Still tied up in the back pocket. Huskers gives him an option. Wants to get around Powell, who's quick. To Lawrence on the edge of the centre square. It can open up now. They've got the runners. Here comes White through the centre square, looking for Ackermanis out wide. He waits for the bounce. He'll need a kind one. He's got 2 to beat. He goes to ground, drags the ball in, flicks it out. Scott caught high by Rogers.
Well, inside 50 this quarter. Brisbane's been down there 12 times. The Tigers just 6.
Short. He was looking for Black. Thumped away. Ashcroft tried to take it. Lambert hasn't seen much action today. They'll ball it up. 40 metres out from the Lions' goal. They trail by 11 points.
And a few moments ago, KB, we saw this huddle down in the Brisbane forward line. Ball just coming through. Daffy taken relatively high.
So a chance for the Lions. Lawrence, 35 metres out. Quick snap. Through for a behind. So again, a 10-point ball game, and there's Bitterscombe down on the oval at centre half back, playing his first game for the Tigers. Craig Bitterscombe looks to be in a spot of trouble.
Going down into the forward line, and when he gets the footy, generally something happens for the Tigers.
The clock has stopped with 6 minutes 41 seconds left. In a game like this, that's plenty of time to go one way or the other, especially with a margin of just 10 points.
This is an important kick out too for the Tigers. They've had a bit of time to think about it. They've had a bit of a huddle to see what sort of tactics they're going to use to get this ball out of defence up into the forward line.
It's almost at the stage where the side that kicks the next goal will win this match. If Brisbane get it, they'll still be behind, but the momentum will be all their way. If Richmond get the goal, they'll be very difficult to stop.
Turner's kick clears the 50. Gale put on
Free
a
kick.
small, yes, free
Too
kick.
high. Black.
So Black's left footer to the top of the goal square. Johnson on the back! Johnson!
Simon Black's been a good player since he's come off the bench too. He's won a lot of the ball, 17 possessions, but this is
okay. Johnson to put the Lions within 4 points. And he's done that.
by 4 points, 5 goals as the thump comes out of the centre square. Ackermanis takes it, gives it across to Black. Here come the Lions. Lepage is in front, has the ball thumped away. Johnson hit the ball hard. Hands and knees was Bowden. They're piling in on top. Desperate play by the Tigers defence. Under so much pressure, there's Johnson having words with Joel Bowden. Johnson's booted 5 goals. Justin Lepage has booted 3 goals, 5. They've turned this game around. They trailed by 50 points in the second quarter. A goal to put them in front. Lambert the smother in game number 200. Tries to rip the ball out of the arms that time of Andrew Callaway. And again a ball up. It's just 25 metres out from Brisbane's goal. Jeff Geeshan looks on. An anxious Jeff Geeshan. What a week it's been for Richmond. Talk of a new coach, talk of a new president, talk of a new chairman of selectors, talk of coups. Lappin centres the ball. He was looking for Lepage. It was unselfish play. Tried to set it up. Here's Lawrence. 35 metres out. Concedes ground and finds Boyd. Directly in front. Brad Boyd puts the Lions in front. Michael Voss in the grandstand, the skipper, and his brother Brett
is in front after threatening for so long. Just under 5 minutes left. Can the Tigers steady and regain the lead that they've had since the opening couple of minutes of the game? The MCG at fever pitch as Clark wins in the middle. Turned back by Campbell. His hand pass astray. Here's Lawrence again. Good kick by Lawrence. Ashcroft marks. Running past Lapham. An irresistible force at the moment, the Lions. Punch down was by Chris Scott. Lepage lost it in the tackle. Umpire's going to ball it up.
Well, here's a test for the Tigers now, with the Lions hitting the front. Can they grit the teeth? Can they come back? Lee Matthews, a little bit edge in the box as well. This is an important ball up, Drew.
Clark backhands it down, intercepted by Rogers. It's all Brisbane. Brad Boyd, who kicked the goal to put them in front a minute ago. Steers it low. Flips off the hands and out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in. 4 minutes remaining. Well, if Jeff Geeshan was under pressure last week, what will next week be like if the Tigers lose this, having led by 50?
Well, it's 34 scoring shots to 27. Brisbane clearly in front. They've had so much of the footy. It'd just be difficult to see how they're going to lose it from here.
Lambert went in hard for the ball. They'll ball it up.
The Tigers
5 metres out from goal.
Sorry, KB. The Tigers, they've got to get something out of a couple of their midfielders. Maybe Broderick's got to come onto the ball, but Matthew Knight, since he took that blow, he's had just 4 possessions since half-time, and I'm sure he must have been concussed.
And Sean Hart went onto him and did a pretty good job. Tied up was Ashcroft by Powell. So again, they'll ball it up. Still 40 metres out from Brisbane's goal. They lead by 2 points. 119 plays 117. And a goal here would make it very tough for the Tigers. Gale got his hands on the ball to Bowden, who's been very good. Just pumps the ball along, looking for Richardson. Their gun is booted 4 goals. Kennedy be happy to see the ball over the line.
And Matthew Kennedy has been a very competitive player today. Richo's kicked, just the 3 at the moment? Well, 3 goals. 4 goals. He's been a very good player. But Kennedy has given them a lot of drive as well.
We'll throw in on centre wing. Clark and Gale, they've been at it for most of the day. Some pushing and shoving. Clark got his hands on the ball. Campbell tried to pinch it. Gets it out towards Hollands. Coming through hard was Euskus. Ball was slapped on by Bowden. Back to Daffy. Tries to weave his way through trouble. Caught by Scott. Champion takes it on hands and knees. Back to Ashcroft. Floats the ball forward. Knights was caught. Too high. Wow, it's a lucky free kick. Just what the Tigers needed.
That was below the collar.
Because he had him by the back of the jumper. Can he set it up? He's got Ottens in the square. Kicks it deep into the forward line. Richardson's there. Taken by Broderick. Quick snap. He's got it. Tigers in front.
Well, this is the best game of round 8. Could be the best game of the season. What a rip snorter at the MCG. Gale wins. Boyd knocks it back for the Lions. Lions have to do it all over again. The crowd at fever pitch. Free kick. Advantage to Richmond. It comes wide. Lionel Proctor, most of the day on the bench. He kicks to Richardson. Matty Richardson near the boundary line. 50 metres out. 2 1/4 minutes left. And the Tigers up by 4 points. If he nails this, he'd like their chances of winning the game. Magnificent kick! What a goal! Five goals to Richardson, and they've buried a few demons with that kick.
Well, if you reckon this isn't the best game of the year, you're feeling pretty good, but I've missed it because this has had just about everything that our great game has got to offer. The Tigers are going to win this match, and good on them.
Just under 2 minutes left. The Tigers showing plenty of spirit. They got headed by Brisbane. They've hit back. Goals to Broderick. Goals to Richardson. Still just under 2 minutes left. Clark taken away by Ottens. The Tigers now sense victory. Thump the ball deep in the forward line. Richardson couldn't take it. Just a bit off balance. Back to Richardson. Quick snap. Goal number 6. 6 goals to Matthew Richardson. And Jeff Gushin take a sigh of relief in the coach's box because you're home.
Jeff Gushin, I think Leon Daphne, he may be just sitting down at the moment thinking, well, at 50 points in front, this was going to be the easiest victory that they've had for some years. But when they got headed only 2 minutes ago, she was gone. What a comeback victory. What a match.
Phenomenal seesawing game here at the MCG. Unfortunately, only a minute and a half to go, but the Tigers are going to break a 3-game losing streak here, and they get the free kick. Powell wants to take advantage, but the ball's got to come back.
I've got to say, just in the excitement, we didn't have enough time, but there was a kicking in danger free kick paid about 3 minutes ago. It's the first kicking danger I've seen for 2 years.
They got it, Richmond.
Richmond got it, resulting in a goal, but sometimes you've got to take your luck when it's presented to you.
Campbell has Richardson finished off. He kicked 3 in the second quarter. He's got 6 for the game. And when the Tigers had the shakes, Matty Richardson has stepped up. He wants it back from Campbell. They want to count down the clock. Wayne Campbell going back to take his time. Under a minute left. The Richmond faithful are going to be rewarded here today. But what an effort by the Lions. Their first game in Melbourne in 8 rounds. Their first game in the daytime in 8 rounds. Campbell goes long, deep inside 50. Ottens is there, front of the pack. Ball out of play. Well, KB, you played 400 for them. You coached them. Take it away for the last half minute, mate.
Well, it's been a great game for the Tigers. See Benny Gale there in a little bit of pain. They started magnificently. They led by 50 points. Then Brisbane, to their credit, came back, hit the front in this last quarter. But the Tigers, here's Hilton, keeps the ball alive. Here's the danger man. Lepage back in defence. Booted 3 goals up forward. Daffy has the kick half smothered. Hollands tries to weave his way out of trouble. Back to Daffy. Quick snap. The duck. The duck has kicked the goal. There's the siren. It's all over. Was that a goal to Daffy on the siren?
Yes.
And they didn't signal it.
They didn't signal it.
No, they didn't signal the goal.
Here's Jeff Gushin. You can see the relief on his face. Alan Joyce there as well, chairman of selectors. And the Tigers have won.
How was the pressure today?
135.
Same as it's been every week, Paul. You know, every game is a big game, and our preparation and thoroughness doesn't change from week to week. And today we just got to score at the end of the game, which is great.
What do you thought when you're 50 points up and they come back at you again? Did you think about deja vu?
Look, we were challenged strongly there. I think they kicked 5 unanswered, but we kicked the next 3, and that gave me a little bit of heart to think that, you know, there was a bit of character there. But in the last quarter, we just went to a couple of little different structures that played it a little bit simple, went a little bit longer, and it paid off for us.
Matthew Richards was fantastic.
I love him, mate. I just love him. His spirit for the Tigers is unquestionable. I know that he makes the odd mistake here and there, but don't ever want anyone ever say that that kid can't play and he's not developing as a player. He's special.
Good on you, Geesh, and enjoy the success.
A 16-point victory for the Tigers after losing their 3 previous games. What a game at the MCG.
The MCG this afternoon, the Tigers roaring again after 3 straight defeats. 16-point winners. Richardson got 6, 3 each to Hilton and Bowden. Campbell and Holland booted 2. For the Brisbane Lions, Johnson 5 and...
Squad used another week of bad press to motivate the Tigers, but the Lions hit first, Clark goaling inside 30 seconds. Matthew Richardson pulled in a one-hander, but having seen it all before, the fans reserved their judgment. Matthew Knight's pleading for some emotion as Richmond took the first term by 20 points. With Campbell adding extra scoring power from the goal square, the Tigers broke away to a 50-point lead. Former Lion Rory Hilton everywhere.
Hilton's gone, he's going to kick a goal!
But Brisbane fought back late with Lepage thrown into attack, Jeff Geeshan given a 28-point half-time buffer. In all too familiar scenes, the Tigers were then overran, the Lions allowed to move the ball with numbers, much to Geeshan's disgust.
Closing, 25 metres out, Ashcroft kicks a goal!
Malloy took the sting out of Knight's game, and despite some courageous defence, Brisbane closed in fast. Brad Boyd putting the Lions in front as the clock ticked into time on.
Puts the Lions in front!
However, just as things looked lost, Richo came to the rescue, 2 late goals giving him a match-winning 6 for the match. The coach almost managing a smile as Richmond returned to the winners list.
I think some people should have fairly red faces about trying to create a situation out of nothing to perhaps big note themselves.
Mark Doran, 7 Nightly News.
He's back in this lineup, he's playing his 50th game. And importantly, it was Ben Hart who finally broke free from Matthew Rogers' attention and got the ball in front of the midfield line and punched it, kicked it in low and flat into the forward line quickly.
2 goals to Peter Vardy. So again, it's up to the Tigers if they can come back. Rogers soccers off the ground, down towards the left half forward. Here's Hart and Broderick going at it once again. Burke gives it out towards Broderick. He shrugs the tackle, goes onto that left foot and kicks him inside 50. Richardson is lurking nearby, but so too is this guy. He shoots in towards goal. Clay Sampson, he's against his old team, and Richardson has dropped back to take the mark.
Well, that was a magnificent move by Clay Sampson and Matthew Richardson. He's just taken so many marks running towards the goal tonight that it's been a terrific setup by, I think, the coach Jeff Geeshan, the way he's orchestrated his forward line.
Richardson from point-blank range, and the lead changes hands again. What a big finish we've got here for you at Football Park. Saturday night football coming away on 7. It's the Tigers now who lead by 5 points. Hollins couldn't take it. Goodwin can.
Good player.
Picks it up beautifully in these very trying conditions. Goes long to left half forward. Vardy's lurking there. McLeod and Connell there also. And it is Connell who skis over the line.
Sandy, in conditions like this, I think both coaches are just looking for something a little bit extra for some of their players.
Yep. 1 kick in it. The scoring is going to be difficult for both sides. Vardy trying to get it out, but he can't do so. Gale, a little toe poke towards the line. And finally pushed over by Craig Biddiscombe.
And I don't mean so much in the terms of skill, I just mean total commitment at the ball.
Yep. 101%. There's the youngster, Ben Hollins, kicked a goal earlier in this term. Pittman beats Gale. Gale got a hand to it, but so did Harrison. It was almost socket out of his hands. Costa goes again with another one towards Biddiscombe and co. Burton. Looks an exciting prospect, Platts.
He is, Sandy, and he's this type of bloke who's one day I would think that he would take a mark of the year.
I look forward to seeing that because he does look the athletic type. Pittman comes over the back. Crows surging forward, but it has halted temporarily. Richmond lead by 5 points. Heavy rain continuing to pour. Gets crunched by Rogers, but he got boot to ball. Well done.
That's a free kick.
James was shoved, and he's got a free kick.
had a pretty good game tonight, Brett James. This is his 27th possession.
Good work by Hart. He's picked himself up. Here's the lead. No mark taken. Pulled in, now out towards Peter Caven. Caven wobbles a punt into full forward. They belted over the line, the Tiger defence. We've got a throw in the Crows' right forward pocket.
Andrew McLeod's had just one kick in this second half, but it would not be beyond the champion that his next one wins them the game.
Good point.
That's a big call, Jared.
Yeah, but he likes a big call as the chairman, and McLeod is lurking right there. Going nowhere at the moment. Here he is. Here he is! Into full forward, and Jared, the scriptwriter, almost had his finest moment. He may still have it, but not at the minute.
Nearly the magician of football, Jared.
How'd it look from down there, Curls?
It looked good.
It looked good from here.
Oh dear, under 7 minutes remaining. Campbell brings it in. Burton the fall from behind. Oh, that's very unsporting, isn't it?
I think he's playing it against David Pittman rather than Burton.
It is. Yeah. Maybe the hand on the back.
Maybe Caven.
Of Benny Gale. It gives him the ball anyway, and he kicks to centre wing. Richardson, well spoilt by Stevens. Slapped forward, down towards Nigel Smart. Sampson taken out of it. Smart bends it back to centre wing. Connell drops the slippery cake of soap, but so too did Bitterscope. And he said, I'm heading for the boundary line in a not so subtle fashion, and the Crow fans know that.
Got a pretty good setup here, Richmond. All the players bar Ben Hollands are forward of the 50-metre line. So if they can just penetrate it, it's just going to be a race to the goal square.
38,212 fans in attendance here tonight. The Harrison give to Kellaway is all right, down towards Sampson, Smart, Rogers, and also Caven. Now look out, Rashudo's loose on the outer side. Here comes the Roo. Look out, bang, Crouch, beautifully done. Vardy, Peter Vardy, chips in towards Tyson Edwards. Couldn't take it cleanly at the first attempt. Rory Hilton can belt it clear. Could have tried to sock off the ground. It's opened the door again for Vardy. Vardy shoots towards goal, but this time he's out of bounds on the full.
It's a pretty good build-up, Sandy, that, but just let you down there in about the last couple of seconds.
Once again, though, Rat, we saw the no flat hands to try and mark that ball.
Robbie, oh, you look comfortable down there, Curls. Robbie Powell on the last line of defence. Time at the moment not entering into the equation. Powell kicks to the outer side boundary area where it is over. Main goal kickers for the night, Wayne Campbell for the Tigers has 3. He is the principal scorer on the ground. Richardson and Holland both have 2, whilst for Adelaide, Jarman, Edwards and Peter Vardy all have 2. Gaspar picks it up nicely. Check sides it, trying to centre it back in towards the middle. That kick goes straight up and down. Robran, the flyer from the side. Richardson was there also. Look at them pounce on it. Out it comes to Knight. He's had a big second half. Pushes wide. And the Basset Hound won't get there in time. Yep, and still 5 minutes remaining. Still anyone's game. But when the Crows did hit the front, Richmond replied, well, within 30 seconds. That was the sign of a pretty good side as Smart applies some solid pressure to pull the rain, Kills.
Just a steady drizzle.
Winning hasn't been a problem here really for Richmond. They've won a couple of big games here in recent times. They're looking to make it 3. Gale and Pittman jostling in the middle. Look at the sensational tackle for the ball to spill free to Broderick. Broderick kicks it back up towards half forward. Burke is there outside 50. Kicks it in towards the pocket. Richardson is there.
Well, that was an outstanding tackle by Duncan Callaway on Andrew McLeod. I think it was McLeod. It may well have been Rashudo. It was Rashudo. And that has turned the ball over in favour of the Tiger. Just when it looked like the Crows were going to break free. Now it's Matthew Richardson to seal this match.
Jared, it's hard to understand why Connell didn't soccer the ball off the ground.
2 goals for the night. 26 for the season, but that's the most important one maybe, and he's got it. 3 goals to Matty Richardson. 334 in his career. Robin wins it out of the middle, but it's his opposing number 10 in Daffy. Kicks the half forward, chopped off by Smart. Light is almost back to normal, which is good news, although looking at that kick you mightn't think so. Just a short little one towards James. He gets claimed. Ball spills free to Rogers. They're running now, the Tigers. Clay Sampson against his old side. Goes for home and hits the top of the post. Kicked a goal in the second quarter, did Clay Sampson.
Sandy, it's full marks to Richmond. They've done it the hard way, that they were trailing, and but they've stuck to their guns, and they've certainly outpointed the Crows in tough conditions.
Back into play once more. Tigers at the moment finishing full of running. Up towards Burke, he couldn't take it. Smart waits down in front. Nigel Smart charges out of defence. Time now is becoming a factor for the Crows. They need 2 straight kicks. There's some holding on. It's going away for the Crows. Pittman's got it. No advantage, G.
Too far back there.
Now, back it comes. Pittman is the man. He's at half forward.
Well, they must score out of this one if they've got any opportunity to win this game.
Goes short. Oh, well, he had a couple of them lining up. I think he wanted the first, he got the second, but it's Daffy who defends. He wobbles a kick out towards half-back, and taking it over the line is Bitterscombe for another throw-in.
That was Nick Daffy's 31st kick for the night.
The conditions have just been too slippery to go for those little chip passes into a hard leading forward.
Decent old degree of difficulty too with a slippery ball like this and wet conditions.
Pittman over the top. Connell gets a call out the back. Who from? Wayne Campbell. And Campbell appreciates it. He goes back into the middle. Bassett says, look out, I'm the hound, and I'm coming through. But it didn't deter Burke, who gives it to Gasper. Looks for Richardson on half forward. Can't take it, but he's the first to recover. He's got a free kick because it was too high. And Richardson will go back from 55. There's no one in the square, so he can go for home. And he lets go a booming punt that is as wide as the River Murray. Out of bounds on the full. Now the Crows have got to bring it back. Connell in the back pocket. Comes to half back. Well trapped by Caven. There's some urgency now. There's only 2.5 minutes remaining. They need a couple of goals, the Crows. The Tigers have just got to steady it down. Jarman is standing by to come back. Win one last-ditch attempt to steal the points.
Well, someone's going to do something terrific. He's the man to do it.
11 points the margin. Tigers leading. Bitterscombe caught by Caven, spills free to Rogers. He's got Campbell running for him. Campbell stopped just for a moment. Now he goes on with it. Kicks in towards half forward. Bassett going with the flight of the ball, couldn't take it. Richardson and Burke. They're the 2 boys for the Tigers. Here goes Richo. Ripped to the ground. Ball spills free. Burke has a crack at it. Ripped to the ground. And he's going to get a free kick. Much to the annoyance of Stevens.
Actually, Gerard, this boy's been a pretty handy player for Richmond tonight. He's done very well across that area.
Yeah, on and off the bench, he's given them that extra bit of bite up forward and complements Matthew Richardson very well.
He's got a good brain on him, this fella.
Just goes short. It's okay. They probably realise there's 1 3/4 minutes left. Certainly not too much anyway.
In towards full forward. Smart.
Oh, good grab.
Good strong grab.
Fantastic grab in these conditions.
Rodro. 1.5 minutes. Let's see what they can do. He runs a long way. He runs his full distance. Wobbles it up towards centre wing. Costa leads in the race. Costa is caught by Matty Knight. They've taken over. Tigers thrilling winners last week after looking to have it home and hosed.
All the players thought it was out of bounds. It's a throw up, actually.
Yep. And it looks as though they're going to figure in another thrilling win tonight. James pushes over the line.
It's amazing how the fortunes of footy can turn around. Less than 7 days ago, the Tigers were seemingly crumbling at the seams, and
with
now
a rich hunt about to happen.
Yep. Now they're
they've won 2.
Going to the State of Origin, Blake lying.
It's a good win by Richmond tonight.
Rain pelting down now, which is good news. Gaspar got a hand to it from the throw-in. That could almost... No, I was going to suggest be construed as holding it. But James under real pressure.
They really have put the Crow forward under pressure, the Tiger defence.
Done a grand job. Knights will see this towards the line with Costa. Very close to coming off his boot. But it may have been over the line as he tried to pick it up. Just a few seconds left. The Tigers are going to win a thriller here at Football Park.
It's the heaviest rain I've seen footy played in for a long time.
Well, let's hope we get used to it for a few weeks. Daffy loses out to Burton. Tries to surge it forward. James couldn't hold the slippery one. Robin comes in over the top. It's socket off the ground. And there it is. Tigers have won a thriller. And they are absolutely ecstatic. The boys from the benches have leapt out and gone to meet their charges. This is a big win for the Richmond Football Club. A big win.
Yes, it's an outstanding 4-point victory. 4 points won here by the Tigers. Prevailed by 11 points, and at the start of the third quarter, start of the last quarter, Platts, it looked as if Adelaide were going to come home, but you can't take anything away from Richmond. They've just dug deep as a club and as individuals and produced 2 scintillating victories, and Matthew Richardson he's just growing in stature as a player.
And this is just a great effort by the Richmond Football Club. I think Jeff Geeshan will be very, very happy with the game tonight. His players, there was doubts on his coaching ability over the last 3 or 4 weeks, and this is just outstanding the way that they have come over here and demolished the Adelaide Crows.
Matty Richardson, you see him there shaking hands with Stevens and Hart. Richardson finished with 3 goals. Wayne Campbell also had 3. Now I can see Curls down there in the thick of things with the players there, but they may be going down to their squad, their fans, to say thank you. So you might be struggling a bit, Curls, but don't go busting your pupper.
Oh, just get on the way back.
You just take it easy, Curls.
Yeah, you're just on the comeback trail. We don't want to lose you again.
How heavy is that rain there, Curls?
It's driving him into the ground.
Up to win a thriller, and they've got the club song out on the ground. I wonder if we can pick it up. Maybe we can open Curls' microphone because he's down there.
Yeah.
Moving across slowly.
Yeah, a bit of the old water in the microphone there, but you might be able to get someone there, Curls. Jeff Geeshan, isn't he? You're right.
I got Nick Daffy was here.
Good boy, go for it.
Okay, well, Nick, that was a tough one.
No, that's one of the best wins I've been involved in for years. It was fantastic. This weather, we love it. We love the wet, actually.
Well, it's amazing. When it did start to rain heavy, you boys got on top.
Yeah, look, we controlled it. I thought we controlled it well early. We wasted a lot, but then in the end, we just come so far, and we haven't been playing well, and we've been getting criticised, and a win like this can hopefully get us started for a good year.
Looked like there was a specific game plan with the extra forward down the back area.
Yeah, look, we tried, I think, Ben Harrison back there, and at one stage there, Eccles was getting a bit of the ball, and I think we might have went one-on-one after half-time, and I think it worked really well.
A couple of weeks ago, you had some knockers over in Melbourne, but I think you've answered them.
Yeah, for sure. I think they'll get into a few of the senior players and saying we couldn't handle the taggers and stuff. But, I mean, we had guys like Benny Hollands and Lionel Proctor come on today. You know, the 18th sort of players doing really well, and that's what you need. So,
well played. Enjoy yourself.
Thanks.
Good luck,
Yeah, well done, Curls, and well done to Nick Daffy too. Gee, he had a big night out with 31 kicks, 5 hand passes and a couple of marks, and that's great to see Jeff Geeshan there letting the emotions run free. They've copped plenty in the last few weeks. Okay, they had an exciting win last week, but it's good to see the old yellow and black back. Winning on the road is always tough, and winning here is especially tough, Jared.
Well, Nick Daffy said it was one of the best victories he's ever been a part of, and well, you can imagine that would exactly where the sentiment should be feeling after slogging your body through driving rain and coming up against all odds. The premiers of the last 2 seasons, they have had a huge turnaround in 2 weeks, the Tigers, and if you come up against them in the next couple of weeks, you're going to have an enormous fight on your hands, because they are now a club that have rejuvenated themselves. The spirits obviously is up and running, and They have now reinvented themselves into a very, very competitive side, whereas a month ago, Sandy, they were really struggling as a team.
Exactly right. I think the old Tiger choir might be in full voice again.
Assumes the full forward position. Centre breaks at the moment in this first quarter, going the way of the Tigers. And that has been shepherded through. Still in the danger zone. Tyson Edwards. Chances, does some good body work. Vardy may get another chance here. Keeps it playing. Outside because the hand pass away. Richardson again from a standing start. Pumps it long. Can anyone get a touch to it? An opportunity if it goes through. I think it went through, or did it not? It's a goal. It would have been, but it's a slippery ball. Jarman still going, trying to sock it down. He's still going, Jarman. Now he's at the bottom. No! Eccles gets front spot and almost gets crunched. Screaming for it, and here he comes. Richo wants to play on and does. 20 metres out, gives the hand pass to Holland, and the Tigers have a much needed goal.
Song, this bloke is terrific, and he Jarman for Adelaide off the ground. And a goal for the Crows. Eccles and Burke collide.
And almost gets crunched. Harrison picks it up. Now the Tigers should get out of trouble.
And
he's still down, I think, Eccles.
where am I? Johnson and Kellaway. Bang. And Richardson, a key player again for the Tigers. A terrific mark and goal.
Richardson from point blank.
In very breezy and slippery conditions. Hope we get some of that rain over here. And again.
It's hard to understand why Connor didn't soccer the ball off the ground.
2 goals for the night, 26 for the season, but that's the most important one maybe, and he's got it.
Furious over the reigning Premier. Yes, that's what they are. By 11 points. Again, Matthew Richardson was the inspiration, kicking 2 last quarter goals. 3 losses in a row now for Adelaide. And
around the ball, he was moving, rather than perhaps moving across the ground in a lateral sense, he was doing a lot of movement up the ground from full forward to centre. And look at the skills in the wet conditions.
Yeah, look, probably the conditions you wouldn't think, Ben, for someone the size of Matthew Richardson and yourself for that matter, but the trip over to Adelaide doesn't seem to faze you guys.
Yeah, it was a pretty wild night. We had the electrical storms and the rain coming down, but Richo played fantastic, and just showed by marks like that.
Yeah, we've spoken, or it's been spoken about the skill level of Richmond, but you don't have to be skillful to tackle hard.
No, the conditions last night probably suited us a little bit better. Adelaide's a pretty skillful side, and with their run and handball, and we focused on a one-on-one battle. We had to beat our opponent, and we knew it was going to be a hard slog all night.
6 years ago, these little quick, soft hands out of the pack, we were taught by our coaches to handball away from trouble. But
furthest point, yeah.
Yeah, furthest point. Now it's that 1 or 2 metre little quick give like that.
Yeah, under slippery conditions, took 6 really good marks, kicked 3 goals, and he was instrumental in the Richmond win. Another side with their back against the wall the last 2 weeks have come out and proved everyone wrong, and back in the final 8.
Now, Matty Allen, your mate Matthew Richardson is always under the spotlight because he's such a champion, but the last 4 weeks I've seen him 3 times and he's been great. His conversion has been good, and he is a real integral part of the Richmond Footy Club.
Yeah, Rex, well, he's just been dominating from what I've seen. We played them about 3 weeks ago, and he really tore us apart and was nearly got them over the line. So I think we all know how good a player he is, and when he's on song, he's just unstoppable now.
And he was one player, when the conditions got that bad, he was one player that really stood up for them last night, along with Nick Daffy. I think he had about 31 kicks, so I'm sure they have a bit of a sore foot this morning.
It was good to see Ben Harrison make a good comeback too after a suspected torn anterior cruciate in the pre-season.
Yeah.
And his first game back in the seniors, and it looked like he performed pretty well.
Sitting back there last night when the rain came, it was just absolutely to the Tigers' liking. But I thought it all started in the centre, and blokes like Knights and Broderick getting it out of the centre with the duck in Nick Daffy, and Benny Gale gave them every opportunity. I think the Tigers really grouped together, and they moved the ball with a lot of precision. And this young boy, Hollands, he drilled it from about 40 metres out. But it was pretty goal for goal then, as you can see, 59 or 65 to 60. And Adelaide did have their chances, but what they did, they tried to play dry weather football. And Scotty, there was just a problem with the light out there last night, and they're lucky they had a backup.
Well, the lightning sort of blew all the fuses out there, all the bulbs in the towers, Rex. Half of them went out. Fortunately, the South Australian National Football League had put in an auxiliary power plant.
Lead withstanding a Tigers fight back to win by a goal. Nick Holland and Daniel Chick booting 3 each.
The Hawks had struggled to score goals in their recent outings. Today, early at least, Chick got them off on the right foot. Hilton made his intentions known early but missed. More accurate was Joel Smith with an outstanding effort from the boundary line.
Smith kicks a ripper goal.
Trailing by 16 points, Richmond hit back early in the second. Broderick ran in for an easy goal, and then with his first kick, Biddiscombe bombed home a beauty.
He fires a goal. Oh, great kick, terrific play.
Crawford appeared to be tripped in the goal square, but goal umpiring too had the crowd puzzled. This Nick Daffy kick brought up 4 points, while one from Nick Holland registered only a behind. Holland was furious. He goaled moments later and gave the umpire both barrels, landing in hot water with umpire Harvey. At the other end, Ottens kept the Tigers close with 2 big goals and just 3 points in it at three-quarter time.
Oh, that is a magnificent kick!
In the final quarter, Richardson had a chance to put Richmond in front, but missed. Taylor made him pay. He booted 2, the Hawks, home by 6 points.
A goal and kicks a great goal!
Peter Landy, 7. Night leading.
You actually had a stint at Melbourne a couple of years ago. You went on and played in a premiership in Adelaide. How are you finding your second time in Melbourne at the moment?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was only 17, 18 at the time at Melbourne and probably got a little bit homesick, so sort of wanted to get back home, and lucky enough to play in the premiership with Adelaide, and unfortunate to miss out last year, but no, I'm happy to be back in Melbourne.
What about 97 premiership, Clay? That must have been a fantastic highlight in your career to win a premiership medallion, still only a young fella. But you got injured early in that game. How did that affect your feelings on the medallion? Did you feel like you were a bit robbed getting injured early?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to not to be part of the out on the ground for the majority of the game definitely disappoints you for sure. And sort of, I mean, the dream would have come true if we played back to back and played more part of that game. But
what have you done with the medallion now?
It's actually tucked away in one of the drawers, I think.
Very lucky boy.
Just wanted to ask Mrs. Sampson, how was play that week anyway, after the grand final win?
Last grand final?
Yeah, 97.
97, I wasn't actually there.
Not on the scene. We actually, after the next break, we got the one that was on the scene coming in then. Clay, let's get quite serious. Hawthorn really came to play. I know that's a cliche a lot of people use, but you blokes knew you were in for a bit of a game, but right from the start, the Hawks took it up to you yesterday.
Yeah, definitely.
The game, didn't he, Dwayne? So that just shows you how far he had to run outside or from goals to be effective.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it really was a telling stat that he couldn't really get too many shots at goal, and here, as you see, he's very wide when he gets it inside 50, and that was a crucial miss as well. But Richardson's game, it was something special. It's just that he didn't have many friends out there that were playing as well as him.
No, look, he was obviously identified early doors as a real key to their game, and Johnny Hay had a big job. I thought Johnny was okay, but
the pressure goals, and I mean, that was a welcome return. I mean, when Richard Taylor's playing well, he kicks those goals, and in the end, that was the difference between winning and losing, and he was fantastic.
You see him there just with the arms around. This is a great hit out from the big fella too. He won't call it himself, but that is copybook. That should be taken out and put in coaching manuals. Fish, there you go, mate.
Oh, thanks, Steve, for the touch. That's great. I appreciate that.
This is his second season, and that's the best game he has played for Hawthorn. It's the best game that he's played since his knee reconstruction, and you and Woodsy would obviously know how well and how pleased he must have been after the game to get a good game like that under his belt.
The sidestepping here is fantastic. That shows confidence on the knee, which means it's all going to get better for him.
Port leading by 1 point. No free kick. There could have been there as Daffy tries to get a kick away. Here's Chaffey. Was he held? Daffy goes again, straight onto the chest of Stevens. He's got Dew on the outer side. A little bit of space here. Stewie Dew. I'll tell you what, they'll be rocking at Billy Bell's down there in South Melbourne. Port's home in Melbourne because they're leading by 1 point at the moment. Billy will be struggling to keep his feet. He gets that excited over it. Look at Cockatoo Collins.
Look at this.
Continue to go. He's inside 50. Go again, Jay. He does. He might go all the way. He's still going. Now taken to ground. Puts it back in play. That was shades of harms. A cry of ball. What a decision. What a decision.
At holding the ball. Jay Cockatoo Collins, though, that was magnificent stuff. He controlled the ball with his foot. Now watch this.
Play of the night.
That was Donald Dickey, but Gasper getting after it. Well, there's no attempt there. That is a fair and reasonable decision.
Oh, God. 2.5 minutes left.
And the right person has it. He's a left footer.
Yes, in that pocket.
He knows where to kick goals from.
But he's kicking into a rotten breeze and pouring rain. They lead by 1 point, the Power.
Well, everybody's dried the ball for him.
Oh, golly.
And everybody's told him how to kick it.
Well, this, if it's a goal, could seal the game for the Power.
It's a brilliant kicker goal, this kid.
Let's wait and see.
But not that
right
time.
across the face, G. It's still in play. It's still in play. Oh, Cockatoo Collins got a shot away, but that was all. Eagle and again.
He's done it again. Well, for such a shocking night, it's been an absorbing, gripping game.
Great shepherd by the umpire there too.
Treadray has it, says, righto boys, we're going to hold this up.
And every player is telling him, play for time.
And Wanganeen and Chaffee, they've been at it for a fair while now, and they're still going. It matters not to Treadray.
And incredibly, almost all players other than two in Port Adelaide's forward area now into the breeze.
You can't work it out, can you? Here's Treadray.
Nice kick.
Into the pocket. And defensive mark taken by Andrew Kellaway. Time now is against the Tigers. Campbell couldn't take the mark, picked up by Brewer, and he says, I'm going straight to the boundary line, but I'll disguise it as best I can, and he does. 4-8, plays 3-12. Prior to this, St Kilda had the lowest score, that was 3 goals 8. Well, they still have it now. After that last Tiger goal, Lade comes over the top and gets a pat on the back for his efforts. He's been a mighty player tonight for the Power, has Brendan Lade. On centre wing, McKee came over the top, tried to slap it clear. Daffy through without it. Cryer ball goes up once again. We've got another throw in. We've got it on centre wing, and this is only helping Port Adelaide, and it's hurting Richmond.
50 seconds to play, Sandy. I think Port Adelaide have just done enough.
I think they have now. They need something spectacular, the Tigers, and they've just got to get it out of this scrum situation. The Power aren't going to let that happen. They're going to record their 5th win of the season, but it's going to be a game that'll be remembered for a long, long time to come. On centre wing. Daniels came through with a fist. Dickey's at the bottom, and he's going to celebrate his 50th game with a win. You can bet on that now. 26 seconds and counting down. Been some wonderful players here tonight. Lade, Adam Kingsley's been quite outstanding. Here's Chaffee. Chaffee, this is the last roll of the dice for the Tigers. It's inside 50. Mead gives chase. He says, I'll push towards the line. He loses it. Evans has got a chance now. He leaves it. He leaves it from Kellaway. Kellaway slipped over. It's all over. Port has won a thriller.
Well, Stuart Dew, who played so well, and you can see what it means to these Port players. So disappointing, so devastating last week. Controlled the game for most of the night. Richmond ran and charged bravely at them in this last quarter, but you can see how much it means to Port Adelaide. A tremendous win in these sort of conditions.
Confidence must be really shattered. It'll be interesting to see how they start this match.
Cats kicking to the left of screen. There's McGrath and Richardson. Graham's got Platt. Poor bounce to start it. Otten's in the centre square. Such an important game for both these clubs tonight to make something of 99. All is not lost for the winner, you'd reckon. Well done by Holland, and then belts it forward. Not a very good-looking kick, but it's very effective. Richardson's going to kick behind. Really, well, he tells the tale. He knows he should have done better.
Lose direction of where you're kicking it, you're going to be in trouble.
Sanderson got it from Milburn, kicks to centre wing, Steinfort. Handball by Platt, and then Otten's had it cut off. Right in front of our commentary position here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Lindsay, Knights. Very hard to get it away, and it looked as if it was a high tackle originally on the Richmond player, but a ball up. What about the Tiger bench, Dipper? And hold your breath here. There's one that you remember.
Yes, my good mate Mark Drazovic. Brett Evans, Brendan Gale, and Michael Proctor.
Good on you, Dipper. It's Knights. Quick kick. Almost to 50 here. McGrath, well, he missed it in the end, and Richardson takes off, and Richo goes, bends it back. Well, how about that one? Missed the easy one, kicked the Hardy.
Campbell trying to get Riccardi, and also Daniel Lowther in there for Geelong. Richmond through Bowden, dispossessed. In goes Gary Hocking. We become accustomed to watching him in and under. That was Lindsay too, showing a bit of desperation for Geelong around the football. Jeff Geeshan and Ross Lyon off to the right there. One of Jeff Geeshan's trusty lieutenants in the coach's box for the Tigers. Lindsay doing the ruck work. In went Gary Hocking. Didn't take the football with him. May have collected one of two of the Tiger boys as he tried to crash his way through. Umpire will bounce.
I'll just say this, Robbo. 15 minutes into the first quarter, Gary Hocking's had one handball. Duncan Kellaway's done a very good job sticking very close to him.
The big playmaker for the Cats. Hocking, Lindsay doing some ruck work. Burns going the wrong way now. Hocking, but the handball to nobody. Daffy's getting the ball, and the left foot kick to fall forward, and Richardson's got it. Well, this is a fascinating duel because McGrath's getting a bit of it, but Richo's probably getting too much of it from McGrath's point of view.
Well, he is frame in front, and he's hitting it at full speed. There is no way he can defend it.
Well, the fans will have their hearts in their mouths because this has been his problem over the years. That's a good kick.
That was an interesting kick too. He stabbed it very low. I don't know if that's the sort of thing you'd like to see him do. You prefer to see them kick the ball exactly the same way every time.
Forward by Daffy to half forward. Oh, good mark, Clapp in the front. On his chest. Gives Mansfield a little bit to go on with.
Well, you'd hope that he kicks it a little bit better than he did last time. It was a very good mark. He just got on the attacking side of Mansfield, used one arm to just keep him away, give himself correct position, a good leap and a good mark, and he needs a solid kick here.
He's gone up and marked the spot. How does it play on your mind, do you think, when you've had a really bad kick first up?
Well, it's always something that is in the back of your mind. Your confidence isn't quite right until you do kick one, but at least this time he knows that distance isn't a problem, so he can just go through his set routine, not worry about anything except kicking through the ball on the right line. He'll have the distance covered. He shouldn't make a mistake from here.
He's only played a couple of senior games this year. Back in the team tonight. Gets underneath it. It's close. It looks all right. He's got it.
For the Cats, Lindsay doing the ruck work. Duncan Kellaway to Bowden. Missed that player. Broderick. He's well tackled by Milburn. Ball spills now. Opportunity for Duncan Kellaway once again. Kicks it out towards the wing where the mark dropped by Barnes.
Oh, hello.
It was a chest mark. Daffy kicks it off the ground.
You are kidding.
We'll get back to that one in a second or three. Mensch, little tap on by Holland. Chance there for Dragosevic. Good kick in the finish. Rogers right onto it. Go Matthew Rogers and kick a Tiger goal from 45.
Well, I don't mean to be rude, and I don't want to contradict the umpires too much, but that's an umpire's goal. That is one of the worst decisions I've ever seen.
Do you reckon that was a mark?
Nick Daffy did not have his eyes on the ball at any stage. He jumped into Johnny Barnes with an outstretched hand. The ball was turned over and they kick a goal.
Can go short. Oh, he's a good selection of the option, wasn't it? Dragosevic, his kick towards full forward. Getting back, great mark to young Holland. like the look of their tall fellas. Young Ottens has got tremendous promise, so has this boy, and he just put his long arms up in the air and has taken a good mark, nearly in the square.
It's very similar to the one that Ben Graham took earlier. He had his direct opponent and then a ruckman in Johnny Barnes coming over the top, but just one solid grab. Fantastic grab.
Well, he should kick a goal from here. The player on the mark just being set up by the central umpire in control in that area of the ground. There you can see what is confronting Ben Holland. He's right in front, only 10 metres out, and he converts. It's a goal to the Tigers. The Richmond and Geelong fans watching the game and pretty close by. Kick forward there by Nick Daffy. He's working tirelessly. That's better, Matthew Richardson. Away there to Plapp. Plapp's kick is a beauty. He spotted the player from about 40 metres and put it on young Ben Holland's chest. Goes into the pocket. That's pretty good too. Has Richardson covered some territory there or what?
Sensational, He was calling for the ball the moment he entered the 50. He had the arms outstretched and he said, kick it to me, kick it to me, kick it to me. Now the crowd booing at the angle that Matthew Richardson's been put on.
Well, he's going to improve it and kick a goal.
But Buddha's an interesting one. He's been sitting it out for a long time now. Short kick in from Sanderson.
He's about to come back on, boys.
Found Milburn. Right. Those old Hawthorn blokes, they think alike, Gary Ayres and Jason Dunster. They must get an itch at about the same time every day. The kick by shoulder, centre half forward. Mooney again. Oh, well done, McKee.
Yeah.
Mooney again trying to use a little push on Gasper, but McKee was good. Holland's had a very good quarter. Ben Holland, a couple of good marks. The pass to Richardson a moment ago was a beauty, and he got to mark himself. There's a couple on here. Evans has got it. Now Plapp, you go over the top surely. Does now. Back to Evans. Should kick a goal. Should kick a goal. And does. The Tigers march away. First time I feel they're now getting right on top.
They are. Geelong have got two serious problems. They're not winning the ball in the middle and they're not winning the ball at half forward. Jason Mooney's been well held by Darren Gasper. They've got no other marking options.
They're clearly letting it go until it is certainly trapped before they call for a ball up, and that's great.
Lindsay Kilpatrick off the ground to centre half forward. Hocking, well done, Buddha. Left foot, a bit awkward. Gasper's got it. Gasper's kick is neat. Rogers uses Harrison, who uses Chaffee. Chance here for the Tigers to set it up. He's got a couple of blokes in the centre. McKee's one of them. Chaffee's normally a reasonable kick. Richardson the target. No one went. Richardson's unhappy. Well, he was close enough to make some go of it, and Mansfield's taken the mark. So a wasted opportunity. Short. Gets to Raleigh.
Got to be a bit careful about baking the players down the ground too, Matthew Richardson. That body language is not good. The kick forward, nearly taken by Mooney, gathered here by Rogers, kicks across his left shoulder. Gee, a chance here for Proctor. He's got plenty of metres to spare out there at right half back. He can tap the ball to the ground once, he can do it again, but he decides on a kick in towards half forward to a one-on-one, which was Evans and Milburn, taken by Graham, taken out of the contest by Evans. In goes Holland for the Tigers. Takes the ball over for about Daffy. 16 kicks and 2 hand passes. Without doubt, the leading possession gatherer on the ground in the first half. Chance again for Proctor. Good hand pass. Chance for Dragicevic. Oh, clever again. Onto the left foot, onto the chest of Matthew Richardson. And he has the opportunity from directly in front, 50 metres from goal. He goes back a long way. He's going for his 4th goal. It'll be his 6th shot. Long run up. Very deliberate. He's going to pump this all the way. Bring the house down. That's a beautiful kick. A goal to the Tigers. Well, Richmond have kicked 5 behind so far in this 3rd quarter. On the other hand, Geelong have kicked 2 goals, 1, and they bring the ball game back to within 4 points. Richmond lead. We've got 4 3/4 minutes left. Steinfort, Raleigh's been terrific. Raleigh's kicked to full forward. Good, strong mark taken by Callaway across the half-back line. Goes out wide and finds Proctor. Releases Matthew Knights. Uses the ball pretty well. And right on centre wing, Rogers is marked.
It's been good, Rogers. Normally a long kick. Goes to half forward. Richardson, McGrath. Richardson front spot, belted away. Lowther, ball still to be won here. Dragicevic was terrific. To Daffy. Loves this situation. Loads up. loads up and goals.
If we could ask John when he gets a moment in play, whether the umpires might have a look at these replays and maybe take a lot of note of Ronnie Burns with his getting rid of the ball illegally.
Yeah, look, I certainly think they should look at the replay and see what they've done wrong tonight, but I'd be opposed to them going into next week's games or the games that follow with any preconceived ideas.
So the kick down the line, no mark taken. Barnes very cleverly again. Oh, run down by Broderick. That's the sort of desperation that'll win a game of football when it's close like this. Geelong 2 points in front. And have a look at Paul Broderick. Oh, you beauty. That was a great tackle. He's behind the wing. He'll kick the ball close to half forward. Up in front. Great mark, Richardson. That's Matthew Richardson, of course. His kick in towards full forward. The leap from behind was by Holland. Kick forward by Sampson. A goal to Richmond. Kick by Clay Sampson.
Sometimes the leaders change hands tonight. The Tigers are back in front. That could really hurt the Cats. They'd worked so hard to stagger to a couple of point lead. Arnott drops it. No free kick. Power over the top. Bowden's quick hands. Knight's running onto it. It's been held up for most of the night. Good tackle by Steinfort. Ball up. Actually, they've done the job on Hocking, and the Cats have actually done a fair job on Knights too, haven't they?
Yes, very much so. Matthew Knight's 8 kicks and 4 hand passes, affected 3 tackles.
Remember the Tigers, in their last 2 matches have lost by 6 points and 2 points. We have a 4-point game here. Daffy, well played by Mansfield. Quick kick by Arnott. Dragosevic will want this to stay in. Runs hard, might have a bit of time to look up. Bowden's outside 50, decides to bring it back to full forward. Richardson, McGrath, Richardson's got it. Well, I talked about Ben Graham at the other end. This bloke has been a star.
Yeah, and look, all of the Geelong players, including Scholes, suggesting that Tim McGrath was actually dragged away from that marking contest by Matthew Richardson. And I must admit, it certainly did look like that from here. His prime objective must be to mark the ball.
Here's the angle from the other end. He's kicked 4 goals for tonight. 5-4. He's the match winner at the moment.
He'll be a hero tonight if they can win the game. Well, if you're Matthew Richardson's agent, I don't think you'd be too disappointed about his performance tonight. He's probably put another 0 on any sort of contract that he might be negotiating. Powell, right foot kick by Robert Powell, and he's got it again.
Now, that's the one. The first action to push him out of the way, the second action to go for the mark. It has to be a free kick on every occasion, and I'd suggest that maybe somebody should tell Matthew Richardson that during the week, because he seems to be disputing the obvious.
Contest there, Kellaway provides the shepherd to allow Campbell to kick the ball forward. Yes, clean mark on this occasion.
And that's the best possible answer.
Get in front, isn't it?
Just giving away a free kick, forget about it, attack the ball. This is a good strong mark. He had to prop and wait. He fought to hold his position. McGrath tried to spoil, but he was just too tall and too strong in front. And I think this would be, this would bring the roof down if he managed to convert from here. He'll be kicking from just outside 50.
Jason, he's kicked 5 goals for. Jeff Geeshan watching on. At the other end of the ground, Ben Graham has kicked 3 goals for.
Have a look at this.
And it is a goal to Matthew Richardson, is it? No, it's missed.
Post.
5 goals, 5.
Took the paint off the inside edge, Robert.
Says too. Yeah. There's a bit of each way there. Right forward pocket. Cat's got to get a goal out of all of this. Broderick, well done. Bowden. Richmond playing the percentages. Kellaway. Rogers kicks to centre wing. Hall and Andrew Kellaway. Good mark. So Duncan to Andrew. Little one. And the mark by Dragosevic. You'd reckon they'd hang on. Dragosevic's kick wants Daffy. It was in play. Daffy can be very dangerous. Pops it up. Richardson will plat. Richardson almost. Ball still to be won. Over the top. Powell. 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 They're home now.
Gee, it's amazing, isn't it? They're pumped up when they kick goals like that, the players of today. And Robert Powell, Campbell kicks it forward again. Richmond a chance. Riccardi running away from Matthew Richardson. Kicks it out very wide. Andrew Kellaway will allow it to bounce over. 5. Absolutely amazing. They were travelling beautifully, Geelong, when they'd won 5 of the first 5 rounds in AFL 99. but they've lost 6 in a row. It's amazing stuff. Joel Bowden's kick, Richardson jumping, leaping, he's taken the mark.
Gee, about 3 Geelong players just stood and watched that happen. That was terrible. Someone had to put their body in front of the contest and be prepared to take the bump. Too many of them watching, expecting Tim McGrath to be able to do it all on his own.
Well, he's a hard man to contain, isn't he? I think we've often spoken about the athleticism and just the sheer brilliance of Matthew Richardson. Short kick into the middle, Broderick. Probably quite prepared. Is it a little too early, maybe? 2 3/4 minutes left to do this sort of time wasting?
Well, they're basically 3 goals up, so I think any time you waste now is basically going to make it just that tougher for the... I mean, you're not going to basically get a miracle finish, are you? 3 goals in a minute or so.
Proctor, a high kick. Gasper at the back, Matthew Knights. Dragged down Sampson. Second goal for the quarter. Yes!
Gee, it was a snappy handball from Matthew Knights. He got tackled when he was trying to kick the goal, and whilst it's been pretty quiet in terms of a normal Matthew Knights performance, the recovery was fantastic. He roved at the back, tackled as he tried to kick it. Look at the quick handball.
Legitimate handball or not, the thinking was terrific. 13-11 to 9-12. The Tigers have finished it off. They've kicked the last 4 goals, and it's going to be a bleak night for Geelong. They've really in a hole, aren't they? Off the ground by Broderick. Here's a chance too. Powell would be licking his lips. Onto it with pace at 50. Then goes high towards full forward. Watch Richardson coming over the back. Chance here for Sampson. He's kicked a couple of miracle goals. Scholl with him, boundary throw in. Disciplined manner, and often when they've been beaten in the past, they haven't had much to say about the result of the game, but they've both done well. Otten's out of the air, kicks another one. Icing on a very, very sweet cake.
I'll tell you what, he's a player of the future, that bloke.
He is. But
he's a player of today, but I mean, he's got a big future in front of him, hasn't he?
He just works Johnny Barnes out of the contest, took it cleanly, one hand, threw it on the boot. Good awareness of where the goal is, and that's just a terrific finish. It's disappointing for Geelong because they probably deserve to go down in a real tight one, but as it...
Boundary throw in like that, and Brad Otten's kicked the goal, the 14th for Richmond. Milburn knocks it forward. Andrew Callaway going nowhere. Jason Snell wide for Burns, not able to lick onto the football, but Broderick was. I think he's been very good, Paul Broderick. 14 possessions. Powell to Chaffey. Chaffey across his left shoulder, right shoulder rather, in towards full forward. Sampson trying to find some space. Back to Scholl. Nick Daffy across his left shoulder. Matthew! Spectacular stuff again by Matthew Richardson.
Carey-like. This has been a Carey-like performance.
It has.
He'll be king of Tigerland tonight.
And when his confidence is up, he just starts flying from all different sorts of positions, gets his hands to it and drags it in. I mean, that's the sign of a player who knows his game is on tonight.
Well,
deserves to kick 6 tonight.
And the administration at Richmond have better sharpen their pencils and get a signature pretty quickly, because you couldn't afford to let him go. He's done it. He's kicked his 6th goal.
So the Tigers, well, they keep their season alive, you'd reckon. I know they're going to be on the same wins as the Cats, 5 each, but the Cats are not going to recover, you'd think, from this tonight.
And we did mention at the start of the night that Matthew Richardson needed to stay a little bit closer to home. He's had 17 kicks, 11 scoring shots. That's very pleasing from a Tigers point of view.
Big win for Richmond. Perhaps they're still in with a chance in terms of the finals. Only once since 82 have they made them. Huge victory. 15-11 to 9-12. A 6-goal to 1 last quarter. And you think these two clubs have been playing each other for over 90 years. The score after tonight, 83-all. It's all square, but not on the scoreboard. It was a terrific night for Jeff Geeshan. An even better night for Matthew Richardson. And a wonderful evening for the Tiger fans. For the Cats, well, I reckon for Gary Ayres, it's going to be a long weekend. A very long weekend. Dipper, it was a huge night for Matthew Richardson.
Fantastic, Bruce. As Bruce said, it was a huge night for you. 11 scoring shots and 17 kicks around the ground. Magnificent game by yourself tonight.
Yeah, it was just a good all-round team effort. Dipper, we needed a win really badly tonight, and
when it was there to be won in the last quarter, everyone dug deep and come out with a good win.
The important part for yourself, for the confidence, you got those early goals and those banana kicks you've been practicing?
Yeah, mate, it was just good to get a couple early. I suppose it always helps your confidence for later in the game.
It was a very tight game, though, Richard. I mean, the last 4 or 5 minutes just run away with the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was close up until the 25-minute mark, and we got a bit of a run on in the end, so it was good, I suppose, to kick a few in the last quarter.
Were you unhappy about getting taken off the ground with a bit of dummy spit there?
Oh, no, mate, I knew I was going to be coming off, that's for sure.
Were you expecting Big Rain to pick you up throughout the week?
What's that?
Were you expecting Big Rain to pick you up?
No, I've always played on Timmy McGrath in the past, so yeah, we were thinking I'd play on him.
Well played, mate. The boys are looking for you. Well done. Congratulations.
Good on you, Dipper.
Bruce, there were some interesting stats. I think we pointed out, Jason, that early in that last quarter, Geelong dominated, but they didn't get the result on the scoreboard. They went into their forward 50, 10-1 in the early part of that last quarter. It finished up 12 to Richmond inside their forward 50, 14 to Geelong.
It's always the way. When you've got the play, you've got to capitalise on it. Geelong didn't do that, and inevitably you get punished when the ball does go to the other end. They convert. All of a sudden, they get their confidence back up, and the stats tend to even out over the course of the quarter.
So the Cats go away. I saw Gary Hocking in a moment ago, a forlorn figure. Yeah. Not the night he wanted. A big build-up with all the promotion surrounding name change, etc., but nothing happened for him tonight. This is a good win. This, who knows? I mean, they're frustrated in the past. We don't have to tell their fans that, do we? They're an enigmatic club. They're an enigmatic team, but maybe they can get some momentum here. They get a bit of percentage out of tonight. They have an important win. They finished in style. A superstar has stood tall for them tonight. Perhaps they can make a drive for the final 8.
When you talk about a 6-goal-1 last quarter, it was 6-1 to 1-5. A good sign for Richmond is that under pressure they converted, whereas the Geelong players weren't able to do that. And this is the sort of win on a night like this that gets the season going again. When you think maybe it's stalled, you're off and running again.
Yep, you feel as if it could be a turning point. There's a lot of work to be done yet, but it could be a turning point for them.
You want the hairs on the back of your neck to stand up? You listen to this go, Bruce. Like the Tigers.
They'll be in good voice.
I tell you what, it's fantastic, isn't it?
From a Carlton...
I love the club theme songs.
Yeah, good win. We're going to stay in there for a bit. There's the Geesh. I reckon Dipper might make a beeline for him. I'm not sure if he'll talk to us or not, but the players look like they might be going inside. This game was there to be won. The Cats had made the running in the last quarter, put their noses in front. Always wondered... I think Dipper shelled out to Geesh. Do you want to come over? As he strips to get ready for the camera. Look,
he's unbelievable, Dipper.
Good on you, Dip. He's running the show. Get him a microphone. Well done, Jeff Geeshan. He's copped a lot of flack, Jeff Geeshan, this year. Patrick Smith's pencil's been pretty sharp on Geesh during the year, but here he is with the Dipper.
Well, Geesh was a magnificent win by the boys then.
Yeah, I mean, probably halfway through the last quarter, Geelong had a bit of momentum there, so it caused a little bit of concern, I suppose. They're starting to run well, and Graham was always a headache up forward when he was there, and it looked as though at that stage you're in a bit of trouble, but the kids really dug deep. I thought tonight was really significant. Kids like Dragosevic and, Ottens, some of our lesser lights, McKee, the kids that we've been sort of bringing along, giving them game time and experience, all of a sudden all blossomed together tonight. So we're rapt about that because Nida and Cambo and some of the others were down a little bit, and these kids stepped up for us, so we're rapt about that.
That strong finish over the Cats, 15-11 to 9 goals, 12. Richardson stood out for Richmond with his 6 goals. Sampson got a couple, but they had 7 singles after that. Matthew Richardson, 6 goals, 5 for Richmond. And for Geelong, Ben Graham, he kicked 3, but he had a lot of chances late. He probably should have finished with 6 or 7.
Matthew Richardson in an explosive mood. The tall full forward missed an easy chance in the opening minute, but sprinted inside 50, ran towards the pocket and goal moments later. Defender turned forward in recent weeks. Ben Graham was on the move. The Geelong super boot, deadly accurate 3 times.
3 out of 4 for Ben.
Frustration with the scores so close. Even Richardson was benched for losing his cool. Coach Jeff Geesham with a calming hand. The result, a ripper.
As Richardson covered some territory there and kick a goal.
For only the third time this season, Geelong led at the first break. That buffer was bridged. The Tigers by 12 points at half-time, Richardson with 4.
Bring the house down.
John Barnes had his own understanding of a ruck contest. Riccardi, the knack of finding space. Daffy, though, spotting an unmarked Richmond goalmouth.
Loads up, loads up, loads up and goals.
The momentum soaring with the Tigers. Geelong did hit the front, but it was brief. Richmond reeling off 6 goals. Richardson finishing with half a dozen and 13 marks. The Tigers by 35 points, and the Cats collapsing to 7 successive defeats. Michael Roberts for Nightline.
To himself, then out wide, looking for Proctor and finds him. A difficult one to take, looking into the western sky. Callaway couldn't do it. Fletcher. Well, if he needed the rest, he's showing it. He is out there now. I'm not sure whether he did need it, though. Keeps getting possessions. Adrian Fletcher.
6 already in this term.
Refueled the tank and he's out and away. Bandy. His has dried up a little. Started so well. Free kick. Docker's way. Damien Drum. 7 years as a player at Geelong, just 63 games. Did it the hard way, knows no other way. In his first year as coach of the Dockers, into half forward. Waterhouse.
Strong mark by Clive Waterhouse. He's been a good player again today. Moving forward.
Goal kicking's his forte. That's what he's here to do. Only he and Tony Modder have kicked more than 5 for the Dockers in any one game. That is a great kick, Clive.
It's a piece in the foreground. Daffy, nobody near him. They didn't sort it out too well on the centre square, the Dockers. They need to win this ball, and they do. Wills soccers it towards half-forward. Chaffee hit it hard, anxious to make amends to Campbell again. Very clever. Got it across to Kellaway, to Campbell once more. That was ambitious. Going back, McManus gets it away to Harding. Feeds it back to Bond. Men on the outer side. Goes to Bandy. Bandy, the defensive side of the wing, to the middle. Norrish, he's working hard. Kickett is running hard.
No.
The kick's a shocker. Picked up by Knights. Knights to Sampson. Sampson deserves a goal. He goes across towards Daffy. Back it comes to Sampson. Remember the siren before three-quarter time. He's hooked it too much. It's a behind. And the Tigers are back in front.
Well, what can we stat kick? You want to make sure that the guy it's going to has got room to make a mistake and still recover and get the ball away. On that occasion, Kickett didn't have the room. Knights intercepted and it really nearly punished the Dockers badly.
Clay Sampson's behind. Gives Richmond the lead by that margin. 1 point. McManus. Richardson stands the mark. Richardson arguably the difference between the two sides. And McManus just gives the ball over, and then Carroll gives a 50-metre penalty away.
Yeah, that's undisciplined play again.
I tell you what, I was concerned, young Trent Carroll, of his attitude when he came out after three-quarter time to take on the task. He seemed as though he wanted to take Richardson on physically and wasn't there to play the game. And here, you just throw it down like that.
Yeah, all players know the rules, Terry. They know the rules. You've got to hand it back. Can't just throw it on the ground. And he's paid the ultimate price here as Knights is going to line up.
So the skipper, Matthew Knights, 3rd year in that position. Just 3 goals this year. This is an important one. It's a good one for the Tigers. The skipper's done it.
Daffy in the foreground now.
It's interesting because McManus is a player who's dropped back in the hole when McManus really is a wingman, and you'd think he would line up there.
Bandy thumps it down towards half forward. Chaffee once more. That's holding the ball surely. Play goes on. Well, no beg pardons. Whistle, ball up.
And with McManus being the man back there, John, I mean, he's just not using the ball well enough either as an individual player to set things up.
And the runners now made the change. Put McManus back up onto the wing and Harding back, but you think those players between them should be experienced enough to work it out.
Bandy, two-fisted towards half forward.
Andrew Kellaway's in front. Ship's got him. He's a feisty customer. Fletcher, who's been terrific. Kellaway ran him down. McManus has got it now. Dockers trail by 7 points. Probing kick. Waterhouse being held on to. Yes, he's going to get a free kick. Waterhouse causing Rogers some problems. McManus off. Gale back on. And Waterhouse will kick it goal. You can see the free from just outside the 50, not beyond him. That last one went through at about 3/4 goalpost height. Will he get onto this? Hasn't got the carry. It's just tailing off a behind. So the margin is back to 6 points. 10.5 minutes to go, so plenty of time here at Subi.
2-2 to Clive Waterhouse. Andrew Wills has 3 goals. Clem Michael has 3 goals for the Dockers. Richardson 5 for the Tigers. Campbell. Chip kick into Harrison. Not too much of an advantage to his side there because all that does is declare you to go to one side. Harrison long to that outer side. Michael from behind. Just had it covered all the way over the other 2 big men in Bandy and Ottens. Gives it to Norwich. This kick also not a good one. Callaway, Waterhouse from behind. He made it.
Well, he had to, because that was a very average kick from Jason Norris. Got under the football and it just went up high. Callaway was in the prime position and Waterhouse just committed himself to that contest. Ran hard. I think initially he just ran hard to try and make sure that Callaway wasn't going to take the mark, and with his explosive pace got there and took a great mark himself.
30 goals last season, on 23 now. Make that 24. Waterhouse has the last 2.
Well, the former South Australian Clive Waterhouse, one of the most exciting players in Western Australia. Former #1 draft pick, Bandy. It's all square again. Knights, the skipper, digs it out of the middle. Was that a push in the back? Play goes on. It looked a bit dubious. Harding gets back. Plenty of time. Bandy is on across the ground. So too Bond. Bond has got it. Pulls rank. Comes away. Norris, awkward half volley, controlled it brilliantly. Bond runs on aggressively. It comes back to Bond. He's going down towards half forward. Look for Kickett to be on the end of this one. Kickett can run to 50. Nobody challenging. Waterhouse is on for the hand pass. Clive turns around. Bang! Hits another one. The Dockers on fire.
Freo has been their heaviest scoring quarter this year. Coming into today's game, they'd kicked 46 goals in the last quarter compared to 34 in their first quarters. They've kicked 4. Waterhouse has 3 of them. Bowden's the new opponent back on Clive Waterhouse. Bandy's ready to do the centre bounce work. 6 points, Freo lead. Reminiscent of round 1 against the West Coast Eagles when the Eagles were out to a 6-goal lead. Dockers failed by 4 points. Campbell pushes it back towards the Tigers' goal square. Richardson's lurking, picks it up, can't get the foot to it. Has a second go. Harding does the tackling, front on courageously and strongly.
To kick it straight through me.
Harding injured a collarbone back in 97 in round 18. Has missed 3 weeks this year from the same injury. Looks very properly on the outer side with that arm. Holding it very gingerly. But on this near side, it's Gale. Mark Gale keeps it along the boundary line. There's space here for Fletcher if he wants to keep going. Does, uses Ship. Ship in front of Modra. There's space for him. Bodley can't take it. Picks it up. Had more time than he knew. He's kicked it. No, he hasn't. Sorry, Tony.
Behind, no question about that. Daffy from half back up towards the wing. Bounces towards the boundary line and goes out. So just under 8 minutes to go. The margin, a solitary goal. 16-12 the Tigers, chasing the Dockers on 17-12. It's just been a quality game all day. Bandy goes after it. Holland gathers it into the path of Knights. Awkward bounce for him, wouldn't sit. Clement goes after it and turn. Coming through, Kickett brilliantly picked up Daffy. Away to Knights. Knights looking for Richo. Coming across is Parker, not in time. Richardson is marked. This to tie it up from 15 metres out.
Great kick by Matty Knights, just cruising past the contest. Ball got flicked out to him. He's had to assess the situation. Saw Richardson floating back. Parker, pretty valiant attempt to try and get a fist on it, but too big.
Richardson, his 6th of the afternoon, scores a level.
Matthew Richardson, goalless in round 1, has now got his 3rd bag of 6. 6 goals, 6 to the big man. Wills for the Dockers. Holland drops it. Brodie Holland for the Dockers gets a second chance on the right foot out in the path of Gale. He can take it and go. He takes it and stops.
A good option there, I think. He was running towards the boundary line.
Excellent kick from the young man.
There's 6.5 minutes remain. Dockers back on top. The margin 6 points. Bandy slaps it down. Knights out of the centre. There's a certain pattern developing. They're going 1 for 1 in there. Carroll knocked it down. Sampson couldn't control it. Clement storms away. Gets it across to Prescott, just recently on the ground. He kicks to half forward. Going back with courage is Kellaway. Andrew Kellaway wasting no time to Bowden, who can normally kick it a long way. Tried too hard that time. Got underneath it. High ball through the centre square. Kick it worked out of it. Sampson knocked away by Wills. But there's going to be a free kick, and it's going, I think, to Sampson. Sampson's got it.
Well, at this stage of the game, you don't want to give away those silly free kicks. That's what's happened on this occasion.
Held too long, as you can see. Clay Sampson then, 60 metres from goal. Richardson will be the target, no doubt. Too much carry on the kick. Carroll got a fist on it. Waterhouse is back in defence for the moment. What will he do here, Clive? Plenty of time to think. Runs across the face. Well, that's a nothing kick. It goes out towards Rogers. Rogers is tackled, held a long time. Diving in out there was Plapp. Over the top goes Kickett. We'll have a bounce. What was Waterhouse thinking there? That was a dangerous kick.
Very dangerous kick. Really didn't offer any bonus to the Dockers kicking it out in that contest, and they're lucky to get away with that one.
So the pressure on everybody. Umpires, players, and more particularly coaches on the boundary line. Dockers turn it back. Bowden's got it. 70 metres out from goal. Richardson will be his target. Richardson standing in the square. He wants it long and high. Bowden waits. A lead offered by Platt. Now Richardson dummies one. It's a game of cat and mouse. Who's going to crack first? Bowden gives in. He's going to kick long. Doesn't get onto it well. It spins. Richardson's behind. Pushes the pack. In front at the back. Sampson turns around. Has a good look. This is an excellent kick. Hollands has got it. Ben Hollands has plucked it from over the top. Sampson knew what was going on, has a good look over the top of Harrison and Bond.
Good mark in the end. Bond working hard to try and get back. It's a good option by Sampson just to get the ball back in front of goal. Clive Waterhouse been treated for cramp. He's up and going now, but I'd like to see him back down forward because he has been dangerous.
So Holland, who spent time on the Sydney list in '96, then back to North Albury. The boy from the bush is happy. He's got it.
Possessions, he's been lively on the forward line and has played without luck, as we saw after the three-quarter time siren. Just kept his head in the pocket, centred the ball. The centre square vital now. Scores a level. 4.5 minutes to go. It's bouncing around in there. Campbell put down. Knights, who's been terrific. So too Fletcher. Kicks it towards half forward and Black. Kept his head. Hit it back to Norrish. Norrish kicks it long. Bandy has run off the centre square. Missed the mark. Dropped his head. Bandy goes after it. Spills wide. Chance for Gale. In the grasp. Gets it to Wills. Wills can go over the top to Ship. Ship turns around to be sure and slams it through. Dockers back in front.
Scores have been level 4 times in this last quarter. But on 3 of those occasions, it's been the Dockers who have got the goal to break the deadlock and be in front. Richmond did it once early in the quarter. So it just seems that each time Richmond get there, the Dockers have an answer. Clive Waterhouse, 3 goals in this last quarter for the Dockers. Andrew Ship, the last one. Mark Gale, the one prior to that. Spins on out the back. Fletcher again, racking up possessions to half forward. Ship couldn't take the mark. Tigers with an opportunity. Dragicevic towards half forward for his side. Kick it, waited for it to come into the chest. Couldn't take the mark. It skips on out the back. Tigers with a chance, can't get the handball away. Dockers have numbers at the ball. Clementi's kick goes the wrong way in actual fact. Platt will be the first one onto it. Can't get the handball away. A pair of Dockers there. Norwich long towards the boundary line. Gale on the top again towards Fletcher to Parker. Cool in a crisis, the Dockers defence. Exchange of handball. Eventually ends up with Greg Harding. Runs through the wing. His kick doesn't get there to Waterhouse. Turned back by Bowden. Dropped in short. Campbell turns again towards centre half forward. Richardson's in front. He should mark it. Interfered from behind. Not given. Here's the opportunity. Tivendale concedes ground back to Sampson. Again looking to set something up. Nothing to give. Now does to the far side and found them. Matthew Rogers.
Gee, Harding's kick on the outer side, it just needed more, didn't it? Waterhouse was away and inspired. He was inspiring himself running down towards the pocket.
It makes a huge difference again, just a matter of inches in these games. Certainly some of these Richmond players have been kicking under pressure, and no more so than this one.
Matthew Rogers to square the game once again. Has missed. The mighty roar goes around Subiaco Stadium.
Well, that can be a very costly miss, or it may be a crucial miss for Richmond. Just now 5 points of difference, and the Dockers have got to try and clear it out of the area. They'd love to get it straight down the other end.
Oh, Parker kicks it in directly, and the mark has been taken by Hollins. Well, inexplicable. So Hollins in the pocket with a chance to give the Tigers the lead. Now, if you've tuned in wanting the news on the East Coast, it's coming up immediately after the football. We've got 1:40 remaining to be played. What an important kick for the young man here. It's close. I tell you what, that's a great effort under pressure. What a wonderful kick. Ben Hollins.
Well, that's a 7-point play, Dennis, that we saw Fremantle have the opportunity earlier in the game, and that's an unbelievable turnover from the kick-in. With not long left on the clock, you just would have loved to have seen Shane Parker just kick it to the best percentage option. Outside 50, make it, at least if there's a turnover, as hard as possible for Richmond to score, but gave it up.
What a wonderful stage Australian Rules Football presents. Ben Hollins has stood up there. He's delivered for the Tigers. They are now 1 point in front. Here they come again. Proctor from the wing to half forward. Richardson caught behind. Protects himself with his hand. They go to ground. Dockers swarm in on the ball. Carroll tries to get it out. Does so to kick it. Clock ticks down to 1 minute of play left. Gale holds it up a little. The crowd roar. Keep going, keep going. Attacking the ball. Ship loses it towards Holland, and it's over the line and out of bounds. Clock stops at 52 seconds. Andrew Ship, a young man from Gembrook in the Yarra Valley in Victoria. Playing now with the Dockers. Drop down, Callaway quickly onto the boot. Bounces again through the interchange. 1 point the difference. Richmond 127. Freo 126.
Boys, the tension down here is unbearable. It's unbelievable.
Jeff Geeshan working the phones. 42 seconds to go. Michael to Prescott. Can't get away. McKee tied him up. Daffy dives on top of it. That's holding the ball surely.
It is, yes.
32 seconds to go. The Dockers. They've got to move it, and they've got to move it quickly. Fletcher has been terrific. 1913 to 1912, the spiral. It needs a mark. Modra launches himself. Trying to juggle it out of there is Bowden. Slapping it goalward was Waterhouse. Modra can't emerge from the pack. Down goes McKee. Thumps it wide. Chance for the Dockers taken by Ship. And passes back towards the middle. Kicker tried to knock it. In comes Hollands. Hand passes for the line. It's out of bounds. And the clock is stopped on 3 seconds. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do now. Those expressions tell it all. It's in the hands of the players. One final roll of the dice. The Dockers need to grab it and kick a score. Michael goes up. It's in the air. Wait for the siren. Tigers win. Tigers win. What a great victory. What a great victory. Fantastic performance by the Tigers. They've gone goal for goal in this final period. Jeff Geeshan believed it. He'd be delighted with this performance. Richmond win by a point at Subiaco.
Fremantle and Richmond. The Tigers started strongly with Matthew Richardson and Ben Holland booting 2 goals in the opening term. Clem Michael, the shining light for the Dockers, with 2 of his own. Brad Ottens made no mistake early in the second term. Michael's third, putting Freo 1 point in front.
And Michael's got it. Swings around, looks for goal number 3. He's got it.
Andrew Willsnap handing the Dockers a 13-point lead at the main break.
Opportunistic goal, it's a beauty.
Adrian Fletcher put the Dockers further in front early in the third term. Holland kicked another and the Tigers were in the lead. Harding kicked the first of the final quarter to put the Dockers within 1, but the seesawing struggle continued. This Fremantle mistake capitalised on by Ben Hollands to put the Tigers up by a point. Brad McEwen, National 9 News.
At the start, it was Barry Hall who gave him that influence.
Yeah, Barry Hall, a strong mark out in front of James there and kicking the goal. He had a very good day. This is his first of 6, and when you kick the first goal of the day like that, you know your day's going to be good for you.
And 10 marks all.
He's a courageous player, always, you know, probably.
Yeah, but was he the right matchup?
I think there's probably lots of run coming from Burke, and he was fantastic actually, Jonesy. And this is vintage Austin Jones. You know what he does. He just sort of grabs the ball, couple of bounces, and just loves threading through the goals on the run. And it was good to see him back in good form.
That's classical front and square stuff there, wasn't it?
We've been seeing him taking 15 marks and kicking 6 goals, and you know you can't play like that week in, week out, and so you know he was bound to have a bit of a downer, but you know he was a key forward still, you know, kicking 2 goals, and there's a strong mark there.
And interestingly, that mark was taken in front of goal. All the other shots we've just seen there have been when he was brought outside 50, which is what Hawthorn did really well when they played him, even though he was so good that day. As we see Thompson yet again, that gives you an idea how many roles he plays in goals. But the second half was when he really decided it was time to play footy, wasn't it?
He was the key to St Kilda in that third quarter, and that's the quarter that got them up and really won the game. 2 goals in succession, I think, from Stuart Lowe, and yeah, he was great in that third quarter.
And both, interestingly, for marks. In fact, they were very good with the mark stakes today. 18 marks in their attacking zone to the Tigers 6, and in fact they kicked 10 of their 13 goals from marks. That's significant of the way they're playing at the moment.
Well,
found some touch. He was fired up, and it was Gasper had not a dirty afternoon, but he struggled a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, it was pretty hard. He's probably giving up a bit of weight there on Barry Hall. In the end, they moved the brother Ben Holland onto him in the last quarter. But
the pick of the Hollands, as we like to call it.
Hall was very good, and as I said during watching the game,
and even that guy Sirakowski, he played a role. He took 5 or 6 marks. Actually, he took 10 marks. Can you believe that?
10 marks. It's a good comeback for David actually. So he's done really well today,
and makes it certainly hard for Heatley to find a place back in the side with the 3 forwards going well. We're watching Barry Hall 3 goals in the final term, and really when the Saints started to win the ball out of the middle, they just kept pumping it forward, and once he gets on a roll, Barry, he seems to play in spurts, doesn't he?
Yeah, didn't he stamp his hallmark on the final quarter there, Hutchie?
Fade out this week, the Saints booting 9 goals to 3 after half-time.
The Tigers' $1 million man was off and running early, although it was Richmond's lesser lights who were flying high. The Tigers' desperation on show, Justin Platt capitalising up forward with 2 early goals.
He's got it.
St Kilda off target and out of luck, trailing by 2 points at quarter time. With the Tigers temporarily pinned down, Aussie Jones was left to celebrate game 100 in trademark fashion.
And bangs it through for the Saints.
With the Saints perfecting their soccer skills, the Tigers relied on Matthew Richardson to keep them within a point at the half. It was all good news for the Saints, their big forwards dominating in the air.
50 low again, great grab.
And their small brigade finishing off the good work on the ground.
Snaps and goal. Eagles.
Richmond struggling to stay in touch, going into the final change 19 points down. The Saints dominated the final term, Barry Hall unstoppable.
Too big, too strong, too good.
Booting 6 as the Saints run out 41-point winners.
We probably played that more accountable transition type football today, and I think that's probably something that we've left behind in the last few weeks.
Stephen Litherland, 7 Nightly News.
It would have been cruel there. Ottens, Broderick liked his game since coming off the bench. Morrison, high tackle, not paid. Surely.
I think he may have been unsighted, to be fair, Bruce. I just think that there were players obstructing his view of that contact with the head, so I'd hate to see the umpire's guess, so if he was unsighted, I'm glad that he didn't pay it.
I thought he caught one in the head first there.
Yeah, that certainly did.
We missed the first one before that anyway. It's a ball up. They've been consistent. You've got to give them that. Ottens, except maybe for a Richo one. Kicked by Morrison. And Mainwaring, Gale, well done. And a courageous mark by Rogers. That was gutsy. The ball was just to his left-hand side. He had to come back. Reid was in hard. He's uncompromising, Reid.
And that's where players are professional, Bruce. I mean, in my opinion, Reid knew he was going to be momentarily late.
You've got a teammate about to have a shot for goal. Don't do anything silly that might jeopardise that kick.
Rogers to finish off the Eagles. You'd think he's kicked one free tonight. 55 metres out. It's close. It's a goal. They're home, I reckon, now. That is a huge kick. A big goal.
Played a very good game, Matthew Rogers.
Brooks plays 10-8. 28 points in favour of Richmond, and they'll go forward again. Broderick. That vision was fantastic to Campbell. Campbell to fall forward. Where are the crummers? Sampson to run onto McKenna, and that's good defensive work by the forward to at least maintain the pressure.
Richo's hurt in the... sorry, Rob.
Go, Dip.
Richardson is limping in the goal square, so keep an eye when he's leading. There he is.
Yes, he is too. Thanks, Dipper, for that. Brad Ottens doing the ruck work. Tries to get it down in the area of Rogers.
That's got to be a push.
Chance for Proctor. Hand pass missed its target by a big margin. Philip Matera for Mainwaring. Knights to apply the pressure. Bowden dispossessed by Williams. Mainwaring forces it forward. There's going to be a free kick.
They're paid for high contact on Chris Mainwaring, and advantage won't be allowed because most of the players had in fact stopped.
Mainwaring, who spent a fair bit of this term on the bench. Short pass to McKenna. McKenna in towards half forward. Andrew Callaway on Rintoul. Dragosevic tries to get it clear. Banfield tackled, still got the ball. Umpire allows play to go on, and still to award a free kick. Richardson, we saw, or we heard from Dipper, was favouring a leg, and it may have come from this contest. Just may have jarred his ankle there. Glenn Jakovic over the top in that contest. Brendan Gale, Dragosevic, left foot kick across his body. It'll bounce in front of Nick Daffy and eventually away from that player. Over for a boundary throw-in, slightly forward of centre wing.
It's actually just clasping at his knee every time he has a bit of a run. So I think he just charged his knee right there. We'll just see on the screen there.
Dipper, yeah. So the Eagles slightly in attack. Dragosevic read it pretty well. Handball by Williams to some space with Braun, and another boundary throw-in. There's Richardson, who's had a huge match. 6 goals on McIntosh is a hell of an effort. I think that's what Lockett was looking for, wasn't he, Plugger? 6.
Worth 10 on anyone else, Bruce.
Yep. He really set him up early to run him around. McIntosh had a terrific second quarter, but Richo's taken the honours. The kick to half forward, Jakovic and Holland. That's also been a spirited duel, a boundary throw-in. Jason Ball on camera. Early in this quarter was so important. In front of Bellotti. Bellotti works around, Ottens lays it down, Philip Matera, ball comes out, Bluey McKenna stuck his bottom out, was looking maybe for a free kick, and again a ball up just inside Richmond's 50, wrong end of the ground from the Eagles' point of view. Richardson with his 6 goals against McIntosh. Ottens. Bellotti gets over him. Reed had it taken away from him. Broderick's handball was good. Daffy slung a bit high. Knight's waiting for it. Campbell gets it to him. Knights just pops it up. Wants a mark. Holland. Wapunda gets back. Haven't seen a lot of him since half-time. Boundary
forward 50 on 10 occasions in this quarter. And the Eagles only 4. Now the umpires found a free kick here. It was kicked forward by the look of it, maybe Brad Ottens. And the free kick to Bellotti. Gave the hand pass away instead to Jakovic. Jakovic to McKenna. Important touch on the ball came from Dragicevic, I feel. Now the ball on centre wing where there's a contest. Spills out to Banfield. Banfield goes down the ground. And Cummings, good mark in front of his face.
But he took it cleanly in the hands.
Well, he's kicked 3 goals and is without doubt the Eagles' leading goal kicker in this game. He goes for goal and he has missed by the look of it. Dead, it is still a very healthy margin in favour of the Tigers, exactly 27 points.
Bowden that comes down to Morrison, hooks it back, that is a goal. Morrison gets a goal. By Morrison, 15-6 to 11-9. It's still a big lead, but who knows? Remember, those late goals by Collingwood last week, but Richmond have had the answers in the second half. Banfield goes forward, Kellaway, good mark. Terrific first quarter, didn't touch it in the second, kicked an important goal in the third, has had a good match. To his brother Andrew, Daffy. Little one to Dragicevic is good. Dragicevic at centre wing. Half off, then goes back. Decides to kick it long. The target is Ottens. Fly at the back, Bellotti. Taken by Philip Matera. Back to McKenna. Well played. To Reed. Held up Kemp. Cut off by Broderick, who's been very good. Rintoul. Quick kick forward. Gasper, wonderful game. Had one of his best matches, I reckon. Gee whiz. That looked ordinary.
He has beaten Richard White hands down tonight.
Knights out wide to Duncan Kellaway. Kellaway measures his kick, but Philip Matera runs onto it and takes the mark. It's played pretty deep tonight, Matera. Jakovic in trouble a bit here. Matera low to the ground, a bounce, running from half back, going towards half forward. Gale, ball made it, takes the mark. Got to get a goal from attack here. That would really put some pressure on. Richmond need to hold it up here. Ball looking up forward. Still time. Over 5 minutes. Ball loads it up. Wants a Cummings mark perhaps. Front spot. James with him. Kemp trying to fashion something. Runs into Bowden. That would have hurt. Smother was terrific from Kellaway. Quick kick forward coming from Daffy. Back to centre wing. Mark taken by Banfield. Banfield's kick. Not good. Marked by Funky. And the Tigers are looking good.
21 points in favour of Richmond as Aaron James kicks it wide. Mark is taken by Proctor. Very well done from behind McKenna. Proctor in towards the centre. Broderick, experienced campaigner, gets around and then squeezes the kick. Well done, Holland. Standing tall. Goes to the square. Puts pressure on the Eagles. Richardson in front. Couldn't take the mark. Wapunda. Sampson, you're dropping the ball. Bounced it, tackled from behind. Sampson takes the free kick. But he's given a goal away. He's kicked one. And he's kicked the ball to Matthew Richardson, who kicked the goal as well. And he's going for his second. Now, what's he done? He's kicked the behind. So the end result, not what Clay Sampson was looking for, but there's still 4 minutes left and he can add to that goal tally if he keeps his head down and his backside up. McIntosh kicks in to centre half back. Marcus taken by Morrison.
Well, they need a goal a minute, the Eagles, and you just don't see how they could possibly do it.
Kicks it long into the heart of the centre square. Kemp gave his opponent a push and it's going to be paid. Duncan Kellaway's had a very good night.
It is a subtle difference, but Dean Kemp did just do that little bit more to make sure that Duncan Kellaway couldn't contest it. So Duncan Kellaway certainly earned the free kick.
Seconds being eaten up here, importantly for the Tigers. Kicks the ball in Richardson's direction, couldn't take the mark. Campbell, handball inboard to Bowden was wonderful. Bowden misses. Campbell's playing a wonderful match, isn't he? Terrific handball inside, Bowden running onto it. But the missed goal, but gee, there's just no way you could see the Eagles getting out. It's pretty critical of Richmond at half-time. Symptomatic of their form over a period of years, I felt, their first half, but they've answered all the critics in the second half. They've given themselves a chance in 1999. Wapunda's kick, Richo just shoves McIntosh out of the way. McIntosh gets the free kick. Plays on to Philip Matera.
His body language sometimes leaves a little bit to be desired, but gee, it's difficult to be critical of very good player.
And Robbo very nearly gave away another one of those costly 50-metre penalties because he didn't give the ball back to the player with the free kick, and you know that's normally an automatic 50, but not paid.
23 points Richmond lead. Brendan Gale, Morrison over the football for the Eagles. The umpire will bounce. It's about 25 metres forward of centre wing, favouring the West Coast. You can see now time ticking away, and Guy McKenna's 250th game. It's not going to be the party that he was looking for. Still a close tussle though involving the West Coast Eagles. They haven't been smashed at any stage this year, and they're going to play this game right out. Philip Reed's kick to half forward. Big punch by Funky. Gathered here by Bowden. Hand pass away. Dragosevic, his kick towards full forward. No mark. Sampson, told you a chance was going to come again.
Oh, he hasn't.
It was going to come, and you've converted.
Did you? Well done, Robbo. This is the highest score anybody's kicked against the Eagles this year. Carlton was the only team before tonight to have kicked 15 goals against them, and Richmond have got 16, and right now it's the biggest losing margin for the year. So the Tigers have really done something tonight. Couple of minutes remaining. The Tigers are going to be in the 8 tonight. Whether they stay there on this weekend remains to be seen, but they're in the 8 tonight. They've given themselves a chance. Mainwaring's high ball. Kellaway and Kemp. Good mark. That typifies the spirit of Richmond tonight. Kicks the ball out wide and finds Andrew Kellaway. It has been a convincing performance. Gale running hard. A wobbly old kick inside. Ricochets off Banfield. Booted away by Ball. To space. Bowden again getting in hard. Good contest by Williams. Play on call. Ball up. Well, the Eagles have had their colours lowered. Bowden coming in hard.
Cadbury contender, Bruce.
Another one.
A great leap, wasn't it, by Joel Bowden?
We've had 3 or 4 of them tonight. Ball comes loose. Duncan Kellaway to Andrew Kellaway. Daffy to Broderick. Bounces the footy. Has a second go. Goes back to Ben Holland.
Holland just stretching now. Kick.
It's been touched, Robert.
Touched. Oh, leap of mark!
What a tragedy.
Rhett Otten's not paid because it was touched off the boot. But by gee whiz, that was a fantastic effort too.
Sorry for interrupting you, Robbo, but I saw the umpire in control actually call it touched off the boot, so I was just concerned that, as did happen, Ottens takes the mark and not paid. So
clean. I don't think any of the fans saw it either, did they?
No, no.
The sound of the boos.
No.
Brad Otten's doing the ruck work. Down to Jakovic. Jakovic out wide. Dean Kemp and Duncan Kellaway. Kemp just kicks it forward. Gaspar, just herald your night, because it's been a terrific victory tonight at the cricket ground. The Tiger over the Eagle. Not a big margin, but by gee, it just might stand some sort of authority on season 1999 for the Richmond Football Club. They looked down and out at half-time after they kicked the first 4 goals of the game. They trailed by 16 points at half-time, and they've won this game by 29 points. And down on ground level dipper.
Thanks very much, Robert. Well, Wayne, a big test for the Tigers tonight, and they came through.
Yeah, it was always going to be a big test. They're obviously a great side. And started off pretty well, but our second quarter was very, very ordinary, so it was good to fight back in the second half.
You matched up well against the Eagles. I know before the game you're very confident about beating them.
I don't know about that, Tip, but no, over here we've done okay, but over there we haven't really beaten them, so probably the test will be if we have to play them over there, but no, it was good.
Well, disappointing game last week. I know that Jeff Geesh and let the players talk about it last week. Obviously the boys had a few words to say to each other.
Yeah, we did, but at half-time it wasn't looking too good. Our talk after last week's game wasn't doing much, but it was good that the boys come out and they showed a bit of heart, I reckon, in the second half. So.
And your form tonight's sensational. One of the best games you've played this year.
Yeah, no, it was good. It's good to get a few touches, Dip, especially the win.
Good on you, mate. Off you go. Very happy Wayne Campbell, boys.
Good on you, Timber. Well, the Tigers have won 3 out of their last 4 now, and they've beaten West Coast in 4 of the last 6 matches they've played them. It was a bit of deja vu for Bluey McKenna. Well, Mickey Malthouse knows the Tiger as well as anyone, doesn't he?
You've got a feel for Guy McKenna. I mean, he played a very, very good game tonight. Didn't have too many teammates helping it out, unfortunately. He can hold his head high, but he's not going to remember his 200th nor his 250th too favourably, and it's going to be a long flight home. But the Tigers, well, they looked like they played their best in the first quarter. West Coast weathered the storm. All of a sudden they started to gain control of the match. It looked like they'd run away with it, and from who knows where they got a second win, the Tigers, and they completely dominated the last quarter. When the game had to be won, the Tigers said, yep, this is it. This is our finals match tonight, and we're not going off this time with disappointed fans.
A whole lot of heart, and I think a whole lot of optimism now for the rest of this season. Waiting for Campbell to join them after Dipper's interview.
Let's get it going.
We look at Wayne Campbell. It takes all shapes and sizes to make a good footy team. We've seen it tonight again. 16-8 to 11-9. With a 10-goal second half over the top of West Coast in the end. 16-8 to 11-9. Half time.
It did. It was a little bit of a chess match for a while there, and when it finally did come, it just broke the shackles and it really gave them the confidence to go on with the job. I mean, it was a great finish from Matthew Rogers.
Campbell was unbelievable. We just saw him a moment ago, on that third quarter in particular.
It's the best game I've seen him play. I haven't seen too much of him, I must admit, but it wasn't just the easy possessions out the back or deep in defence. He got a lot of the hard ball out of the middle. He set it up, and we just see Clay Sampson there, who fought back well in the second half himself.
Great handball by Knights, who I think got much better after half-time. His options were cleaner, and he made use of the footy all the way through the second half.
He did. I mean, they needed their good players to stand up, and that's exactly what they did. Daffy had a very quiet second or third quarter. I think it was second quarter. But he was good. Knights and Campbell. Richardson, well, he kicked 6 goals. I mean, that's a great performance under these conditions.
4 after half-time, which was a huge effort, and probably had a chance to kick another, but went off for the blood rule, didn't he?
This is a great piece of play, this. I mean, Campbell kicked the ball off the ground on the defensive side of the centre circle. He then ran on. Ottens, who did great work riding the bump, gave it back to Campbell, and he finishes off with the goal.
Right at the start of the last quarter too, that really set the Tigers up for this victory tonight. Thought Broderick really impacted, didn't you, when he came on?
He did. He was great around the packs. I mean, here's just another one of keeping the ball alive and pushing it forward. That's what they did all night, and their work rate was thoroughly rewarded.
Rogers actually held that kick back, didn't he, off the ground for Richo. And again, Broderick getting involved, just going forward. And, well, Richardson had a huge match. He kicked a goal from that mark.
Yeah, he mightn't have the zip that he used to have, Broderick, but he certainly knows how to dispose of the ball. That was a beautiful kick.
And Richardson kicked 6-1 tonight.
Well, that's different to what he's done the last few weeks.
Richmond fans were delirious with the Tigers' flying start at the MCG tonight.
Daffy shoots for goal. First blood for the Tiger.
With Daffy and Richardson leading the way, the Tigers got 5 of the first 6 goals against the top of the ladder Eagles. But the Eagles, as always, were cool under pressure. Wirapunda showing class at both ends of the ground.
It's a magnificent kick.
The Tigers were helpless to stop the Eagles as they gained momentum. The goals kept coming. Morrison took the mark of the night, and by half-time, the Eagles were 16 points up.
He just hung there.
Whatever coach Jeff Geeshan said at half-time, it worked. 2 quick goals, putting the Tigers back within a kick.
The first 2 goals of the second half.
Richardson put Richmond back in front.
It's a great kick.
And the umpies put the whistles away.
The ball's in there somewhere.
The Tigers' turnaround continued as they went further ahead in the final term.
And Richmond get the first goal of the last quarter.
Richardson was proving unstoppable.
Richo has kicked 5.
His 6th goal stitching up Richmond's upset win.
And Richardson is marked.
Des Dowling, 7 Nightly News.
Valuable contribution, I think. 18 possessions and 2 goals. Saying, well, if they could get 2 or 3 in a hurry, but Richmond have had the answers. Proctor's kicked the centre half forward. Big fly from the back from Richardson. Ball forced forward. Holland's handball, terrific. Could Richo kick 7? He does. It's a big night's work.
There's a handball coming out there.
Ben Holland was terrific. It's been a very good effort by the 2 of them. Holland's had plenty of it. Richardson, for the first time this year, kicked 7 goals in a match. It's 14 goals, 13 to 10-3.
He's been frustrated a few times when the ball hasn't come his way, but he was one of the first to turn around and congratulate Ben Holland for that fantastic handball. He pivoted off 1 step. He just knew that Richardson would be running back towards goal.
Proctor, I guess more than Proctor, if that makes any sense, playing for his life every time he gets out there, isn't he? He's got an impact. I think Proctor, the kid's going to have a pretty good future. Sampson got a high tackle. And Melbourne have been a bit loose in that area, I reckon, all night. They've given a few away. In that 3rd quarter, when they got close, they had a frustrating 4 or 5 minutes. Sampson kicks to Richardson. Well done, Shanahan, belts it away. Chaffee was just terrific then, and then delivers to Kellaway. Wonderful stuff. Now, Andrew Kellaway, who ran into an open goal a moment ago, is yet to kick a goal in his career.
You've got to give Mark Chaffee a rap there. It was great vision. He initially was going to have a shot at goal, and he thought, well, I'm on my right foot, which isn't the strongest. I'll have time to have a look, so I'll do that. And then onto his trusty left, he saw Andrew Kellaway leading into space, and here's the chance to kick it first.
Well, he missed the terrific chance for Knight's handball to him. This is his chance. His brother Duncan has kicked 5 goals this year, has a career total of 6. Will Andrew Kellaway be a goal kicker in the AFL? Well, not that one.
He ran out to the right. He then pulled it left and he slipped as he kicked it. Didn't give him much chance.
I reckon his 2 behinds will be mentioned in dispatches at the end of the match. He's had a couple of chances, 14-16 to 11-3. I reckon next time Chaffee looks up and sees Kellaway, he might go somewhere else.
Just 4 minutes left as David Schwartz comes off to the bench, replaced by Jeff Farmer. Richmond have possession of the ball. Good kick by Brendan Gale. Moore has taken the mark, and he is well within scoring range. The coaching staff at Melbourne. Moore to shoot for goal. 40 metres, 45 metres. The kick gets the distance. Not quite the accuracy that he was looking for. He's kicked 3 behinds, Ben Moore. And there's Simon Madden. Well, they've got some work, haven't they? The Demons in front of themselves. 6 matches left in season 1999. And, well, I suppose the pending retirement of one of their all-time great servants, Gary Lyon. The kick in, accepted by McDonald. He kicks it out wide. Here's a chance for Neitz off the left. Goes towards full forward. At the back was Seacamp. Gathered here by Farmer. Shrugs the tackle. Then goes back and kicks the ball beautifully. Viney, well done. Goal to Melbourne.
On him. 3 goals to Viney, so one captain comes off and the other one kicks his 3rd. It'll be a long time since Todd Viney's kicked 3 in a match. As I said earlier, he's had an interesting night. He's had 21 possessions. You'd reckon he'd be Melbourne's just best player tonight. Yet he was on the interchange for probably half of the first half. Proctor He did a terrific smother earlier in the quarter, and then they had one on him there. Woden in hard, ball up. So Melbourne have kept it to a manageable result, I guess, in terms of the margin, but that's nothing for them. Here's how we think Knights might have injured himself. Ooh, grimacing there. Such an important player in Richmond's run towards the finals. You would have to say that Melbourne's slim chance of playing in September has gone this evening. There will be no demons in that final 8. Chaffee's handball back. Ooh, Chisholm was very hard then on Duncan Kellaway. Free kick should have been paid, I think.
Chisholm actually had to go at Chaffee as well then.
He's happy to have a go at everyone, Scotty.
Ball goes forward. Rogers, you can see it on the top left. It's starting to settle a bit here. Andrew Kellaway's kick. Shanahan got a good bounce and then runs away to White. Handball on to Walsh. Back to Shanahan, venturing forward. Left foot. Tigers have got the numbers. Neitz was dragged down a bit unluckily. Viney's handball to Cow. Cow's handball over the top to Johnston. Very cleverly played and finishes with a goal.
Well, a couple of late goals for Melbourne has certainly, well, it's closed the gap, but it's made the scoreline just to look a little decent. Nick Daffy, geez, good off the left, isn't he? Doesn't he get good distance and accuracy? Well, it's just his first goal in this match, Jason, but, I mean, off the unnatural side, for precision when he's sort of hemmed in on the boundary line, and accuracy when he's going for goal, he's got to be one of the best in the competition.
He does. He's had a pretty modest night by his standards, but his kicking style on his left foot is very efficient. He really guides it down pretty quickly all the way down and kicks right through the ball, and that's a very good kick on the opposite foot from 50 metres out.
Doesn't look fully fit either, Daffy. He hasn't for a few weeks. Some Pats, by the way. St Pat's defeat a Parade in the Herald Shield earlier tonight by about 8 or 9 goals in the end. They got right on top. As Richmond has for most of this match, 15-17 to 13-3. Ben Moore read it well out of the centre. Kicks to about the 50. Sampson belting the ball forward. Getting back Ward. Was going to go over the top, and then Holland jumped up, so he kicks the ball low, and Woden's taken the mark at half-back. 15-17 to 13-3. So I think that's a pretty fair indication. The scoring shots, Richmond really has dominated. Walsh to Hopgood. Hopgood to half forward. Can Neitz take a late mark? James taps it away. Off the ground by McDonald. He's been on the interchange for much of the match. Good win for them. Neitz to Cow. Back inboard to Hopgood. To Cow. Back to Viney. Little one by Viney is good. He has been a good player, Viney. I'm like a broken record. There's Richardson with his 7 goals. With Viney, but intriguing the way he was used early in the match. McDonald in the pocket. Richmond win again. Probably will put themselves into the 8 tonight and may well be there at the end of the weekend. Not a bad kick from the pocket. It's a behind. So Melbourne finish at 13-4. Richmond 15 goals 17. Matty Knights had a bit of an injury. Dipper, you're down there with him.
Yes, Bruce. The boys just want to know, you showed a bit of leg on the ground before. What happened to you?
Yeah, I just, I don't know whether it's just on the Sommet right side. I just started pulling and just getting a pulling sensation. So I don't know what it is. We'll have to ice it up.
But you'll be right for next week, the way the Tigers are going at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good win tonight. We had to win a game. We put ourselves in a good position after winning last week. So tonight was an important game for the club to consolidate. We've just got to go on from here now, Dip.
You had to build yourself into the game tonight. It was a bit flat, I thought, at the start.
Yeah, well, I sort of had a job on half-back on my Woden, and I was just playing more of a accountable role, so I was just letting the blokes in the midfield do their bit, and I just got
6 out of their last 9. They're building towards something here. The next fortnight will probably tell the tale as to whether or not they're going to make it. They've got to play Sydney and the Kangaroos back here in Melbourne. For the season, it makes an enormous difference.
It does. He's definitely stepped up this year, and he's taken his game to a new level.
Well, the old Tiger song again. They've squared the ledger. They're up to 8-8. It was a 25-point win. In the end, the Tigers over the Demons, 107-82. See by the scoring shots, and in the end they won comfortably, 15-17 to 13-4 with the 3 in the first half.
It was. You wouldn't call it spectacular by any stretch of the imagination, but his 4 goals in the second half really snuffed out any hope that the Demons did have. It's just that in the conditions to kick 7 goals, and he had to make a few of them from pretty tough positions, that was just the telling factor at the end of the night.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's the 5th time this year he's kicked 6 or more goals. In fact, it's the 4th time in the last 5 matches that he's kicked 6 or more goals, and they've won all of those games when he's fired.
No coincidence that they win when he does kick goals, and he's going to have to keep doing that if they're going to play a big part in the finals.
Holland was terrific, by the way, and that was a great handball.
Melbourne was in control early. Youngster Brent Gergich proving a handy target up forward, booting the first 2 goals.
He's got it. It's a goal.
Then experienced pair David Schwartz and David Neitz teamed for the Demons' 3rd.
And it's Melbourne again. David Neitz has kicked their 3rd goal.
It was only a matter of time before Matthew Richardson made his presence felt at the other end of the ground, booting the Tigers' first goal from a tight angle.
That's what a class player does.
Clay Sampson flew high for the Tigers, but Schwartz was not to be outdone. But when it came to the quick step and turn, Richardson was clearly the master.
And kicks a fairly simple goal in the finish.
Trailing by 4 points, the Tigers outsmarted the Demons in the second term, Clay Sampson chipping to Campbell, who put the Tigers in front for the first time. Justin Plapp applied the perfect smother to thwart the Demons' attack, while Mark Dragicevic wasn't at all bothered by distance in booting for goal.
Kicks a goal. He's a good kid, that one.
When Richardson took another mark, the Tigers appeared unstoppable.
He's just guided that through beautifully.
As the match started to slip away from the Demons, skipper Todd Viney did his best to spark a revival.
And he's kicked a magnificent goal for the D's.
But it was Richmond and Richardson's night. The Tigers full forward finishing with 7 goals in the team's 25-point win.
The Tigers turned this one after the first change. Richardson finished with 7. One thing we can say for the D's, they were at least accurate, just 4 behinds.
Changes tonight, no Kelly, no O'Loughlin. Sandy said a real finals-type atmosphere here with the crowd building. Well, the stakes are about as high as they get, you'd reckon, for Richmond. 1 finals.
And Ryan O'Connor, Bruce, has got Matthew Richardson.
Yeah.
No, he hasn't got Ben.
That's interesting. 1 finals appearance since 1982 for the Tigers, and their season could rest on this match. Win tonight, and the momentum will really be building. Daffy's quick kick, 2-4 forward. Front spot Holland, with him O'Connor. Seymour running out of room. He's in trouble, I reckon. Campbell heading for a fair while. He's got him.
What a start here.
Pinned him well. It was a good tackle. This bloke has been on fire. Gerard talked about him at the start of the match. Marks on his fitness, Daffy. He did play forward last week.
And just quickly, Dunkley's picking up Richardson, and Holland has been picked up by
O'Connor.
Thanks, Joe.
Campbell, goal-kicking midfielder, directly in front. Very careful with the kick, and he's happy. It's a goal.
Well, that is just a class start to the Tigers and to Wayne Campbell. He has been in fantastic form. Most Tiger fans thought that this was going to be one they had to win.
Haven't won here since 1995, so it's been a while now.
There's Bolton. Gee, he's been good tonight. Jude Bolton. Very impressed by him. 10 kicks, 7 hand passes and a couple of marks. Putting his hand up at the right time of the season. Lock it in from the side. Going for the Ronnie Big steal, but he knows. You can't believe it. I marked that.
He was going, yeah, that's my mark.
I'll tell you what, too. He did mark it. No question at all. Callaway plays on. Gee, Campbell's done some running tonight. Chaffee marks on centre wing. Campbell's still running. He drifted down for the short one, but he's ignored. Instead, they look up towards half forward. Nix is at the back for Sydney. There's a wall of red and white there. Nix has got time to clear. Spear it in towards the middle. And there he finds his mate in Troy Love.
Roderick in trouble. Broderick's in trouble, been taken off the
He
ground.
is too. Thank you, Dipper. We'll get you to find out exactly what the problem is. Lewis. Interesting turn as he got it out towards Creswell. He's been busy. Dragicevic has tried his heart out. Pushes towards the boundary line. Keeps it in. Or does he? Duncan Kellaway in for the assist. He's close to the line. But now they can have a spell because it's all over. And Sydney have ran out in the end. Comfortable winners. Took them a long time to get going after that first quarter onslaught. But when they did, they have run out 41-point victors, with Tony Lockett finishing the day with 6 goals. As he puts them inside 50, just crunching it down to the forward line. Who's waiting out? Justin Platt, maybe, holds it for a long time, gives it to Richo, and he should kick a goal. That's what they needed inside the last minute. Lewis kicked 1 goal in the first turn. Goes on to the left foot. Centre kick into half forward. Lockett's his target. Looking to maintain his game average, and he'll do that with this goal from 46 metres. No problems for Lockett.
To Matthews. Short. Plugger's got it.
Great kick.
No question, Dipper. This for goal number 6. This to almost put it beyond doubt. That's a great kick. They look home. Gale after it. Lewis after Gale. Plugger's got hold of it. Terrific tackle. Harrison did wonderfully well, but Saddington was good enough. Stafford measures it, caresses it, and kicks it.
Sydney set the scene to hit high notes, smoke indicating fire, and Tony Lockett was the main spark, burning Richmond's defenders with every touch.
Target, he's got it again.
Plugger had 4 goals by the first break, the Swans leading by 29.
Against his old team, he can kick it.
After reviewing their disaster action plan, the Tigers lifted their attack, but failed to fully capitalise on their opportunities.
He has popped it through for Richmond.
Sydney wasn't much better, adding 1 goal 6, but it was just enough to stay 27 points ahead at half-time.
He might break the drought. And he has.
United and focused, Richmond returned. The battle was tight and low scoring until finally a breakthrough.
Slap it down. Here's an opportunity now for Dragicevic, and he's kicked the goal for the time.
The Swans followed, Peter Philandia providing their only goal for the term. Matthew Richardson added another, but still the Tigers trailed by 21 points at the final break.
And he should kick a goal.
But they needed more than that when Lockett re-emerged, taking his tally to 6.
Short, Plugger's got it.
The Swans finishing it off, winners by 41 points.
In the end, the Swannies 41 points, too good. Plugger taking his first big bag for a while, 6 majors. But Richmond full forward Matthew Richardson kept the Tigers competitive with 4 goals of his own. The Swans jumping to 8th position on the ladder.
Jason McCartney's been given the job. So here we go. Round 18 is underway.
Gasper on Carey, Sandy.
Simple equation for the Tigers. They must win. Well, Gasper's reaching a milestone tonight as well as he joins the Century Club. Simpson strong out of the middle. Very, very hard.
Tough holding the ball decision. More like a push in the back than anything else.
Adam Simpson hasn't missed a game this year. Looks up towards Carey territory. Gasper, the effective spoiler, just pushing it down towards the 50. Gee, the tackling early is as we would expect. Wayne Campbell's been in very good form. Mickey Martin, welcome back, Mick.
Oh.
Got players loose on the outer side. Allison's come back into this side this week. He can look towards Carey at half forward once again, and he makes no mistake. Lovely delivery.
Gee, it's a great build-up, but don't they look for Carey when they go forward? Brett Allison had all the time in the world. We might have we've got a report going on here. He has just booked Robert Powell.
Powell's name's gone into the book. He came back into the lineup this week.
Bit of push and shove going on down there too. A couple of the Kangaroos going down to Robert Powell.
And players running in from all directions too, Jason. So hopefully we can get the numbers written in the book and the kick taken as quickly as possible.
And Wayne Carey's asking if the kick is downfield.
Is it Shannon Grant that's been bopped? You just sometimes wonder. You just sometimes wonder whether players are targeted. He's a very important player around the middle of the ground.
50 metres, boys.
50-metre penalty will make it a certain goal for North Melbourne.
Into a certainty like this.
So Carey's going to kick the first goal of the night and his 48th for the season. And this is his 200th game underway. So too are the Roos.
Forward pocket for Richmond. Capuano and Ben Holland. Sampson. Still Sampson. Knocked away by...
This is game number 199 as Holland flicked it out the back. Pickett came in over the top. This defence has been very good so far. Here goes Archer, tries to get through some heavy traffic. Sock it away towards Pickett again. Oh, here's danger. Should be a goal to the Tigers. They're first and it's kicked by Clay Sampson.
Well, they had a couple of opportunities to clear it then, the Kangaroos, but they...
From home is Richard.
Longmire now picking up Ottens, who's now leading from the goal square.
Stevens tries to chop it off. A hurried kick by Campbell goes down towards the forward line once again. Ottens is there, and together with the horse Johnny Longmire sees it over the line. Longmire, Ottens doing the leaning, but tap down in front. Stevens away, getting some good early touches. Kicks it back towards that ball was obviously touched. Blakey tries to get through. Archer comes in over the top with Scholl. No one able to get it out. There'll be a ball up.
Because Longmire's now gone to full back on Ottens, Archer's now moved up the ground, probably playing around about the centre position. That's why you find him in those little huddles in the last couple of plays.
See, Campbell was fierce there in his attack on the player and the ball.
An important ball up. Kellaway, good tackle on Blakey. Gets the kick, but straight up and down. Chaffee off to Campbell. Wayne's kick in towards full forward. The bounce of beauty for the Tigers. And Richard ambles in and he kicks his first for the night.
For the ball. Nobody knows where it's going.
Unpredictable.
Incredible. Kangaroos get the ball clear of the centre bounce. Campbell, number 9. Allison, quick hand pass to Simpson. Simpson's right foot kick is pretty good. Gets good distance. Bounce does not favour Corey McKernan. McKee tries to get it back to Bowden. Trying to crash his way through was Gaspar. Still now David King. For Peter Bell, he's tackled by Callaway, flips the ball to the back. Gaspar doing pretty well on Wayne Carey, but so is Brendan Gale. To Powell, out into the wide open spaces of the cricket ground, knocked away by Richardson, gathered by Clayton. Chance for Abraham, taken to the ground by Rogers. Still a contest, the umpires found a free kick.
Yeah, Matty Knight scratched high, Robbo, and didn't have the footy in any event, so awarded the free.
So Knights from behind the centre lands the ball at half forward. Good mark.
Right.
He was in some doubt as to whether he would play, young Ben Holland, and he thumps the ball to the square, and Richardson's got to get a free kick surely. Running back in the face of the man attempting to mark the ball was McCartney.
Didn't he punch the ball, Robert?
But I doubt whether you can do this, John.
Well, in that situation, the umpire has to determine whether it's firm contact from the front, and it really looked as though the majority of his contact was with the footy.
Richardson plays on, and he's kicked his second at the Tigers' third.
Well, we've mentioned it before, he's very dangerous after an initial contest because he runs flat out back towards goal.
Play goes on. Ben Holland goes out wider still. McKee, who's he got to kick to? Goes in towards centre half forward. High flyer Ottens had his name written all over the Sherrin, and he's grabbed a strong mark. He's knocked the M off the football with that grab. As we see Brendan Gale in the hands of the medical staff. Chris Bradshaw very quickly onto the scene. Let's hope he's okay. He's coming.
Took a clean mark and a very good one at that from Ottens to actually get the whistle to blow.
Started on the bench, but may kick a Richmond goal early. He has. It's a good kick.
Really does try to look as though he's just fumbling it over when he's probably done it intentionally, just disguised it well.
Gaffey's kick. Richardson couldn't take the mark. Grant knocks it clear for a boundary throw in. Wano and Brad Ottens. Ottens a goal kicker in the first term. Can't take that ball away. Capuano gets it out wide. This is Clayton for the Kangaroos. Straightens up and kicks the ball out towards the wing. The crumbs at the back gathered by Gaspar. Carey looks up with anxiety written all over his face. The umpire has made the decision.
Paid for a high tackle, Robbo.
A free kick to Darren Gaspar. Out wide, Brendan Gale recovered from that knock in the first term. kicks the Tigers into their forward 50. Marking contest. The ball spills out to Archer. Archer has a look down the ground, kicks in the direction of Allison and Powell. Powell looks at the umpire. The whistle has gone, has it?
Yep. Powell
will go to Powell.
Kick, against Allison for marking interference.
It looked like he spoiled the ball.
Did a lot in the meantime.
And you just get the feeling the first goal in the second quarter, if it goes to the Tigers, this game could really open up. Capuano. Fifth mark to Capuano, but it means nothing now. It means nothing. Here come the Tigers with a duck.
High pressure from behind. In the end, Richardson took the mark, but he paid the free kick a couple of seconds before that, and it was just a poor decision.
You're going to have to be quick, Mick. You're gone.
Well done, Platt. Very well done by Justin Platt. He was going to be, he was about 5 metres away and kept going. Great chase.
He's actually gone there because he actually bounced the ball while Platt had laid the tackle, so 2 infringements. Yep.
Okay, so it's any part of the action.
Yep.
I just thought it was line ball, whether he got rid of the ball before he actually got grabbed.
Yeah, even if he's tackled after he's disposed of it, it's still a free kick.
Okay.
Justin Platt's first kick. Have a look at this. Oh! One kick.
The numbers out there where Holland releases Rogers. Rogers wider still, and Sampson is marked.
Clay Sampson just forward of centre wing. Holland screaming for it short. Sampson's hanging on to it for a darn long time. Now looks in towards the 50. Martin is edged out. And Richo is going to have a shot. He's cornering 50 metres.
Well, look, we've talked about it many times, Robbo. The umpires are instructed if there are 2 actions, it's a free kick against the player who makes that first action to get rid of Mickey Martin here. Get rid of Mickey Martin, then go for the footy, and Mickey Martin's out of the contest. I would suggest that is a free kick for marking interference against Matthew Richardson.
Too early, wasn't it? Don't you think? I thought it was just fractionally too early against the defender.
The instruction they're given, Jace, is the 2 actions, and there is no doubt then there were certainly 2 actions.
Gee, Richardson, 50 metres out. Big kick this one. He's away to the right.
Sandy Campbell coming off the ground, looks like a blood rule. Travis Dragasevic onto the ground in his place.
Wayne Campbell, as usual, has been busy. 9 kicks, 6 hand passes.
Now, what's getting another go? There's going to be a repeat here.
And because the blood rule was on, and so play hadn't been recommenced, so they have to wait too.
Yeah.
Shannon Grant and Duncan Kellaway having a bit of a push and shove.
Take 2 for Richo. Still 50 metres out.
Now that's not right.
I tell you what, he's kicked it. He has kicked it.
I'll tell you what, there'll be some questions asked about that.
Well, I mean, there was. It's not as if the blood rule had any bearing on that kick whatsoever.
Well, look, here we see the kick come into Matthew Richardson. The first kick, sorry, the one when the player hadn't as yet been replaced, so he misses the ball. He misses the goal.
Defence of the Kangaroos.
Getting no reward for their efforts, and that's a very dispiriting or a disheartening thing if it continues.
Another look from overhead from the lightship. The kick-in has been marked by Archer. He goes back to the player that brought the ball back into play, David King. He's about 20 metres out from goal and still has not gone over his mark, which is technically okay. And then he kicks out of bounds. No, centimetres in that.
There wasn't much in it, but I agree with the boundary umpire. In a pretty good spot here to observe that one. And I think the ball was fully over the boundary line. Here we see from the lightship, fantastic shot. And I'll go with the boundary umpire.
Gee, that was close.
Benefit of the doubt.
Well, Richardson, if he can capitalise here,
that is a great kick.
He does kick across to the front of the goals where Ottens has taken a strong mark.
Byron Pickett.
Yep.
What hope did Pickett have?
Well, it was. I think you described that perfectly, Jason. And the ball with Brad Ottens, he has kicked 1 goal. He's just got to kick this one. They trail by 18. He can bring it back to 12. And he does very nicely. Ottens has kicked 2.
Don't they? 2 straight kicks in it now. They're just chipping away. Next one, so important. Campbell rips it out of the middle. Long. It's got to be direct. Here's a chance. Sampson off the ground. Yes! Here they come. Clay Sampson gets his second.
counts for anything. The Tigers, they're pumped up. They're running from everywhere to pat each other on the back. There's a couple of Kangaroos with their heads down. Great effort by Pickett to recover after stumbling, but he just couldn't get there in time. And this is the perfect answer for the Tigers. A couple of quick goals, this game's alive.
It's amazing, isn't it? We spoke about the centimetres, a game of centimetres. All there was maybe half a foot in that. Yep. Pickett was nearly onto it, wasn't he?
Big one out of the centre this time, isn't it? 6 points the difference. Can the Kangaroos steady? They've shown that ability. Good hand pass from Capuano. He threw it at the umpire.
Now he
to
did.
Peter Bell.
He did throw it, but I'd love to know how the umpire saw it from where he was.
On the blind side.
It certainly was.
I think Richard's not having a very good night tonight. He was definitely on the blind side, wasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly was there.
Well, let's see what the Tigers can do. Matty Knights in the middle of the MCG.
Sandy, Richmond have been inside their 50 14 times to 3 in this term.
Pickett, big fist. Pressure on the defence. Pressure on Archer. His hand pass towards McCartney. Bowden keeping him honest. Bowden goes again. Daffy in for the assist, eventually over the line.
It's half of the ground.
Ottens and Capuano again. Ottens trying to do it with the left hand. Stevens and Daffy, they're like two pit bulls. Matty Knights, long way out from goal, off to the left-footed Rogers, but it's wide, too wide. A little bit of respite for the Kangaroos.
You wouldn't believe it, would you? A couple of his left-footers in the second term.
They've been beautiful.
Jason, you made mention of them with pinpoint accuracy down the ground. Then, with not a lot of pressure on him, he's put it out on the full.
And it wasn't even close to a Richmond player either.
No way known. Peter Bell takes the free kick, kicks the ball back towards the centre wing area, where Clayton is first there with Ross Funky. And down at ground level, if the Tigers can draw level, what do you feel?
I reckon go all the way, Robbo.
Richardson.
No, free kick to Miranda.
Well, it's probably advantaged Richmond then, John.
Yeah, Glenn Archer just creamed Miranda at the front of that marking contest, and the whistle went straight away, even though there was a shot on goal by the Tigers. And here we see Miranda at the front, and Glenn Archer just absolutely barrels him. And Richo missed the shot anyway, so as you say, Robbo, probably their advantage.
Well, Mark Miranda, go on, Dip, sorry.
One thing Richmond are doing is getting the Kangaroos to overuse the ball tonight. And normally we see just a quick handball and a long kick, but tonight there's 2 or 3 quick handballs and some good pressure by the Tigers.
A lot of time on the bench, Mark Miranda, but by gee, if he can capitalise here, the Tiger fans, it looks pretty good, is it? It's close. Goal!
2 goals to McKernan, 2 goals now the margin. In favour of the Kangaroos. 15 minutes left, still plenty of time, that's not a worry. Tigers have got to find some scoring power and get it down to Richardson if they can. Here's Clayton, a Cadbury contender. Slapped away by Chaffee, but they're not out of trouble yet. Simpson tries to get through. Stevens in the thick of things as well. Socket clear towards Ottens. The big youngster picks it up now. Goes with a hand pass out to the left towards Campbell. He puts them inside 50. Richardson almost took the slips catch. Archer used the body well. Mickey, you're under the pump. Martin loses it. Archer. He is caught by Miranda.
He had chances to get rid of the ball.
I'd like to see it again before I comment, Robert, because it looked like...
It really doesn't look like...
Not even trying to throw it on his boot.
Great tackle, Mark Miranda. Now,
Richo was pretty good too.
He almost got one high initially. That's a hand over the shoulder. Probably entitled to be upset.
I think the reason he's nailed there, Jace, is because the ball wasn't pinned like the one earlier. If the ball is pinned, then prior opportunity comes into it, but the ball was not pinned, and so he had the opportunity to try to dispose of the ball by hand or foot.
Should have got the free kick first, though.
And elected to keep it on his chest.
Here is the 23-year-old from West Perth. He's keeping him in it. He's got it. Out of those 8 on a Friday night. Great record. They did play once on a Monday night and the Tigers belted them. McCartney.
We've seen them do this a few times before. They'll chip the ball around, they'll kick it backwards if need be. They just try to keep possession, they'll look for a loose man, and every time the loose man gets it, he'll take his time, he'll go back, and then if he sees another loose man, he'll chip it around.
Martin has it at half back. Mickey coming back into this lineup with Brett Allison. Both have been very good. Allison's got 3 goals. McCartney will not pick up another stat in the kicking department. It's all over. Victory for the Kangaroos. season 1999. Did it well in the final term, 15-11, 101. The Tigers 11-13, 79, 22 points, the final margin.
Robert Powell was reported in the opening minutes for striking Shannon Grant. The resulting 50-metre penalty helping Wayne Carey celebrate game 200 with his first of the night.
And this is his 200th game in the way. So too are the Roos.
The Roos banged on the next 4 goals, capitalising on some sloppy Richmond play.
Here comes Winston. One bounce, Winston. You are home. Tuck it on your arm and kick number 4.
Richardson stirred the Tigers into action.
Richardson plays on.
And Daffy made the difference just 7 points early in the second term.
Here come the Tigers with a duck.
Both teams had their share of bad misses.
Oh, shank.
But the Roos managed to keep Richmond at arm's length.
Well, here's a chance for Stevens to make amends.
Brett Allison's return was proving fruitful.
This will bring the house down. No, it won't. Brett Allison's goal will.
But with their finals hopes at stake, the Tigers weren't about to give in.
And he does very nicely.
Sampson got his second.
Sampson off the ground.
Miranda levelled the scores.
Goal.
And Carey found himself in the back line, stemming the flow.
Carey takes the mark.
The Tigers had their chances in the final term.
And he's gone with a left foot.
But it was the Roos who revelled under the pressure.
Shannon Grant.
Their final winning margin, 22 points. Des Dowling, 7 Nightly News.
Play for but showed little. The 33-point margin could easily have been more. Mark Richardson and Nathan Buckley best for the winners.
Jack Dyer is Richmond, and Captain Blood did a lap of honour as captain of the Tigers' team of the century. The present-day players acknowledged their hero, but it seemed forgot to recognise the spirit of the bottom-of-the-ladder Magpie.
A quick goal from the centre bounce.
2 late goals got Richmond within 11 points at quarter-time, but Coach Geeshan had plenty of work to do. Matthew Richardson watched kickless as the Pies continued to pile on the pressure, Mark Richardson dominating with 17 first-half possessions.
Oh, look at this.
It may have been Eddie Maguire and wife Carla's presence in the box, but something spurred Collingwood to a 34-point break. The Richmond Richo forced out to centre-half forward to try and lift his side.
He goes to the goal line with a boomer. It's home.
The Tigers started the second half with greater tenacity, but it didn't last long, Collingwood streaming forward at will.
Yes, sirree, Bob.
The Richmond faithful gave up early, frustrated at the differing skill levels. The Tigers unable to hit any sort of target. The Magpies moving like they were the ones chasing a place in the final.
Turn, not a bad kick, Bucks. How do you like that?
It was our worst performance as a club, I think, since the demolition at Adelaide by 138 points 2 or 3 years ago. So obviously I feel an enormous amount of heat today. I mean, in fact, you bleed about performances like that.
Mark Doran, 7 Nightly News.
At least Rock had a shot for goal. Richmond go down that end. They all run backwards and they kick it up in the air and hope someone will take a grab. And to me, that's just not good percentages. As we see, Mel Michael laying the tackle. Lockyer is there. Gasper is at his hands full. Dragicevic did well. Harrison, Benny Gale. That was ambitious. They deserved to lose that. That's mucking around with the ball. Tyson Lane runs to half forward, into full forward, punched away by Tarrant. Here's Duncan Callaway bending it back. That's a very good kick. Bowden always looks for the handball. If I was him, I'd be kicking it more often.
David Burke, I think, has hurt himself too down there at full back.
Harrison to a pack of players. There was about 12 players in that pack. Oh, well played. Rupert Batheris weaved his way through the back. Gives it to Buckley. Buckley drives at the half. Oh, that's great play, the Magpies. And he's found number 9 in free ball.
Back into Paul Williams. Through the centre corridor. Buckley on the run. 49 metres. A beauty!
Skill levels, not just the fact that their skill levels diminished, it's just the players that they're linking up with are in a poor position, so they're putting pressure on themselves. So I think that's more to the point. It's not their skill level going down, it's just the position they're putting themselves into to get the ball, and they shouldn't be there.
Quite true. Aussie, as we said, punched away to Callaway. It's kicked further, but that's by Matthew Rogers. Clap at the back. Oh, terrific mark by Buckley. Richmond player hurt, and they're calling for the stretcher. They're calling for assistance anyway. In towards full forward, almost a mark to Tarrant. Rocker ripped it away. Well played. Michael. Oh, he's just missed. And that would have put the nail in the coffin, I reckon, if he had to kick that one.
I tell you, Chris Tarrant has been very impressive. A couple of times there when he's been caught from behind, he's very strongly punched the ball. He's done very well. There he is there, number 20 on screen. Out of the contest, got his fist to the ball to try and keep the ball alive and not allow his opponent to take the mark.
A 42-point lead to Collingwood. Could Richmond come back from here? Campbell certainly trying to help out. The hand pass over the top. Harrison forward to the wing. Into Daffy. Daffy off the left. Otten's in the pocket. Yes.
He's been off the ground too long, Otten's.
He looks like he's a player of the future, Pete. He's got a good pair of hands. He's usually a very straight kick.
You've got to play him, Kev.
Might need a bit of air time.
David Burke running down the ground, offering a lead, but after his last kick, I don't know how many Richmond players will be looking for Burke to shoot at goal. Otten's wide out. They'll be kicking from about the boundary line, distance about 40 metres, but a tough shot. He's worried about it. Not bad. Great kick. Well, that just might be the start of something big for the Tigers.
Well, 4 minutes to go till three-quarter time. They're down by 6, the Tigers. Collingwood have been terrific. Lockyer did well. Tivendale. Buckley goes in on Campbell, and the umpire will come in and bounce this.
4 goals to 1 this quarter in favour of the Pies.
Well, everyone we spoke to, all the experts downstairs, Kevin, in the press room, all thought Richmond would come back in this third term.
3 goals to 1, I should say.
Buckley as the ball smothered. Burke, free kick to Richmond. They could really do with 2 quick ones in this last 3.5 minutes. Kick is by Dragicevic to Richardson. That's a mark. And no doubt about that. He marked that. He's calling for it quickly. He's got to move it quickly. And he's kicking across the ground. Here's Otten's again. Couldn't quite hang on to it. Scotland. Daffy. Oh, that was good play, Daffy. Now Sampson receives from Ottens. There's the kick. The kick! Oh!
Touched on the line.
Right on the line in a photo finish.
Gee, that was tremendously desperate play. Right on the goal line. Clay Sampson there. We can see here Jamie Tate. This is desperation plus. Oh, look at that for camera work. Magnificent shot by the boys.
That is terrific. Well done, boys. Pies have it. Paul Williams running amok centre wing. Long to full forward. Rocker punches down. They want a rover. Brown's there to apply pressure. Brown again. Oh, they're out of it. No, they're not. Burke caught. Michael, great tackle. Williams, the hand pass. And Tarrant gets a goal.
Well, he's kicked 2 goals in this quarter, Chris Tarrant. It takes, I think, a long time to overcome.
So, Gale. Oh, Daffy went without it. Francisco. The Magpies go forward again. Oh, that's a great kick by Francisco. Freeborn's got it. And if they kick a goal here, it's all over, in my opinion. It might even be that now. As we see Freeborn bringing in towards full forward. Rocker's going to provide a contest. Oh, he almost took that Rocker. Gaspar flicks it back. And Rocker is cross with himself because he used his body to perfection and just couldn't hang on to it.
Actually, he's a lot stronger than what you think he is, Anthony Rocker, because he can push and shove opponents out of the way. We see there Buckley copping one high from Nick Daffy. You can see there the grimace on his face. Had a broken jaw early in the year.
That's exactly what he doesn't need after having a broken jaw. Harris. 84 to 42. So again, they're double Richmond's score. But now they're starting to run out of time. Deep into time on third quarter. Knights round the corner. Clever little kick. He said, run onto that one if you can. Well, there's a chance for Tivendale. He spun round the tackle. Dragicevic, fumbled by Scotland.
Gee, that was a great tackle by Nathan Buckley. He really wrapped the arms around here of his opponent. There was no fingertip stuff there, was there, Richard?
No, not at all. Just making a comment. Paul Williams has come off for the Pies. Probably a good move. He's just come back from a long-term injury, second weekend, so probably just to ease him into the game. Good work, Tony Shaw.
Orchard, a little one round the boundary line, and the ball's out of play. Just under a minute and a half remaining to three-quarter time. Shorey, get ready for one of your big days, because if you're going to beat anybody wearing black and white, one of the teams you want to beat more than anybody, Pete, would be Richmond, wouldn't it?
And look at Eddie Maguire smiling at the right of screen there with his lovely wife Carla. He's pretty happy, Eddie. He's passionate about the Magpies. Batheris went to ground. That could be holding the ball.
With his influence in the coach's box, they might be serving Chardonnay and oysters soon.
He was lucky not to get away with that without being called for holding the ball then. Young Rupert Batheris. Now Richardson, particularly in the first half, was very, very good. Campbell did well. Dragicevic, Daffy. They need a mark and they need a goal. It's a free kick to Richmond here. I think advantage paid. Now it'll come back. And it's Richardson's kick. It didn't look to be a lot in it. I reckon it was a bit of an iffy one. But he's got it, the big fella, Matthew Richardson. He's only kicked one goal. Prestigiacomo's done a fine job. And boy, they really do need it. From directly in front, Richardson has kicked the goal. Or has he? He's missed, has he? He's missed it. Oh, no, I won't repeat it. About the kicking skills have deteriorated, in fact.
I thought you were going to use bad language on television.
Goodness me, that's a 30-metre kick directly in front.
Peter's gone from the skills not being quite good enough. They should be better because they're more professional.
Now they're worse than ever.
Now they've deteriorated.
Well, some of the kicking is shocking.
And the bloke on the beat button was poised over the top of it. Oh, here goes Tyson Lane. This will be a goal. 49 metres out. Yes, sirree, Bob!
It's a goal.
Right on the siren. It's a goal.
A Richmond fan, you wouldn't really enjoy watching that. Not a good performance. The final scoreline, the Magpies 16-16, 112. Richmond with so much to play for. 10-19, 79.
4 points late in the third quarter, but 2 quick goals from Paul Hudson helped the Doggies home.
Brendan Gale's 200th game seemed to give the Tigers the spark they needed, although as usual the Bulldogs gave as good as they got. Richmond were applying relentless pressure on the field and on the scoreboard.
It's a goal.
The Bulldogs midfield then sprang into action, rooting the final 3 goals of the opening term to lead by 6 points.
Snapshot, Johnson. He's got his second.
With the Aussie swim team watching on, Brett Evans was out to make a splash of his own, booting 3 first-half goals in a game with a growing casualty list. The Bulldogs surviving the shootout better, going into half-time 12 points up. The Tigers began the third term full of running, Joel Bowden leading the way as they began to claw their way back. However, the Bulldogs appeared able to answer every challenge. Ben Holland's goal after the three-quarter time siren gave the Tigers some hope going into the final term, but it wasn't to be, the Bulldogs piling on 5 goals to 1 in the last quarter to run out 36-point winners.
Kellaway's got it. Kellaway kicks towards centre wing. There has been...
Yeah, it'll come back. Benny Gale was trying to shepherd. Yeah, so it'll come back and kick be taken again.
Andrew Kellaway. Almost down to half-back. This time decides to transfer play to the other side of the ground. Turner it is, wide towards Campbell. He's got it on the outer wing. Prolific possession winner. If he and Richardson could be fighting it out for that club championship award, as we said. Well done by Ottens. Now a chance for the Tigers into Evans. Kick coming in from Bowden. Evans wants to play on. And he wants Benny Gale, and he's got him. He plays on Benny. That's a miracle, Sandy.
And he wasn't quite sure what to do.
From the throw in, Denham couldn't take it. Campbell to Daffy, hurriedly onto the right boot, kicks down towards the half-forward line. That's an excellent grab taken by Sampson.
Gee, I wonder how his neck is. He's just got his hand on it there. He has just about done a flip. Have a look at this, onto the head. Give the neck a good tweak and then back onto his feet. Look at that.
Gee, that reminds me of Paul van der Haar many moons ago.
And I can understand why he's grabbing his neck. He is probably feeling a little bit stiff at this stage, so he's doing the right thing. He's taking his time, pull the socks up, make sure everything's right. Just take a few moments to gather yourself, get your composure back, and then have a good settled shot for goal.
Scores level at the moment. Sampson's booted 13-12 for the year, so he's a 50-50, but he's got it this time.
And gives it to Matthew Knights. Across the half-back line. Daffy runs away from his defensive 50. Kicks with the left. Down towards half-forward. Better judgment there, Holland, than Sean Wellman. And Holland is marked. Can he go short? He can, and he does it well too. Gee, it was, wasn't it? He only had a split second to change his mind there and put it on the chest of Evans. Evans goes wider still. Into the pocket. Punched away from Campbell.
Eddie.
Gathered by Gale. Disciplined kick to the front of the goal square. Tivendale interferes with Johnson.
Paid a free kick against Johnson for shepherding. Clearly paid for shepherding. Johnson certainly does look at him and then run towards him, so you can understand why Darren Goldsbank has paid that free kick for shepherding, but...
No, John, not for me, mate.
Careful, boys.
A couple of $1,500 fines looking down the googler here as Greg Tivendale shoots for goal for Richmond, and right on the siren, he has levelled the scores.
And Dipper, I think I agree with you. It seemed a little bit soft, but all I'm saying is I can understand what factors he was taking into account.
Yeah, just stand his ground there, John.
Live and kicking next Wednesday night, and it's Evans who's alive and kicking at the moment. Tried to get it out towards Holland. The Tigers looking for the first goal. Buick looking to defend. Goes again with Hardwick. Chance for Bowden, almost taken high by Denham. Knights could have just about thrown that one away. The Somerville hand pass goes astray. Here's an opportunity for Daffy. Around the body he goes. The kick's going to be good, and it is. And now Joel Bowden's going to have a shot for Richmond in the opening 30 seconds of this second quarter.
He started very well, Nick Daffy. He's had 8 possessions and just stole the handball from Peter Somerville on that occasion and waited to kick beautifully. He saw Joel Bowden running to space and presented him with a great opportunity to kick a goal.
It's making the ball hot around that area where it was forced forward that eventually has resulted in this kick going to Bowden.
Kicking from 44 metres, needs to swing it in for goal number 13 for the season, and he's done exactly that. Bowden gets his first for the night, and a big one for the Tigers to start this second quarter.
Great kick from Joel Bowden and running straight over to give Nick Daffy a pat on the back for a great kick.
He kicked 28 goals this year, Jason.
Dipper, the Tigers bench, we just had a look at them.
We've got Dragosevic, Funk, Moore and Rombotis.
Campbell kicks the ball forward for Richmond, gathered by Buick, but gee, there was some intensity by Holland. Bowden, Tivendale for his second goal. He's got it. Tigers answer quickly. A very, very good passage of play by the Tigers results in Greg Tivendale kicking their 5th goal. They trail by a point.
Perfect answer from the Tigers. Look at the pressure they put on the man with the ball. Ben Holland was great. The quick handball to Joel Bowden, then Tivendale running into an open goal. And the great thing about the goal was the spirit shown by all the players congregating around, giving each other a pat on the back. They have good spirit at the moment, and they think they're a real chance to win this game, the Tigers.
Yes, Ben Holland continuing that good form he showed against the Dogs last week. Gale goes early, pulls it back. Chance for them to go forward again through the agency of Rory Hilton. Started on the bench, Hilton, then came on and kicks down towards Bowden, who marks on 50.
I mentioned earlier when he missed down at the other end, he is a beautiful long kick of the football, Joel Bowden. We saw him play in a match a couple of years ago. I think he kicked 4 goals in a quarter. And he kicked goals from 50 metres, 40 metres and even outside 50. So it wouldn't be beyond him, certainly, to get the distance.
Going back a long way.
Looking for his second goal of the quarter from 51 metres.
That's a beauty.
Nothing wrong with the distance. Nothing wrong with the accuracy. What a goal! And it is goal for goal here at the MCG at the moment.
Richmond, Brendan Gale to Tivendale. Hasn't quite got the physical strength to break the tackles, Greg Tivendale. Gets it up towards Gasper. Damien Hardwick. Confronted by Knights. Campbell. Back he goes to Rombotis. Rombotis, we believe, reported in the early minute and a half of the game. Dustin Fletcher penalised.
Now, that's a good decision. I agree with that.
Well, I don't... Darren Goldsbank did very well to see it because, again, we see the ball not pinned and Fletcher deciding to go to the ground. The ball is not pinned there. Clearly the ball is free, but Fletcher elected to go for the ball up. But
he jumped into his opponents when he took the ball too, so I think that's fair enough that if he's got time to jump into them, he's got time to dispose of them.
Yeah, but more importantly, Jace, the ball wasn't pinned, and quite often now we see players tackled and they know that the umpire will be reluctant to penalise them for holding the footy, so they make out as though the ball is in fact pinned when it's not.
Not big stats for Darren Gasper. Richmond's last score was at the 6 3/4 minute mark of the second quarter. And they've got another one. It's a goal kicked by Darren Gasper.
Though an unlikely goal kicker, Darren Gasper may just spark up the Tigers, but this is Heffernan to Simons. Loses it. Now he did get rid of it, but to an opponent, and that's not good. An opportunity for Rombotis, goes down towards the forward line, and they get another one. Mark's got to be paid. Got to be paid. Harrison will have a shot 20 metres out.
This is two blokes doing the same thing, and yeah, I mean, the Bombers supporters obviously believe that Fletcher was grabbed and pulled out of that marking contest.
Did he pay the mark or a free kick?
He paid the mark.
Because he didn't control it at any stage, I'll tell you right now. He might have touched it 8 times, but he never had control of it.
Well, if he didn't control it, he got the free kick for holding the man then, because he shouldn't have been grabbed.
Well, now, Ben Harrison is not a goal kicker either. He came into this game with one. Now he's got in the act, and he's kicked his second for the season. Lloyd contesting with Evans. Knights picked up a lot of possessions in the first half. Taken by Sampson down towards the forward line in Holland.
Actually, if you get the ball down quickly to this young fella here, and Brad Ottens, if you've got Brendan Gale doing the ruck work, surely they're going to present some sort of concern for the Essendon defenders.
One-on-one, he's a very tough player to hold out, Ben Holland. He's very strong, he's tall, he can play from in front or behind, and he has worked very hard on his kicking to improve that aspect of his game as well.
Now, one thing the Tigers do in their training sessions is an ice bath. This man loves them. Mark Doran went in one during the week, and thankfully he survived. Just. Does he love kicking goals as much as the ice bath? I think he does.
Week about timeout.
Yep.
Richmond did not score from the 6-minute 42nd mark of the second quarter, and as soon as the coach was able to speak to them at half-time, they've kicked the first 3 goals in the second half.
Well, who knows, it may give credence to that. Here they go again. Bowden's on the end of the hand pass. He's 70 metres out. He goes short. That's a good kick. He thought about going long, but he was on the left foot, and now Brent Evans will go back 40 metres out directly in front and have a shot.
This bloke's been very good, Rombotis, at the start of this half too.
Geez, lucky he got a boot to that, because he took an eternity and would have been penalised if he didn't actually get the boot to the ball.
Yeah, spot on, Jason. Certainly had a prior opportunity before he was tackled, and lucky he got a boot to it, so he was considered to have successfully disposed of the ball.
Brent Evans has been deadly accurate in front of goal this season. 7 goals without a miss. No angle to speak of. And he continues that perfect record in front of goal. He gets his first.
Lloyd.
Inside the last 30 seconds, the Daffy kick was smothered. Blumfield gets a hurried one. Ottens has too much height for Denham. Plays on. There's time for the Tigers as Ross Funk goes down towards half forward. Wellman is forced to defend. Moore puts the old foot on the accelerator and he scoots into the forward line. And Harrison again is going to have another shot for goal.
He's looked dangerous up forward, Ben Harrison. He leads very well, but he has to convert to make, I guess, just to make an impact up there. If you're going to get the chances, you've got to make the most of it. You can't let your teammates down. I know it's easier said than done, but look, this could bring them back to within 6 goals. I guess at least it keeps them in touch.
A glimmer of hope going into the final term. The left footer has got it. So that will certainly help Richmond's cause. That's his second. That was his first goal. Lloyd's got 6. McCurry 3. Blumfield 3. Fraser 2. Rioli 2. They've had a feast. That's a strong mark. Whilst for Richmond,
Harrison has a couple, Bowden has a couple, and Greg Tivendale has a couple. John Rombotis.
Not an over-skilled player, John Rombotis, but by geez, he works pretty hard.
He's given it to Rogers, who's let one go. That's a great kick by Matty Rogers for a goal.
Well, not much for Richmond to be all that ecstatic about, but that was certainly a beautiful kick by Matthew Rogers to register their 12th goal. They'll go forward once again here through Nick Daffy. Kicks into the pocket. Out in front of Evans, keeping his footing though, importantly so was Wellman. His kick down the line, gathered by Tivendale. Tivendale has been reasonably good. His kick has been marked by Harrison. Gee, you wonder, don't you? The kick by Knights earlier in this quarter that Ben Harrison made an absolute meal of when the mark was straightforward. And on this occasion, he outpoints 3 players, well, just by judging it a little better, I guess, and is marked right in front of the square.
He's probably, look, he's played pretty well up forward, but he's played the sort of game where he probably should have kicked 5 or 6 goals, and at the end of the day, he's probably going to finish with 3 if he kicks this.
Well, he's certainly
kicked a few opportunities that have got away, but he's looked dangerous up forward. He's led well. He's put himself in position to take a few marks. He just hasn't quite reaped the rewards of the opportunities that came his way.
Final siren, it was out to 58. Essendon victorious, 22-15, 147. Richmond 13-11, 89.
Versus 12th. Logic said Richmond would be no match for an informed Essendon side. Tell that to the pumped-up Tigers as Brendan Gale kicked the opening goal of the game.
That's a miracle, Sandy.
Blumfield found Carousel for Essendon's first. The Bombers were flying high at the MCG. Up the other end, Clay Sampson was holding his own for the Tigers. Mercury again making the difficult look ever so easy. In a sometimes physical affair, both sides were showing plenty of fight. A goal to Tivendale and the Tigers were just a goal behind. Cause for concern for the Bombers coach. The Tigers hit the front thanks to a Joel Bowden long bomb.
Nothing wrong with the distance. Nothing wrong with the accuracy.
But then the rot set in as the Bombers ran riot, kicking 8 unanswered goals.
The Bomber left footer pops to another one.
Jeff Geishan had no answers as the Bombers kicked away to a 47-point lead at the main break.
He's got another one.
The Tigers were able to hold the onslaught after the break while managing to kick a few of their own. Suddenly, there was a glimmer of hope for the Richmond faithful.
Does he love kicking goals as much as the Ice?
But the Bombers had other ideas. The red and black forwards a class above their opponents.
Oh, he is just an absolute magician.
Leading the Essendon charge, Matthew Lloyd. Too clever, too strong, too good.
Mark number 10 to Matthew.
The final siren couldn't come quick enough for the Tigers as Essendon continued to fine-tune its finals preparation.
Look at that.
The Tigers buried under a 9-goal second quarter. Lloyd kicked 6 for the Bombers and marked well too. Mercury and Blumfield 3 each. Harrison 3 for Richmond. The Dons cannot lose top spot now. They have a far better percentage than nearest rival North Melbourne.
Turner.
Not too bad.
Scotty Turner. Allen in from the side. A couple of big flyers. Looking at the back is Murphy.
Bloke on his own in the pocket.
It's all Carton. That's backward. It's all Carton at the moment. He's going to play on back. Well, if he kicks this, he'll bring the house down. Goes right across the face. Slips into behind.
Inexperience there, Jason. Maybe with the advantage he had, he could have perhaps run out to the right and given himself a better angle.
Yeah, look, it's hard to say. He might have felt confident enough to have the shot from where he was. He had a little bit more time, maybe to open up the angle or look for a target in a better position.
Rombotis off. Chaffee on. Carlton coming with a rush. Gasper. Knights defending. Gee, they're doing everything under pressure at the moment. Hickmont got an awful bounce, but it doesn't matter. He's got backup support through Nelson. Up towards half forward. Free kick. Going to go the way of Carlton to be taken by Simon Fletcher.
Pretty good mark. This just kept his eye on the ball all the way. Had his body taken out. That's a solid landing when you land flat on your back.
In towards full forward. Danger now. Dragicevic hand pass is going to be okay. It sets it up for Tawney. He's in trouble. 1-2 taken high.
She was lucky.
I thought he may have ducked a bit there.
Yeah, it certainly did look as though he may have contributed a bit. He tries to get out of this one, and then the next one he tries to go under almost, and that means that he's caused or contributed to the high contact and shouldn't be rewarded.
Campbell might make them pay, however. In towards full forward. Harrison's at the back. Doesn't come that far initially. Holland off the ground. Yes! What a steadier.
So after Carlton brought the margin back to just over 3 goals, that goal kicked by Ben Holland has made it 25 points. But still Carlton goes surging forward. Beaumont's kick towards half forward. Gathered by Silvani. Ratton, left foot snap, no, Fletcher couldn't take the mark. Back goes Gasper, slips over, still Fletcher, Gasper, handball over the top, Matthew Knights to steady things down. Handball was very good to Duncan Callaway. Callaway's kick, gathered by Lappin, which was very well done. Looks to run away, but gives it to Fletcher. Fletcher short, cool in the crisis. Short pass has found Bradley. Bradley goes across the full forward line. Mark to Whitnell. Good kick by Bradley. But mind you, I think we've said that on many, many occasions over something like 13 or 14 seasons now, Craig Bradley. And Whitnell, who has kicked 2, could bring the margin back to just over 3 goals once again with 9.5 minutes left. He has sprayed it.
He likes it.
It's a goal, is it?
I think sometimes we forget that Lance Whitnell has only just turned 20 years of age. He's kicked 3 goals tonight, and again there is hope for Carlton. Hickmott down towards half forward. Rice couldn't get an effective run at it. Peg back towards centre wing. Murphy's got to be first to this. For Carlton he is. Gets his kick. Inside 50, towards the 50 it goes. Lappin falls at the critical stage, and it's taken over by Tivendale, who had a very good first half in particular.
Sandy, despite Carlton's run, Jeff Geeshan continues to have faith in the Tigers. He's got Ottens and Holland 2 out in the forward line in the goal square.
Yeah, look at those inside 50s this quarter. 16-2. All Carlton. Daffy round the body. It's a tired Murphy chasing that and seeing it over the line.
And Sandy, for those people watching in Woy Woy, young Ray is on now for his first game for the Tigers.
Thanks, Dip. We wish him well. An 18-year-old. Played with New South Wales in the ACT. Let's hope that he's got a big future. Dragicevic couldn't take it. A Ratton out. Murphy gives it to Bradley. Bradley is away. Still full of run. In towards 50. In towards Whitnell. They swamp him. Backwards waiting down in front. Runs into a brick wall. Silvani needs assistance. It bounces out of his arms. Gasper is desperate. He loses it too. Hamill needs a hand pass. Off he goes to Bradley. Still outside 50. Pulls it back now. Fletcher. Whitnell is there. But a good mark taken by Turner in front. Plays on. Bowden. Did pretty well coming through that muddy section of the ground. Comes wide towards centre wing. His target was Dragicevic. He's got to beat a couple. Gee, he did well. He did very well.
Oh, that was tough.
He's been
that is tough. I mean, certainly Dragicevic dived on the ball or elected to drag it in, but then he did seem to hit the ball out immediately. It was free when the umpire penalised him.
Difficult situation, isn't it, when you had to beat a couple. However, Hamill's a chance. He gives it to Rice. Rice snaps at goal, but he goes across the face. Is it marked inside by Silvani?
Touched the post on the way past.
The umpire, give it to them. Tell Stephen Silvani something or what?
We've had everything tonight.
Oh, Stephen didn't like it either much.
I think he's just suggesting that the ball might have nicked the point post on the full, which is why he called it out of bounds, because Silvani looked like he was in play when he marked it.
Well, that kick is probably out on the full, I would suggest. No, touched just inside the boundary line. Umpire David Howlett getting down there quickly to confer with the boundary umpire. Lance Whitnell doing the ruck work. Bradley's been quite magnificent in this last quarter. Can he run past Hall? Got the hand pass away to Murphy. Murphy back to Bradley. It bounces kindly for Bradley. Tries the big torpedo punt kick. Doesn't come off. Hamill. Tawney's done well. Got a free kick a few minutes ago and held up the Blues, and then got that kick away as well. Towards half forward, Hickmott, Dragicevic. Still Mark Dragicevic can't quite keep it inside the field of play. And there are some anxious fans here at the cricket ground right now. There's some anxious people in the respective coaches' boxes as well. 34,013 people tonight at the MCG. Been, as I said, a pretty ordinary day today, and they've braved the conditions. Kicked by Harrison, marked by Manton, playing on Murphy. He has lifted his work rate. Murphy down the ground in the direction of Silvani and Turner. Ball hits the deck. Daffy, handball away. Gaspar quickly on, goes out very, very wide. Campbell and Christou. Beaumont, well done by Campbell. Couldn't quite force it out. Christou, Fletcher, Murphy quickly got rid of it. Bradley will kick a goal. Bradley will kick a behind.
And Robbo, Benny Gale's finally been forced off. He's been on one leg for most of the night, and that leaves Matty Allen right now on his own.
18 points the margin.
And don't you hate it, Robbo, when they ruin your build-up?
Well, it certainly looked a great chance for Carlton, and Scotty Turner will kick it back for Richmond.
Well, there's still time. There's just under 6 minutes left. Carlton have had the bulk of the attacking time in this quarter. They just need more of a score. Hogg tumbling it in towards Silvani. Now, around he goes. The old veteran. Can he cover himself in glory? Yes, he can.
Last game of the season, the captain, Matty Knight, is off the ground for Richmond.
Bradley's in the middle. Been all Carlton in this final quarter. Hickmott a chance to Murphy again. Now Beaumont. He's a left footer and he's long. Whitnell went 10 minutes too early. And he's given away the free kick. It didn't matter anyway because Gaspar had the ball. Campbell has the free kick. They need to steady it down, the Tigers. Campbell on half-back. 12 kicks, 9 hand passes for Wayne Campbell. Came into this game averaging around 25 possessions. Down a little as we've got a bounce. With 4.5 minutes left.
Knight's having a spell. That's interesting.
Bradley was just getting away from him in that last quarter and really threatening to take this game.
Allen and Ottens, Ratton working hard. Gee, Murphy's had a big final quarter. Hamill, Aaron Hamill spears the pass. It's good for Hogg. Hogg, a little chip to Whitnell.
This is incredible. It's the most amazing turnaround. They were 42 points behind at one stage in the third quarter.
If he kicks this, they're within one kick.
But, I mean, let's face it, we've come to expect that this season, and it started in round 1. Whitnell going for home. Whitnell has kicked the goal. He's kicked 4.
Those jugglers now be certainly working overtime. Richmond win the knockout, but Beaumont, gee, was well shepherded, wasn't he, by Matthew Hogg. If they get a goal out of this, it's another part of the play. The kick in towards full forward. Silvani can't quite keep it alive, but it's certainly within scoring range for the Blues. And I was going to say Matthew Hogg down the ground further to provide just a little bit of work in a shepherd, which enabled the Blues to go forward.
What about the Tigers are trying to get Matty Knight back on the ground?
Matthew Allen, Tivendale, chance here for Lappin. Lappin's kicked to half forward, mark taken by Harrison. Harrison quickly on out to the members' side in front of the smoker stand where Tawney has taken the mark.
Tawney from half-back. Wobbles a punt. Kick. It's not pretty. There was some holding on, or appeared to be on Christou's jumper. He plays on, floats the hand pass back in towards the middle. Hickmott handled it very quickly, but he gave it to Nelson. Pumped and Torp up towards half forward. Unable to take it was Whitnell. Pushed forward in towards the pocket. Still the opportunity there. This is Fletcher. Tried to slap it in. Was unsuccessful. We've got to throw in with Chappie, making sure it goes over. Knight's back out on the ground. Under 3 minutes left I suppose now, Robbo, you suggest we could have a draw just to complete the evening. Well, we could. There's no doubt about that. The Rhett tackle is making sure that ball is staying in the vicinity.
Two very good exponents of a tackle locking an opponent up. Duncan Callaway on this occasion on the receiving end.
Yeah, Rhett and Callaway. Fantastic.
That Richmond forward line now bare, no one with inside 50.
Now watch out here. Tivendale caught, but again the ball held. 42 points at one stage, Richmond led by. We wondered how any excitement could creep back into this game. Now we know. Allen slapped it. Dangerous time here. Ratton. It's high. It's in towards the forward zone. The Carlton side need a mark or a risky rover. It's socket off the ground. We've got a behind. That could be a very telling behind too. Ooh. One behind. Ooh. 5 points.
34,000 people all did that together then.
5 points in it. 2 minutes left. Turner to bring it back in, Robbo.
Yeah, 6 goals to 2 so far in favour of the Blues in this last quarter. 2 minutes left. Scotty Turner goes long. Good mark. Terrific mark taken by Gaspar. And he can take some precious seconds. But you still would think that Richmond, what's happened now, blood rule.
Blood rule with Matthew Hogg coming off, so there'll be a delay, but the clock will stop.
How unusual for Matthew Hogg to have, oh, well, it's on his elbow. He just gets himself into such circumstances because of his desperation. The 2 minutes left. Important now who gathers this ball as a result of Darren Gaspar's kick. He'll get the ball close to the wing. Matthew Allen, that's a mark to Ben Holland. Certainly a mark, got first grab and brought it down. Seconds ticking away for the Blues. They trail by 5 points. Ben Holland to put Richmond into their attacking half.
Murphy actually ran through the mark and wasn't with his opponent, so penalised. If he's with his opponent, he's allowed to run through there, but he was a good 5 or 6 metres away and decided to run through to try to pick him up. And I'm afraid if you're that far, there he goes there through the middle of the mark to get Bowden.
Well, Bowden went around the back of the mark.
And you just can't do that, Justin Murphy. So
what's the most famous incident that we've seen of that happen?
Bucky, kick the goal, Bucky.
And I know we've said this lots, Robbo, but they should just know better than that. That is foolish.
Yeah, it was a bit, wasn't it?
What this kick should do is it should make the game safe for Richmond in the fact that they shouldn't lose now. There's only just over a minute left, so he should score. And you wouldn't think within a minute that they'd score twice, the Blues, would you?
No, it'll be very hard to take the ball all the way down the ground. But this young fella here, he's pretty reliable. We've put a mocker on quite a few of the players so far in this match. But Ben Holland from about 40 metres, rather hesitant, goes and kicks a great goal for Richmond. We speak of young men making a name for themselves in this game. We've seen Lance Whitnell help the Blues to within a kick of victory. But on the other hand, another young man, Ben Holland, has kicked 3 for Richmond, and his 3rd goal certainly will mean that Richmond will win this game.
So the Tigers pumped up again after Holland's goal. And that was number 3 for the former South Australian. I don't think they can lose it now. Carlton have got to score quickly twice. Ratton has it socket out of his hands by Moore. They're still going to try the Navy Blues. Don't worry about that. Tawney's almost given away a free kick. Kellaway couldn't take it cleanly. Rice asked the question, but the umpire will have a bounce on centre wing. Murphy, I'm sure, bitterly disappointed, having given away the 50. Could quite possibly have decided the game. Bradley has been sensational in this second half. Tried his heart out. Down to half forward. Tiger defence now got to get their skates on. Kellaway gets a hurried kick as precious seconds tick away. Harrison's on the outer side. They're safe now. They're going to win this, Richmond, and it's going to be great for Jeff Geesh, and Rogers has got it. Goes in towards the forward pocket region. Big pack of players. No one able to take the mark. There's the siren, and the Tigers have done it for the Geesh. To 6 in the final quarter, but they're able to hang on. Let's go down the ground, Dipper. You've got the Tiger skipper.
Yeah, the Tiger skipper, Matty Nice. Well, it's all over for the season, but a terrific win and an important one for the club.
Yeah, it's important. We finished off well. We've had a very disappointing season, Dip, and really frustrating all year not to make it through the 8, so it was good to win tonight.
What sort of week has it been for the Tigers? Obviously, last game for Geesh, and not knowing are they going to play in the finals?
Yeah, I mean, we walked in and Geesh resigned. It's been a tough week for everyone. Everyone's shocked and didn't know really what was going on. So it's been a tough week, but to the boys' credit, they come out and played hard tonight. And, it's some consolation, but as I said, very disappointing season.
Well, terrific win, as you mentioned. And Mark, you got the coach here, buddy.
Thanks, Dipper. Well, Geesh, what a way to win.
Oh, it's a relief, I suppose, Mark. I mean, we had the game under our control, but Knights let Bradley get away from him. Campbell let Murphy get away from him. Really hurt us. And I think Bradley and Murphy had something like 28 or 29 possessions between them in the last quarter on Knights and Campbell. So that's disappointing, but they found something when it was needed, and Holland's last goal gave us a win. It's a big relief.
Probably sums up your year. You haven't been able to play out the games. You've managed to get away with it this time. If only they could have had this desperation and inspiration the whole way through.
Yeah, look, we've found it tough all year. I mean, we're in a position today where we could have blown the opposition apart. We haven't been able to do that all year. It's been a real struggle for us. I think today probably typifies maybe a little bit where we're at. We're good, but we're not good enough to really put the foot to the accelerator and win some of these games in good style.
You gave Ray Hall a run. You've got Dravicevic, Ottens, Tivendale. There's a lot of young blokes there. Are you a little bit disappointed you're not going to be there because there's a really good nucleus there at Richmond?
Oh, yeah, obviously. I mean, kids like Ottens and Dragicevic and Chaffee and Hall and these boys are going to be very good boys. I think Bowden's going to be a great player in the future as well. So, I'm disappointed about that, but I'm just happy that I think the Tigers have got a really good future. I hope they can build on what's been put into place the last couple of years, and I'm just very thankful for the players that in a game that counted for us, we got up and won.
Well, thanks for your time tonight. Well done in the couple of years, and go and sing the song one last time.
Yeah, I will, and I'd just like to thank all the Tiger supporters that have been very supportive over the last 3 years.
Thanks, Geesh.
Yeah, actually, this is very interesting because, and it's nice to see, the players are waiting for the coach. And I'm sure with the chairman of selectors, it's got to be an emotional moment for him, Jason.
He showed a lot of class the way he handled himself just then. I mean, he's done nothing but keep his chin up, do his very best, not whinge about anything, put the club first, put the supporters first, and in a fitting show of respect, the players have waited to take him off the ground. They're going to go off as a group, and I'm sure they'll sing the song in very good voice.
It's great to see, isn't it?
I tell you what, if that's the case, where is the missing link? You know, if the respect is there from the player to the coach, right? And you know that the coach can get the message across, what's the missing link, do you think, Jason?
Well, look, it's hard to say. We don't know what Jeff's like in the coach's box. Maybe they don't think he's the man that can make them take that next step. Maybe he's good at developing a little bit of spirit, developing some of the players, but perhaps they don't feel he's fully equipped to take them into a top 4 or top 6 situation. I don't know. We're only guessing, aren't we?
Gee, I reckon they got, I would say that Nick Daffy move, in my opinion, when we say now that the modern successful side are the team that can bring it out with precision out of the back line, you put Nick Daffy back there. I think you were very impressed with his game. If they get 2 or 3 players back there that can give those big key forwards, the Ottens and Holland and etc., like Matthew Richardson didn't play in this game either.
See Craig Hutchison down there with Geesh at the moment, just having a word with him.
Good on him.
He's conducted himself.
I concur wholeheartedly with that.
Yep. And the boys are going to give us.
I think they'll be in good voice here, Sandy.
I have heard a whisper that the boys have got a bit of a week planned.
What about 3 o'clock tomorrow morning? How do you reckon I'll do?
Who knows, but they're getting together now. This has been a great win. 42 points up at one stage. They were challenged and strongly challenged. They held on, and here they come. to see.
That's Johnny Rombotis,
Yep.
who I think we all agree was very good early in this match when they got that good lead in the third quarter of 42 points.
So Jeff Geeshan's reign has come to an end.
Boys next door.
49 matches, 25 wins, 24 losses. Not a bad record as we take a break from the MCG.
With Richmond hanging on, that late goal from Holland turning out to be 11-point winners, 13-12-90. A gallant Carlton who booted 6 in the final term, 6 goals, 7, but they still went down by 11 points. Holland booted 3, Tivendale booted 2. He had a fine first half, whilst
appeared in the bottom left-hand corner of the Giant scoreboard, but it was only a matter of minutes before they spread up the huge electric screen.
this scoreboard could blow up. Make no mistake about that.
Sparks and burning debris began to rain down on the stands below as thousands of fans were evacuated from the Ponsford stand and onto the arena. Flames leapt high into the night air as almost a quarter of the scoreboard was engulfed. MCG staff fought the flames from the Great Southern stand before the fire brigade took over the battle.
Wasn't quite the fiery opening the fans had hoped for, but once the danger had passed and the game could begin, the Tigers pounced.
Sexton, that's kicked off the ground.
Outgoing coach Jeff Geeshan watched as the Tigers raced to a 5-goal first-quarter lead. Evans getting the first of the second term.
The ball in, Evans, snapshot at goal by Evans. It's a goal.
The Blues showed glimpses of the form they'll need for the finals.
It's a goal.
But not enough to dent the Tigers' handy half-time lead of 28 points.
Good-looking kick. Lovely kick from Justin Platt.
They added to that in the third term.
They had a big first quarter. What a kick!
The Tigers making things look easy.
He hooks the kick, it'll go right to the line. It's touched on the line. No, the umpire's going to give us a goal.
Carlton finally managed to string a couple together.
Carlton on the comeback trail.
Only to see Duncan Callaway boot a steadier.
Both there. Suck it up the ground for a goal.
Jeff Geeshan urged his players not to let up in the final term, but they did. The Blues making the most of some breathing space. Silvani's move up forward paid dividends as the Blues raced to within a goal of the Tigers.
Yes, he can.
But a 50-metre penalty helped Holland kick the sealer.
And kicks a great goal.
Des Dowling, 7 Nightly News.